Hello ladies and gentlemen, Snowflake here and welcome to another episode of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. We're getting right into the main quest. We're starting to kill some dragons now, which is awesome. Before we recap the last episode, just a reminder that I do a thing called Snowflake Sunday where you guys can vote for the content you want to see every Sunday. I'll leave a link to the form in the description below. There'll also be a link to it in my Discord server, which you can access whenever you want. Vote, and one of the votes will be picked at random, and that will be the thing I do the following Sunday. Hope that sounds good. But back to the video and to recapping what happened last time, where we completed the A Blade in the Dark quest, where we met up with Delphine after she had previously grabbed the horn of Jurgen Windcaller from the tomb to get our attention before we talked to the Greybeards and officially got accepted into their sort of covenant. Is that the right word? I don't know. But yeah, she wasn't quite sure that I was Dragonborn, so she decided, let's go slay a dragon together and then I'm going to believe that you're Dragonborn. So we went ahead and did that, and the worst kept secret was that she revealed afterwards that she is in fact a member of the Blades, which were originally an organisation dedicated to protecting the Dragonborn and stopping the dragons. I did read that last part off the screen, but I was going to phrase that in a different way. And yeah, so it is interesting the parallels you can draw from Oblivion to Skyrim, because in both of the main quests you find a blade that's undercover and like in like a small hideout that isn't immediately obvious. Like Wayne Priory was like well, it was a priory, and then Delphine's just in a random inn, but they're both members of the Blades that are hiding from enemies that are trying to take them down, but you also have to work with them in the meantime. So it's interesting that parallel you draw. We'll see how much further we get in terms of parallels. I don't know why this particular quest is like bolded and like emphasized more than the others. I don't know. But yeah, we went to a place called Kynesgrove. We killed a dragon called Saloknir, and we got its soul. I can't remember if we did much else on the way. Let's have a look at the map. So Kynesgrove was somewhere over here. We didn't even actually locate it in the end. We went all the way from somewhere. Maybe it was Iverstead. Maybe it was the Stormcloak camp. Don't actually remember. Maybe it was yeah, probably not High Hrothgar. But yeah, we went all the way to Kynesgrove. We killed the dragon Saloknir. We met the dragon that had initially helped us escape Helgen. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but its name was Alduin, and it was clearly the one that was resurrecting the dragon, and quite possibly the dragon that's been resurrecting all the other ones. So yeah, we went ahead, dealt with Saloknir pretty easily. We had Lydia and Delphine helping us, so that was good. We're starting to get to the point where we can kill dragons more comfortably, at least like regular dragons. They will get tougher. But yeah, that was what happened last time. But now, in this episode, we're going to be doing a slightly different kind of quest called Diplomatic Immunity. It seems that things are worse than even Delphine thought. Dragons aren't just coming to life, they're being resurrected by other dragons. Delphine suspects that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back for some sinister purpose. She's going to help me infiltrate the Thalmor ambassador's manor and find out what they know about the dragons. I should meet with her contact Malborn in the Winking Skeever Inn in Solitude. And there we go. So, a bit an infiltration mission. Like, it's not just slaying dragons, going into tombs. We got a little bit of sneaking around to do, which is an interesting and good change of pace.
Something you're still confused about?
Yes, you said that to me a million times at the beginning of last episode. In fact, if there's anything I remember, it's that.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook. Ain't much else to tell.
Alright. I forget, did we have stuff to alchemy with? Yeah, we did. I love how you can see your alchemy skill as well.
Give me a mug of ale.
Coming right up.
Okay, we discovered bone meal fortifies and blue butterfly wing also fortify conjuration. It's not a great combination though, is it? There we go. Wait, I should be... Yeah, I should have put those ingredients back now. So I should just be able to create stuff with them. I don't need to save them up. Okay, there's level up in alchemy. Resist magic. Resist poison. Okay, we discovered slaughterfish eggs and garlic fortify stamina as well as resist poison. So those potions are even better now. And I got another alchemy level up.
Need a room? Talk to Delphine.
No, I'm good. Okay, restore health. Okay, wheat and blue mountain flour also fortify health, so that makes those potions even better. Right, okay, just checking we have eaten those. It doesn't actually make it any more powerful, does it? Restore stamina. And weakness to magic. Okay, salt pile and jazzbay grapes also regen magicka. So there's a little bit of a double-edged sword potion there. Fortify your magicka, but also you're weak to magicka. But cool, we got some skill points from that. Let's head over to Solitude, which is the capital of Skyrim, by the way. So we are heading over to a different city other than Whiterun for, I believe, the first time. Oh. Hello?
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here.
Ah, a letter from the Jarl. Moving up in the world, eh?
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Alright, our first visit from a courier. And apparently he brings us a letter from the Jarl. I wonder how our buddy's keeping. Oh. Letter from Jarl Sidgir of Falkreath. So not even Jarl Balgruuf. Speak to the Jarl of Falkreath. Okay. Snowflake, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sidgir, and I have the honor to be the Jarl of a proud and ancient city of Falkreath. The fame of your exploits across Skyrim has brought you to my attention. If you are interested in becoming a Thane of Falkreath Hold, I invite you to speak to me the next time you are in Falkreath. Aside from the honor that accrues to the title, my Thanes are entitled to a personal housecarl. I also can tell you privately that a choice parcel of land in Falkreath would be available for your purchase, should your services prove useful to me. I look forward to meeting you in person. I remain Jarl Sidgir of Falkreath. Alright, thank you. Alright, well that's something we can look into in the future. Become a Thane of another city. Maybe we can start collecting them. Alright, so... yeah, we actually had to discover cities. We can't just fast travel to them. So... alright, Lydia, let's go to... we've already been there, but let's go to Ustengrav, which was where the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller was. It's not too far away from Solitude. Alright, let's go. And he'll take some Death Bell. Looks like we're about to discover a location. Not sure what this is. Never seen it. I don't remember what this icon is. There we go. Oh, okay. Abandoned shack. Interesting. I'll take a shovel. Nightshade and Deathbell. Huh. I wonder what this is for. Maybe we'll find out one day. I think I know what it is. But even if I guess, I don't want to spoil it, so... If we have actually found that place by accident... Ooh. Let's catch some fish. Definitely want to do that when you can. Gotta love the alchemy ingredients. Here, wolves. And spiders. A whole gang of them. But yeah, much easier to kill now that we've leveled up a little bit. Oh. Oh, hello. Is that a will-o'-the-wisp? Oh, it's just a random torch bug. That wolf is really struggling in the water, huh? Oh yeah, we get the full animation for getting that finishing kill. And then the body just slowly floats away. Oh wait, there's more. He's really struggling with this one. I don't know, you tried running up to it and stabbing it? Oh, you finally managed to hit it with an arrow. Well done, you. How do you... When you're up here, how do you get behind me? Where are the other wolves? Yep, there's one. I don't know if I can be bothered to find the other one. I know there was another one up here. We're just going to move on. But I think that's Solitude up there. I guess that also begs the question how we're going to get up there. Yeah. Tis an interesting question indeed. Alright, well... Get some carp. Can use carp for... Maybe. Wait, let's check. Nope, carp's not an ingredient. It's just food. Okay. Is this some kind of mine? Oh, it goes to Solitude. There's some secret underground entrance. I did not know something like that existed. See if there's... Yeah, we're not climbing up that. That's for damn sure. But it looks like this is a nice little pathway up. Are these plants we can get? No. Nice little dock there. Wonder if you could shoot those birds. I'm not going to try, but I wonder if you could. East Empire Company warehouse discovered. And there goes the thistle. Ah, man. Oh, maybe we can climb up here. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe we put our swords away. Halfingar guard.
There's been another dragon attack. Kynes Grove this time.
Can we talk to you?
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of mead. They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King. With his voice. Shouted him apart. Disrespect the law and you disrespect me. For a dragon to attack Kynes Grove. Why? Why there? Is no place safe.
Well, that's where it was living.
Citizen? What is it? Dragons?
Oh.
I used to be an adventurer like you. And I took an arrow in the knee. Watch the skies, traveler. What is it? I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunken brawls.
I'm trying to see if there's any unique, like, Solitude dialogue here.
Fancy the leather armor, huh? Something to be said for going light.
Ah, thanks for
Got to
noticing.
thinking. Maybe I'm the Dragonborn. I just don't know it yet. What is it, Red Guard? Trouble? Stay out of trouble, Red Guard. Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll. Everything's all right? No lollygagging. What is it?
Okay, I think we're done with that. Alright, so we've discovered the stables now.
What is it?
Okay, let's take all the food we can. Take this bucket too, why not? And the basket. These lootable, these are cabbages, flour, carrot, potato, cabbage. Delicious. Can we use this? No. Oh, large sack, but it's empty. Tomatoes and salt. Nice. Grab all of this. I don't know if we have a broom, but there we go. Bunch of stuff over here. Oh, that's wheat. Okay, let's talk to...
Can I help you?
Yeah, just a sec. I'm just grabbing all of your food stock. Cabbage. Bucket. Apples. Can chop wood over there. Okay. Another bucket. Alright, let's talk to Katla.
My husband handles the indoor work just as well. He'd only hurt himself out here.
Oh, okay, I can sell her potatoes, wheat, and leeks. Okay. Who are you,
Take care of
Blaze?
the horses, and the goats, and the chickens, ugh, and the garden.
You sound thrilled about it, mate. How'd you like the farm?
I hate it. Everyone feels sorry for me, so they don't treat me too bad, but
Sorry, for what?
both my parents were in the Legion. There was an ambush. Taylor said she'd feed me if I could make myself useful. I take care of the animals, run errands, that kind of thing. I guess it could be worse, but I'm sick of sleeping outside with the horses. I want a real home, real parents.
Oh, let me guess, it's gonna give me the option to adopt him. What was your story again?
Both my parents were in the Legion. There was... Taylor said... I guess
Yeah.
it could be worse, but... Really? Do you... oh well. Thanks anyway, I guess.
Alright, well, no adoption happening here. You're just gonna have to figure things out yourself. Yeah, we'll take a sneak increase. And grab your eggs too. Yep. Alright, let's keep going up. Ah. Here's an interesting fellow. So this is fire. I don't know if there's a different one I think there should be a different one at every town. But this guy can take you to any city you want.
Need a ride?
What do you know about Solitude?
Solitude's been the capital of Skyrim as long as I can remember. Most of the High Kings of Skyrim were Jarls of Solitude first. Well, let's see what else. The Bard's College is here, and the main office of the East Empire Company. If you need it, you can get a room for a fair price at the Ranking Skeever, just inside the main gate.
Alright, thanks.
Until next time.
So yeah, if you want to fast travel to a city that you haven't discovered yet, this guy's your man. If you're playing a no fast travel challenge, then I guess this guy, you'll probably hire his carriage to get taken to places. I'd say that's pretty fair. Oh, more lavender. More flowers. And I believe this is the correct entrance to Solitude. I'm not sure what that underground entrance was. Maybe that's something we're going to have to use for another quest when we have to like maybe sneak in or out. Grab that torch bug. Have we tried eating a torch bug yet? No. Restore stamina. Oh, there's another unknown one here. Oh yeah, Farengar's frost salts. We obviously can't eat those. The BC and Longfin. I'm sure we got one before, so I'm going to eat this one. Weakness to frost discovered. Okay. And here we are. This is Solitude, the capital of Skyrim. Solitude is a major shipping port and important imperial supply line. I know you guys couldn't read that.
They can't hurt Uncle Rogvir. Tell them he didn't.
What's going on here?
Positions.
Sorry, you need to go home. Go home and stay there until your mother comes.
Traitor! You should tell her that her uncle is scum that betrayed his wife. You betrayed us! Best she know now, Advar.
They're all hard for you.
Rogver, you helped Ulfric Stormcloak escape the city after he murdered High King Torrig. By opening that gate for Ulfric, you betrayed the people of Solitude.
He doesn't deserve to speak!
There was no murder. Ulfric challenged Torrig. He beat the High King in fair combat. Such is our way. Such is the ancient custom of Skyrim and all Nords.
The crowd doesn't really seem to like him. I wonder what will happen to our friend Rogvir.
On this day, I go to Sovngarde.
And there it goes. No one even blinks at the sight of a man losing his head. And everyone just goes back to their day. Alright, let's try and...
Spiced wine for you? It's a family recipe.
talk to people. Chala, what's up?
Shh.
What?
Go away. Shh. Go away.
Why does no one like me? Behrend?
A traitor right up to the end. A traitor right up to the end.
Sorix?
Oh, I guess it's all over. I expected... I don't know what I expected. Oh, I guess it's all over. I expected... I don't know what I expected.
Vivian?
I still can't believe he knew what he was doing when he opened that gate. I still can't believe he knew what he was doing when he opened that gate.
Tari?
This should have drawn it out some more.
Oh, you're a high elf, aren't you?
This should have drawn it out
Okay.
some more. He deserved a...
Solitude God?
What is it, Red God? No lollygagging. Gotta keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could swoop down at any time. Disrespect the law and you disrespect me. If it's arms or armor you need, see Behrend in Castle.
Yeah, I just met him.
Bloody good blacksmith, that one. I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunken brawls. Been too long since we've had a good bandit raid. I used to be an adventurer like you. And I took an arrow in the knee. Everything's all right? Staying safe, I hope. Citizen, been up to the Blue Palace? It is a sight to see.
Okay, that's like the main part of Solitude, like where the
yourself, sneak thief.
Jarl would be.
Spire Manor. Now there's a fine home. Up for sale too. If you're interested, talk to the steward in the keep. You can sell off that junk at bits and pieces.
What junk?
Stay out of trouble, Red
I
Guard.
do have a lot of junk, to be fair.
Pine Moon Cave is down to the southwest, but it ain't fit for exploring. There are stories. Vampires, some say.
Did you just add that to my map? Yeah, you did. Wow.
Spare some gold for a veteran?
Noster Eagle Eye.
Can you spare a septum? Lost an eye during the Great War, or I'd earn it myself.
What's your story, old man?
I was the finest scout in the Legion once. Tracked down all the places in the wilds that were causing people trouble. Lost my helmet in one of the old caves. My pretty, pretty helmet. Life just got worse after that.
Oh.
Kept losing things. So many things.
What if I could find it for you?
Oh, you could? I sure would love to have it again. Could show you some of my old scouting tricks.
I wonder what skill that would improve. Find Noster's helmet inside Shadow Green Cavern. Were you really in the army?
What? You see a man falling on hard times, and you think he's been like that forever? I was there. I fought in the Great War. I was.
Oh, he was at Anvil.
And when I was struck down, they left me. You understand? They left me for dead. I didn't leave them.
Alright, well, here, have a gold piece.
Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart.
No problem. I get benefit out of it too. Okay, let's take a look around. Grab some salt and some flour. And let's have a look at what's over here. Grindstone. Can we do anything with that at the moment? No, we need ingots and we're not carrying ingots. Alright, so let's see what our old friend Rogvir was carrying. Amulet of Talos. Time between shouts is reduced 20%. Yeah, that's actually useful. Let's go ahead and put that on. We don't have any amulets, do we? Don't think the Imperials will particularly like me wearing that too much, or the Thalmor, but what do they know anyway?
I'm not interested, Jari. It doesn't matter how many times you ask.
I don't abide fancy clothes, but you look like you might. I hear Radiant Raiments has a large selection.
Don't mind me, I'm just running errands for the old man.
What was that conversation about? Who's in charge of Solitude?
Jarl Elisif the Fair. Poor woman. Losing her husband and king like that. It's a dark day for us all. Damn! That reminds me. I have a delivery to make to her steward, Falk Firebeard. He ordered a special bottle of Strass Mackay rum.
I guess I can deliver that for you.
Saved me a lot of trouble. Here. Take it to the Blue Palace.
Thank you. Okay, got another little side quest. So you work in the Winking Skeever.
Work in it? I own it. Well, okay. My father owns the Winking Skeever, but it's the family business, so it'll be mine when he kicks off.
Oh, I guess sounds like you can't wait. You were at the execution, right?
I showed up to watch, yeah. I don't know if they were right to execute him for what he did, but I'll tell you something. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
That seems rather harsh.
Listen, Rogvir and I grew up together. It was us, a few others, and Vivienne. Vivienne Onus. I have no idea why, but one day I told Rogvir I liked her. It was a stupid thing to do. He mocked me incessantly after that. From that point forward, every time Vivienne and I were anywhere close to each other, he made sure to humiliate me.
Sounds like a good friend.
Beat me up, dump meat on my head, anything he could get away with. Once he even slipped a beehive into my bed.
Why?
We were children, sure, but Rogvir never outgrew that immaturity or his cruelty. So any talk about him being an honorable Nord? Pure folly.
Ouch. Alright, nice talking to you, Sorix.
I was done talking anyway.
I know. Who are you? Jarira.
I'm new too. I think we could be friends.
Let's grab all the food we can first. Cabbage, apples, and salt.
If you're looking for opportunities to make some coin, well, I'm your man.
Alright, Jarira. Are you the first Argonian we've met? Maybe.
You're passing through Solitude? Maybe you're looking to make some easy gold, yes?
What did you have in mind?
It's easy to find things to sell. Things nobody will miss. Things from underground, or just left lying around.
That's true. It is pretty easy.
I bet the two of us were very alike. So why not take the next step? We can help each other. My sister Deja and I are treasure hunters. We like to collect things.
Let me guess. Things that, I'm no thief. I'm listening.
I knew you looked like a clever one. With the war, many more ships come through these docks, loaded with weapons and pay, but few people, and they pass through dangerous waters. We have an interest in one of those boats, the Ice Runner. The Solitude Lighthouse will be guiding it in, but if its fire were to go out, the Ice Runner would run aground.
I'm guessing I'm putting out that fire? So you want me to put out the lighthouse fire?
What an interesting idea. I think if someone were to do something like that, there would definitely be a certain amount of loot to be shared.
And I can trust you, yeah?
Yes, if someone were to put out the lighthouse fire and then meet me on the docks afterwards, I could certainly direct them to that loot.
Maybe I shouldn't threaten to snitch on him. What would happen to sailors on the boat?
Don't worry about them. We'll make sure they wash up safe. Maybe they'll even pay us for their heroic rescue from their sad crash.
Ouch. I guess I could just exit. Setting up a wreck, I should turn you into the guards.
Turn me in? For what? What crime's been committed? I'm just making idle talk about what would most undoubtedly be a tragic event. A tragic and very, very profitable event. It would be best if we spoke little until you've completed your task.
Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down, Jarira. Alright. Is he talking to me? Okay, this stuff isn't mine. Oh, that's... Be careful about what I grab here. Spiced wine. Bunch of food. Okay, this is just like a marketplace. Alright. Good to explore a little bit. Okay.
Divines bless you. May the ground you walk quake as you pass.
Okay, so we need to go to the Winking Skeever. We finally made it. We can explore more Solitude later, I guess.
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials. We drink to our youth, to the days come and gone, for the age of aggression is just about done. We'll drive out the storm cloaks and
okay, this is very much Imperial Town, it seems.
With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home.
Isn't it take back your home?
With Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. And when when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies.
Did Sven not sing this one earlier?
This land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams. Down with Ulfric the killer.
That guy seems to be having fun.
On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing.
Bit of applause. You got a guy called Gulamai.
With you. Leave me.
Papa says I won't see Rogvir anymore. But he wouldn't tell me why not.
Oh yeah, because he's
Need
dead.
a good rumor or two. I think I can oblige.
I'm just looking around, seeing what kind of merch you got. There's our guy Malborn. Oh, there's Sorix. Just allowed to go into his room. Dagger, dresser, bunch of wine. Just trying to find some secrets. Wine. There's a dagger here for some reason. Guess to cut the cheese. Alright, what's upstairs? Jug. More food, some books. A book called Harvesting Frostbite Spider Venom. Interesting. Forge business numbers business ledger. We'll find more about that later. We don't need to do that now, but that is interesting. Bunch of books, bunch of nice food, real Baron's Ire, classic. Olaf and the Dragon, yeah, we've read that. A lot of good books, potions, and food over here. Alright. Let's talk to some people now. Lizette.
Feel free to make requests.
What's the word around town?
Generally, if you want rumors, you should talk to Corpulus. That said, I did see a visitor pass through on his way to the Blue Palace.
Okay, interesting. Does being a bard pay well?
Oh, no. But being surrounded by good music, good drink, and good friends is all I've ever asked for.
Oh, so you're a member of the Bard's College?
Only in that I'm a graduate. I work here at the Winking Skeever. I would highly recommend it, though. Talk to Viarmo if you're interested.
Okay, so Bard's College, that's something I think we can do. Can I make a request?
Sure. What can I do for you?
Do you know the Age of Aggression?
Only true Imperials request that one. We drink to our youth.
Oh,
to the
it's
days
this song
come
again.
and gone. There's nothing like a good song to lift the spirit in troubled time. Sure. What can I do for you?
Well, let's hear the other song. Can you play The Dragonborn Comes?
Yes.
Didn't seem as enthused to play that one.
Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. With a voice wielding power of the ancient Nord art. Believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed, and the legend yet grows. You'll know the Dragonborn's come.
Alright, well thank you, Lizette. I guess that's the end of your shift, or you're just tired of me bothering you. Let's talk to
I have no
Gulamai.
business with you. Leave me. Go away. I have more important things on my mind right now. I don't like strangers. You have questions? You have questions?
Okay. Belrand.
Blade or by spell. If you want it dead, I'll make it dead. All you need to do is pay my fee.
And what's that?
I fight with both blade and spell. You might say I'm equipped to
Oh,
handle
so
nearly
you
any
can...
threat.
You're a mercenary.
So, shall we talk price?
Another time, perhaps.
If you change your mind, seek me out here.
I've already got a free, mercenary.
Blade can be as lethal as the spell, but deadlier still is the one who wields both.
I can imagine. Okay, and you are Corpulus, Phineas?
Welcome to the Winking Skeever, friend.
What have you got for sale?
For the thirsty, food for the hungry.
Argonian Bloodwine. Resist 40% of poison for 50 seconds. Breathe underwater for 50 seconds. And stamina regenerates 30% slower. So, what, it turns you into an Argonian. Okay. Trying to buy stuff that I don't have. Probably don't have anyway. Alright, I already had a cooked catfish, never mind. Why is this place called the Winking Skeever?
Well, as it turns out, I had a pet skeever when I was a boy, and he used to wink.
You kept a skeever as a pet?
They were smaller back then.
Fair enough. Heard any rumors lately?
People say there's a man wandering the streets near the Blue Palace. He seems distressed, but he's not making any sense.
Investigate the man wandering the streets near the Bard's College. Okay, another quest. Any more rumors?
I think the Bard's College might be looking for recruits. You should speak to the head of the college, Viarmo, if you're interested.
Okay, that's another one.
Varnius Junius stopped by here on his way to court. He was worried about something. I'm sure Falk Firebeard could tell you what.
Okay, there's another quest.
People say there's someone in Riften that can change your face. Make you look completely
Oh, we got
different.
plastic surgery in Riften. Nice. Locate the face sculptor in Riften. Okay, that's all of his rumors. Where can I learn more about magic?
Well, as it turns out, I had a
yeah.
pet ski. They were smaller back then. Magic. You're on the wrong side of Skyrim. You want Winterhold. That college there, they teach it. Otherwise, you can try the Jarl's Wizard. I wouldn't, though.
Okay, thank you very much.
Remember the Winking Skeever next time you're footsore.
Feel free to make requests.
I'm good. You've got 2 songs and I've heard you sing them both. There was a kid here somewhere, right? That's Sorix. I was trying to meet Lydia, please. Lydia.
Oh.
Yes, please, thank you. Does the kid sleep in the basement? There wasn't a place to sleep here, was there? No. Where'd your kid go?
Rumor or two. I think I can oblige.
Yeah, we've got all of your rumors. Okay. Let's talk to Malborn then. Our mutual friend sent me.
Really? You're who she picked? I hope she knows what she's doing. Here's the deal. I can smuggle some equipment into the embassy for you. Don't plan on bringing anything else in with you. The Thalmor takes security very seriously. Give me what you can't live without, and I'll make sure to get it into the embassy. The rest is up to you.
What kinds of things should I bring?
You're asking me? She promised that she was sending someone who knew what they were doing. If you actually want to get out alive, I'd bring whatever you need to move quietly and kill quickly.
I'm ready. Here's what I'll need.
Okay, I'll get this inside the embassy for you. I've got to go. I'll find you at the party. Don't worry.
Blade sword, steel mace, bows, arrows. Oh, okay, Amulet of Talos is now a quest item, so I literally can't take it off. Okay. You can take my armor. I guess you can take my healing potions. Ingredients probably won't help too much. Other than that, I think I'm good.
Your job is to get into the party without being fingered as a spy. I'll take care of the rest. Your job is to get into the party without being fingered as a spy. I'll take care of the rest.
Alright, cool. That's Winkinskier, that's Malborn.
Your job is to get into the party without being fingered as a spy. I'll take care of the rest.
Yep, I think I've got it. So where is the party? Meet Delphine at the stables. Oh, Catler's farm. Very well then. Solitude is the centre of imperial power. It's also home to the Bard's College. Poor Blaze. Actually, it does have to sleep outside.
The lady's already paid the fee. Leave when she gives the word. The lady's already paid.
Okay, so this is our carriage. Delphine.
Have you given Malborn the gear you want to smuggle into the embassy?
Yep, Malborn's all set.
Good. I have your invitation to the party. But the only way you're going to get past the guards is if they really believe you're an invited guest. Which means you need to look the part and not be armed to the teeth.
Aren't I naked right now?
Put this on. When you're ready, I'll keep the rest of your gear safe until you get back. You'll only have what Malborn smuggled in for you, plus whatever you can pick up inside.
Okay, let's do a quick save. Just in case something goes wrong. I am literally wearing nothing now. Yeah, I've been walking around naked since I gave Malborn my armor. Okay. Let's read our invitation. Invitation to Elenwen's reception. Elenwen, first emissary of the Alchemy Dominion to the Kingdom of Skyrim, requests the pleasure of the company of Snowflake. At the reception on 26 Last Sea 201 at the Ambassador's residence. Regrets only. Formal attire requested. Okay, looks fancy. So let's get our fancy clothes on.
I guess that will have to do. You should pass for a real guest, at least until you open your mouth. Ready to board the carriage to the embassy?
I'm ready. Keep the rest of my things safe for me.
Don't worry, it will all be waiting for you when you get back. Just make sure you get back out of there alive with the information we need. Good luck.
Climbing back and we'll be off. Nope, we don't get to hear that yet. So our brethren, the Dwemer, on the screen too.
Fellow latecomer to Elenwen's little soiree. And arriving by carriage, no less. I salute you, sir.
Yeah.
My lateness is due more to getting lost on the way up this god's-forsaken mountain than any desire to actually arrive late. I prefer to arrive early, often the day before the party, so as not to miss out on any of the drinking.
Good talk, man.
I'm paid to wait to take you home. Enjoy yourself.
Wouldn't you agree?
I'm paid to wait to take you home. Enjoy yourself.
I will just rest here a bit. Although it is damnably
This guy's really struggling, huh?
I don't look forward to the trip back down.
Oh, Lydia's trapped outside. She's not invited.
Awful damn cold up here, and only the guests are allowed inside. Damn foreigners and their inhospitable
By the time
ways.
the party is over, we'll no doubt be fast friends. I look forward to it.
Oh wait, she made it. How did you get in?
What are you out here talking to me for? Party's inside. Awful damn cold up here.
I'll go
and
after
only the
you.
guests are allowed
Although
inside.
these fellows know me.
Damn
I never miss
foreigners
one.
and their inhospitable ways.
Get some snowberries.
Perfectly insensible to the cold.
Hmm? Good morning. Need something?
Please take your time.
Yes? Good morning.
I will take my time, thank you.
I'll go after you. Although these fellows know me, I never miss one of Ellenwood's parties. Don't mind me. I'm perfectly insensible to the cold.
Thalmor wizard.
Your invitation, please.
Please take your time.
Until next time.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you.
Although
Your
these fellows
invitation,
know me,
please.
I never miss one of Ellenwood's parties.
All right then.
Alright, let's talk to
Mind me,
Razalan.
I'm perfectly insensible to the cold.
Please, you first. I insist.
Please take your time.
I just need to rest a moment, right? I just need to rest a moment.
I'll go after you. Although these fellows know me, I never miss one of Ellenwood's parties.
Your invitation, please.
Okay, everyone's asking me for my invitation. I guess we just need to go in at this point.
Please take your time.
Your invitation, please.
I'll go after you. Although these fellows know me, I never miss one of Ellenwood's parties, you see.
Okay.
Your invitation, please.
Is there a problem? Just a minute, I think I left it on the cart. Here you go. Show invitation.
Thank you, sir. Go right in.
Alright, Lydia.
Here's my invitation. I don't have a poison dagger strapped to my thigh, etc., etc.
I'm just doing my duty, sir. Everything's in order. Welcome back, sir.
Yes, yes. Now, to find myself a drink. Inside, my friend, inside, where only the women and drinks are cold.
Nice.
Inside, my friend, inside, where only the women and drinks are cold.
Please proceed into the embassy. The Thalmor embassy welcomes.
Thank you, Thalmor dude.
The Thalmor embassy welcomes you.
Inside, my friend, inside, where only the women and drinks are cold.
Oh, we're not allowed to sneak. Damn, that's harsh. Okay, time for a party.
Welcome. I don't believe we've met. I am Elenwen, the Thalmor ambassador to Skyrim. And you are?
My name is Snowflake. Pleased to meet you.
Ah, yes. I remember your name from the guest list.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Tell me more about yourself. What brings you to this... to Skyrim?
You're not a fan, are you?
Malborn. It's just that we've run out of the Alto wine. Do I have your permission to uncork the
Of
Arinthia
course.
Red?
I've told you before not to bother me with such trifles.
Yes, Madam Ambassador.
My apologies. We'll have to get better acquainted later. Please, enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Trying to figure out how many dragons there
There's a
are.
Jarl here.
They seem to think it's at least a dozen, but I'm sure they're exaggerating. They're probably trying to scare us into giving them more money and influence, so they can save us from the dragon's threat.
Who are you, Jarl of? I wonder. Okay, so I guess we look around. We grab a pot. We grab gold, a tankard. We can just take anything we want here.
Windhelm is little better than a slum. It's shameful that the Dark Elves are made to live that way.
Yes, I agree with you. Have you heard any news from the other parts of Skyrim?
Now that I think on it, I did hear something rather interesting the other day. Apparently, the Red Wave has been docked in Solitude for well over a month and with no sign of shipping out anytime soon. Some say the ship suffered damage to her hull when she struck an iceberg and Captain Safia can't afford the repairs. Of course, she'd never admit to such a thing. Captain Safia is far too proud a woman for that.
Interesting. Yeah, we're just gonna grab anything we can. Ooh, fine clothes. Cool.
Is the food and drink to your liking?
Very much so, and thank you for asking.
Excellent. I'll leave you to it then.
What can I get for you? You made it in.
Oh.
Good. As soon as you distract the guards, I'll open this door and we can get you on your way. Let's hope we both live through this day.
Is the food and drink to your liking?
Very much so, and thank you for asking.
Are you gonna ask everyone that, Elman?
Splendid. Call if you have need of me.
Okay.
The Grey Quarter in Windhelm is little better than a slum. It's shameful that the Dark Elves are made to live that way.
You speak truly. Have you heard any interesting rumors of late?
The hospitality of the Thalmor embassy is at
No matter
your
how
service.
harsh the winter, the crops that grow there never falter.
If your eyes and your ears are open, and your mind is free of judgment and expectation, you might learn much in this chamber.
Is it good fortune? The blessings of the divines? Who knows?
Ooh, loads of fish. Yeah, they give you loads of food here, I guess, just in case you need some health. Bread bowl, cheese, dagger plate. So they actually use daggers to cut food.
The hospitality of the Thalmor embassy is at your service.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm grabbing all of this stuff. I'm stealing your sweet roll. This food might come in handy for sure.
I don't recall seeing you at one of these before, and I know everyone who's anyone in Skyrim.
Yeah, never mind. I'm just the guy who grabs all the food and the drink and the plates. Okay, we've got a couple of books here. Brief History of the Empire, Volume 2. I think we read this one. Yeah, I think we've read that one, but we haven't read these books, I believe. The Wolf Queen, Volume 7. Wolf Queen, Book 7 by Warren Jarth. From the pen of Inzolicus, 2nd century sage. 3rd era 125. The exact date of the Empress Kinta Septim II's execution in the tower at Glenpoint Castle is open to some speculation. Some believe she was slain shortly after her imprisonment in the 121st year, while others maintain that she was likely kept alive as a hostage until shortly before her uncle, Sepphoris, king of Ghislaine, reconquered western High Rock in the summer of the 125th year. The certainty of Kintira's demise rallied many against the Wolf Queen Potema and her son, who had been crowned Emperor Uriel Septim III 4 years previously when he invaded the underguarded imperial city. Sepphoris concentrated his army on the war in High Rock, while his brother Magnus, king of Lilmoth, brought his Argonian troops through loyal Morrowind and into Skyrim to fight in Potema's home province. The Reptilian troops fought well in the summer months, but during the winter they retired south to regroup and attack again when the weather was warm. At this stalemate, the war lasted out 2 more years. Also, in the 125th year, Magnus's wife Helena gave birth to their first child, a boy who they named Pelagius, after the emperor who fathered Magnus, Sepphoris, the late Emperor Antiochus, and the dread Wolf Queen of Solitude. 3rd era 127. Potema sat on soft silk cushions in the warm grass in front of her tent, and watched the sun rise over the dark woods on the other side of the meadow. It was a peculiarly vibrant morning, typical of Skyrim's summertide. The high chirrup of insects buzzed all around her, and the sky surged with thousands of following birds, rolling over one another and forming a multitude of patterns. Nature was unaware of a war coming to Falconstar, she surmised. Your Highness, a message from the army in Hammerfell, said one of her maids, bringing in the courier. He was breathing hard, stained with sweat and mud, evidence of a long fast ride over many, many miles. My queen, said the courier, looking to the ground, I bring grave news of your son, the Emperor. He met your brother, King Sephiroth's army in Hammerfell in the countryside of Ishidag, and there did battle. You would be proud, for he fought well, but in the end the Imperial army was defeated, and your son, our Emperor, was captured. King Sephiroth is bringing him to Ghislaine. Potema listened to the news, scowling. That clumsy fool, she said at last. Potema stood up and strolled into camp where the men were arming themselves, preparing for battle. Long ago the soldiers understood that their lady did not stand on ceremony, and she would prefer that they work rather than salute her. Lord Vokken was ahead of her, already meeting with the commander of the battle mages discussing last-minute strategy. My queen, said the courier who had been following her, what are you going to do? I am going to win this battle with Magnus, despite his superior position holding the ruins of Rockmanfist Castle. Was that K? I'm not sure. Said Potema, and then when I know what Sephiroth means to do with the Emperor, I'll respond accordingly. If there's a ransom to be paid, I'll pay it. If there's a prison exchange needed, so be it. Now please, bathe yourself and rest. And try not to get in the way of a war. It's not an ideal scenario, said Lord Vokken when Potema had entered the commander's tent. If we attack the castle from the west, we'll be running directly into the fire from their mages and archers. If we come from the east, we'll be going through swamps. And the Argonians do better in that type of environment than we do. A lot better. What about the north and south? Just hills, correct? Very steep hills, your highness, said the commander. We should post bowmen there, but we'll be too vulnerable putting out the majority of our force. So it's the swamp, said Potema, and added pragmatically, unless we withdraw and wait for them to come out before fighting. If we wait, Sephiroth will have his army here from High Rock and will be trapped between the two of them, said Lord Vokken. Not a preferable situation. I'll talk to the troops, said the commander. Try to prepare them for the swamp attack. No, said Potema. I'll speak to them. In full battle gear, the soldiers gathered in the centre of camp. They were a motley collection of men and women. Cyrodiils, Nords, Bretons, and Dunmer, young bloods and old veterans, the sons and daughters of nobles, shopkeepers, serfs, priests, prostitutes, farmers, academics, adventurers, all of them under the banner of a red diamond, the symbol of the imperial family of Tamriel. My children, Potema said, her voice ringing out, hanging in the still morning mist. We have fought in many battles together, over mountain tops and beach heads, through forests and deserts. I have seen great acts of valour from each one of you, which does my heart proud. I have also seen dirty fighting, backstabbing, cruel and wanton feats of savagery, which pleases me equally well, for you are all warriors. Warming to her theme, Potema walked the line from soldier to soldier, looking each one in the eye. War is in your blood, in your brain, in your muscles, in everything you think and everything you do. When this war is over, when the forces are vanquished that seek to deny the throne to the true Emperor, Uriel Septim III, you may cease to be warriors. You may choose to return to your lives before the war, to your farms and your cities, and show off your scars and tell tales of the deeds you did this day to your wandering neighbours. But on this day, make no mistake, you are warriors. You are war. She could see her words were working. All around her, bloodshot eyes were focusing on the slaughter to come, arms tensing around weapons. She continued in her loudest cry, And you will move through the swamplands like an unstoppable power from the blackest part of oblivion, and you will rip the scales from the reptilian things in Rockmanfist Castle. Sorry about that. You are warriors, and you need not only fight, you must win. You must win. The soldiers roared in response, shocking the birds from the trees all around the camp. From a vantage point on the hills to the south, Potema and Lord Vokken had excellent views of the battle as it raged. It looked like two swarms of two colours of insect moving back and forth over a clump of dirt, which was the castle ruins. Occasionally, a burst of flame or a cloud of acid from one of the mages would flicker over the battle, arresting their attention, but hour after hour the fighting seemed like nothing but chaos. "A rider approaches," said Lord Vulcan, breaking the silence. The young Redguard woman was wearing the crest of Ghislaine, but carried a white flag. But Tamer allowed her to approach. Like a courier from the morning, the rider was well travel-worn. "Your Highness," she said, out of breath, "I have been sent from your brother, my Lord King Sephirus, to bring you dire news. Your son Uriel was captured in Ishidag on the field in battle, and from there transported to Ghislaine." "I know all this," said Potema scornfully. "I have couriers of my own. You can tell your master that after I won this battle, I'll be able to have a ransom or exchange." "Your Highness!" An angry crowd met the caravan your son was in before it made it to Ghislaine, the rider said quickly. "Your son is dead. He had been burned to death within his carriage. He is dead." Potema turned from the young woman and looked down at the battle. Her soldiers were going to win. Magnus's army was in retreat. "One other item of news, Your Highness," said the rider. "King Sephirus is being proclaimed Emperor." Potema did not look at the woman. Her army was celebrating their victory. And that's it. All that for that. Okay, Life of Uriel Septim VII. A Short Life of Uriel Septim VII by Rufus Hayne. Just to make sure, this is like the Uriel Septim, right? Alright, I mean, we'll find out anyway. Okay. Short Life of Uriel Septim VII by Rufus Hayne. Third Era 368 to 389, Strategist and Conciliator. The early decades of Emperor Uriel's life were marked by aggressive expansion and consolidation of imperial influence throughout the Empire, but especially in the east, in Morrowind and Blackmarsh, where the Empire's power was limited, imperial culture was weak, and native customs and traditions were strong and staunchly opposed to assimilation. During this period, Uriel greatly benefited from the arcane support and shrewd counsel of his close advisor, the imperial battle mage Jaeger Farn. The story of Uriel's marriage to the Princess Cordevaria is a less happy tale. Though she was a beautiful and charming woman, and greatly loved and admired by the people, the Empress was a deeply unpleasant, arrogant, ambitious, grasping woman. She snared Uriel Septim with her feminine wiles, but Uriel Septim thereafter soon regretted his mistake, and was repelled by her. They heartily detested one another, and went out of their ways to hurt one another. Their children were the victims of this unhappy marriage. With his agile mind and vaunting ambition, Uriel soon outstripped his master in the balanced skills of threat and diplomacy. Uriel's success in co-opting House Hlalu as an advance guard of imperial culture and economic development in Morrowind is a noteworthy example. However, Uriel also grew in pride and self-assurance. Jaeger Farn fed Uriel's pride, and hiding behind the mask of an outpaced former master councillor, Farn purchased the complete trust that led finally to Uriel's betrayal and imprisonment in oblivion, and Farn's secret usurpation of the imperial throne. I was trying to remember which one this was. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Arena, I think. Yeah, so this is the plot of Elder Scrolls Arena. Third Era 389 to 399, Betrayed and Imprisoned. Little is known of Uriel's experience while trapped in oblivion. He says he remembers nothing but an endless sequence of waking and sleeping nightmares. He says he believed himself to be dreaming, and had no notion of passage of time. Publicly, he long claimed to have no memory of the dreams and nightmares of his imprisonment, but from time to time, during the interviews with the Emperor that formed the basis of this biography, he would relate details of nightmares he had, and would describe them as similar to the nightmares he had when he was imprisoned in oblivion. He seemed not so much unwilling as incapable of describing the experience, but it is clear that the experience changed him. In Third Era 389 he was a young man full of pride, energy, and ambition. During the Restoration, after his rescue and return to the throne, he was an old man, grave, patient, and cautious. He also became conservative and pessimistic. Though the policies of his early life were markedly bold, even rash, Uriel accounts of his change as a reaction to and revulsion for the early teachings and counsel of Jaeger Farn. However, Uriel's exile in oblivion also clearly drained and wasted him in body and spirit, though his mind retained the shrewd cunning and flexibility of his youth. The story of Farn's magical impersonation of the Emperor, the unmasking of Farn's imposture by Queen Baranzaya, and the roles played by King Idwire Rhea Silmain and her champion in assembling the Staff of Chaos, defeating the renegade Imperial battle mage Jaeger Farn, and restoring Uriel to the throne is treated at length in Stern Gamboge's excellent 3-volume biography of Baranzaya. There is no reason to recount that narrative here. Summarized briefly, Jaeger Farn's neglect and mismanagement of Imperial affairs resulted in a steady decline in the Empire's economic prosperity, allowed many petty lords and kings to challenge the authority of the Empire, and permitted strong local rulers in the east and the west to indulge in open warfare over lands and sovereign rights. Third Era 399 to 415, Restoration, the Miracle of Peace, and Vardenfell. During the Restoration, Uriel Septim turned from the aggressive campaign of military intimidation and diplomatic accommodation of his earlier years, and relied instead on clandestine manipulation of affairs behind the scenes, primarily through the agencies of the various branches of the Blades. A complete assessment of the methods and objectives of this period must wait until after the Emperor's death, when the voluminous diaries which archived at his country estate may be open to the public, and when the Blades no longer need to maintain secrecy to protect the identities of its agents. Well, we know that's a big problem for the Blades, don't we? Two signal achievements of this period point to the efficacy of Uriel's subtle policies. The Miracle of Peace, also popularly known as the Warp in the West, that transformed the Iliac Bay region from a ruling assortment of warring petty kingdoms into the well-ordered and peaceful modern counties of Hammerfell, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Orsinium, and the colonization of Vardenfell, presided over by the skillful machinations of King Helsa of Morrowind, and Lady Baranzaya, the Queen Mother, which brought Morrowind more closely into the sphere of imperial influence. Third Era 415 to 430, the Golden Peace, King Helsef's court, and the Nine of the East following the Miracle of Peace, best described in Per Vitterson's Daggerfall, A Modern History. The Empire entered a period of peace and prosperity comparable to the early years of Uriel's reign. With the Imperial heartland and west solidly integrated into the Empire, Uriel was able to turn his full attention to the east, to Morrowind, exploiting conflicts at the heart of Morrowind's monolithic tribunal religion and the long-established great house system of government, and taking advantage of the terrible threat of the corrupted divine beings at the heart of the tribunal religion presented to the growing colonies on Vardenfell. Uriel worked through shadowy agents of the Blades and through the court of King Helsef in Mournhold to shift the centre of political power in Morrowind from the great house councils to Helsef's court, and took advantage of the collapse of the Orthodox tribunal cults to establish the Nine Divines as the dominant faiths in Hlalu and Vardenfell districts. Hasfat Anabolus's treatment of the establishment of the Nine of the East in his four-volume Life and Times of Nerevarine is comprehensive. However, he fails to resolve the central mystery of his period. How much did Uriel know about the prophecies of the Nerevarine, and how did he learn of their significance? The definitive resolution of this and other mysteries must await the future release of the Emperor's private papers, or a relenting of the Blade's strict policies of secrecy concerning their agents. Cool. Nice book. Can we talk more to Malborn?
Yep. What can I get for you, sir?
I'd like a drink.
Here you go, sir. The finest Colovian brandy. Is there anything else I can get for you?
I'd like a drink.
We seem to have run out of Colovian brandy. I'll check in the wine cellar for more when I get a moment.
Okay.
Until next time.
Thanks, Malborn. Humble soldier.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm on duty.
Yeah, and I'm a guest.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm on duty.
Okay. Let's meet and greet. Maven Blackbriar. What's up?
See that disgusting drunk over there? A high-ranking official in the East.
And which one would that be?
Believe it or not.
What brings you to this party?
To maintain relationships. By the way, I don't know who you are, but unless you want me to blow your cover, I'd advise that you avoid me for the rest of the party.
Oh. Interesting. I guess I'm not doing too well at the undercover thing so far. What's your relationship with the Thalmor?
We have a relationship of mutual respect. I care little about the politics and rivalries between the Thalmor and the Empire. But I do respect power, and the Thalmor have that. They leave me alone, and I leave them alone.
Okay, interesting.
Until next time.
Yeah. Can we talk more to Razalan?
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here?
What brings you to this party?
You must be new around here. Bad manners to ask such a direct question at one of Elenwen's little soirees. But I have nothing to hide. I'm in from the south on business. And if you want to do business in Tamriel these days, well, you'd better get used to cozying up to the Thalmor. Like it or not.
Oh, they're right there. Here, I brought you a drink.
Ah, the one generous soul amongst a gathering of pinched pennies and lick spittles. If there's anything I can ever do for you, do not hesitate to call upon me.
Have you visited Rorikstead lately?
Thanks, I'll let you know if I need anything. I want to meet people
Your wish
first.
is my command. As long as it doesn't involve much physical activity. I seem to be having trouble staying on my feet at the moment.
So I guess he's probably the drunk they're talking about.
The blessings of the divines? Who knows?
Okay, on Dolomar.
It's a necessary part of my job to mix with the upper classes of Skyrim, such as they are.
Oh yeah, the other one thing I wanted to mention is that the guests of this party actually change depending on like your progress in other quests. I don't want to spoil too much, but you can change a lot in the political landscape of Skyrim, and different people show up depending on what quests you've done and who you've met and stuff like that. I don't know all the details, but the Oblivion of UESP Wiki has some more information on that, if you want to know. What brings you to this party?
There are those in the Empire who would wish to evade their obligations to help root out the Talos heresy.
Not my amulet of Talos, by the way.
Fortunately, those most opposed to the Emperor's wise policy have now branded themselves traitors as well as heretics. I am here to remind the ruling classes of Skyrim that their loyalty to the Emperor requires cooperation.
Nothing says that like a dark black robe that intimidates people. Oh, that's it. I can't ask him anything else.
Elenwen always throws quite a party. I never miss one if I can help it.
I guess I'm talking to you next, then, Erica. What brings you to this party?
You must be new to Skyrim, or you'd already know who I am. I have a stake in most anything of importance in Solitude. I feel that it's time to put aside the grievances of the past and let peace and prosperity flourish between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion. I try to do my little part. Besides, just between you and me, it's making me pots of money.
Yeah, peace definitely works if you're rich. You sound like quite the businessman.
But not every Nord is obsessed with strength, honor, and skill at arms. A rare few are born with a gift for making money. My investments are my strength, and my wealth is my weapon. As for honor, well, there are some luxuries even I can't afford. Very well, then.
Good to meet
There's
you.
a likely-looking filly, even if she is an elf. You there, serving girl. What's your name, dear?
Ah, Brayla, sir. Do you need a drink? Something to eat?
No, that's not what I...
Oh, here we go.
Right now. I just wanted to get a better look at you. I like what I see.
Yeah, girls definitely love it when you do that.
Believe me, I don't say that to everyone. I'm very discriminating when it comes to the female form.
Oh dear.
Ah, thank you, sir. Was there anything else I could do for you?
Oh, not at the moment. Maybe later. Don't go far.
Yes, sir.
Oh, poor woman.
Did you see that serving girl? I hear elf women are insatiable.
This guy's not a very good dude. Maybe I can talk to her for you, see if she's interested.
Really? Yes, maybe that would be just the thing. She seemed to be playing hard to get when I spoke to her earlier.
Yeah, that's what she was playing.
What she says. Now you've gone and gotten my hopes up again.
It's only a matter of time before your whole rotten empire collapses of its own decay. No offense.
I thought you were at peace with the Empire, Mr. Thalmor, dude.
The
Element,
hospitality of the Thalmor embassy is at your service.
can we talk to her some more?
I trust that this is just the beginning of a long and mutually beneficial relationship.
Sounded sinister. Do you host these parties often?
Quite often, yes. The only thing I enjoy more than luxury is sharing that luxury with those
Hey,
who
stop
can
pushing me.
appreciate it. But I also enjoy learning the latest gossip and hearing the most intriguing rumors.
Yeah, I can imagine that information is valuable. I can see you spared no expense.
Of course not. One does not gather the most important men and women of Skyrim and then serve them cheap ale and stale bread.
I suppose.
This is only a taste of the benefits that accrue to those that align themselves with Thalmor interests.
Ah, so it's bribery, is it? What does your position as Thalmor ambassador involve?
One of my main duties is to foster a better understanding between the Aldmeri Dominion and the people of Skyrim. I also oversee the activities of the Thalmor Justiciars throughout Skyrim, although this has been most unfortunate.
What does a Justicia do?
By the wall.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realise that was actually going to come up as a question. I never quite understood exactly what the Justiciars do.
The Thalmor Justiciars are so often misunderstood. Our primary goal is to preserve the peace between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion.
On your terms, of course.
The worship of the false god Talos contributed to the unfortunate friction that led to the Great War. Following the Great War, the White Gold Concordat set out the terms for peaceful coexistence between the two powers. The Empire and the Dominion agreed that the worship of Talos was a relic of the past and must be eliminated in the interests of peace. But I'm sure you didn't come here for a lecture on high politics.
Oh, I'm certainly here for it. Okay, thank you, Elman.
Do enjoy yourself.
Jarl Idgrod Ravencrone, what are you the Jarl of?
If your eyes and your ears are open, and your mind is free of judgment and expectation, you might learn much in this chamber.
Having a good time?
Fair faces and fine food are well and good, but honesty is rarely so pleasing.
Okay, do you visit the embassy often?
There are words spoken and words unspoken. Beware these Thalmor, for they are adept in both languages.
Okay, so you're not fully on board
For
the
this
Thalmor
reason,
train.
I avoid them when I can.
Okay, so you seem to be quite smart.
May wisdom light your path.
Please, help yourself to more wine.
I've already grabbed everything. Illidy?
These parties are a great way to earn a little extra money.
At least
I hope you're
Ulfric's men
enjoying
are
the
willing
music,
to fight
sir.
for their principles, barbaric as they may be.
Oh, that's
I
interesting.
hope you're enjoying the music, sir.
Very much so. So I think
At least Ulfric's men are willing to fight for their principles, barbaric as they
the only person we haven't talked to, I think, is Brellis.
I hope you're enjoying yourself, sir.
I'd like a drink.
I'm sorry, but I think you've had enough for the moment.
I haven't had anything to drink. That fellow over there asked me to talk to you.
Oh, Erica, right? He was talking to me earlier. I could tell what he was after.
Everyone could tell what he was
I hate
after.
these parties. Some of the guests are nice, but there's always a few like Erica. Please tell him to leave me alone, politely. I'm sure you'll have better luck getting through to him than I would.
Okay, so remember our goal here is to create a distraction, so we can, so Malborn can like sneak us out into the back. There are a couple of ways to do it that I know of. One of them is, of course, to do this Erica Brellis thing, try and create a scene. But there's also our friend over here, Mr. Razalan, who, as you can tell, has a bit of a mouth on him, and he's had a few drinks. So, I'm sure he'd be willing to make a scene if we asked.
My friend, a toast to a beautiful friendship.
There's something you could do for me.
Of course. I would do anything for you, my one and truest friend. What do you need from me?
I need you to cause a scene, get everyone's attention for a few minutes.
Is that all? My friend, you've come to the right person. You could say that causing a scene is somewhat of a specialty of mine. Stand back and behold my handiwork.
Alright, I'm going to save the game here just in case.
Attention, everyone! Could I have your attention, please? I have an announcement to make. I propose a toast to Elenwen, our mistress. I speak figuratively, of course. Nothing could be more unlikely than that someone would actually want her in their bed. Although, most of you are already in bed with her. But again, I speak figuratively, of course. Fine, fine. Get your hands off me. I'll be a good boy now. Wouldn't want to offend our Thalmor overlords, would we? Someone bring me a drink, quick!
Yes, what do you need? Good day.
Soldiers all fighting in the war, there's nobody to hunt down the bandits. Travel has become dangerous of late.
I know just what you mean.
Okay. So I actually just wanted to see like all of Razalan's dialogue there.
Well, I did.
But really what I should have done is use it as a distraction. But I did just want to see that whole dialogue.
Attention, everyone! Could I have your attention, please? I have an announcement.
What can I get for you, sir?
I'm ready.
Of course. Let me see if we have another bottle of that. I'll be waiting by the door for everyone to be distracted. Let's go. Let's go. Before anyone notices us.
Likely than that someone would actually want her in their bed.
Okay, thank you.
Most of you are already in bed with her.
Let me do the talking. Not now.
Figuratively, of course.
Shut up, will you? Shut up, will you?
Alright, well, let's grab all of this free wine.
So far, so good. Let's hope nobody saw us slip out. We need to pass through the kitchen. Your gear is hidden in the larder. Just stay close and let me do any talking. Got it? Follow me.
Alright, well, let's grab any food we can. We might need all the food we can.
You know I don't like strange smells in my kitchen.
A guest feeling ill. Leave the poor wretch be.
A guest? In the kitchens? You know this is against the rules.
Rules, is it, Savani? I didn't realize that eating moon sugar was permitted. Perhaps I should ask the ambassador.
Get out of here. I saw nothing.
Nice. Well played, Malborn. But I do want to loot some more barrels, so let's grab the cabbage, apples, tomatoes, cabbage, flour. We do not want to get our fists out at the moment. Mead, wine.
Your gear is in that chest. I'll lock the door behind you. Don't screw this up. I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong.
I hear you. I just want to grab everything first.
Come on. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
Alright, let's do another quick save just in case there really is like a time limit. I'm not actually sure if there is.
Hurry it up. I've got to get back before I'm missed. I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong.
Woodcutter's axe. Dog meat. Raw beef.
I need to lock the door behind you.
Yeah, I know, but I'm a sick guest, so I need to grab all of these food and ingredients. Can I cook, by the way?
I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong. Hurry it up. I've got to get back before I'm missed.
I
need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice.
Hindfrush egg, horse haunch, venison.
I need to lock the door behind.
I know, Malborn. I know, buddy.
someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
Can we talk to Savani?
Go out before I change my mind.
Hurry it up. I've got to
Go out before I change my mind.
Your mind.
I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong.
I think that's just about everything. Let's... Oh yeah, we need to get our gear.
I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong.
I hear you.
Let me do the talking. Not now. Come on. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
Trust me, I'm not dying. Oh, we got a book. The Oblivion Crisis. Oh, is this going to be a book about Oblivion? Let's have a read, you know. There's nothing urgent going on, so we can just read our book. The Oblivion Crisis. I'm interested to see how it's told in a story format. The Oblivion Crisis by Praxis Sarcorum, Imperial Historian. I was kind of half hoping for a name that I recognized from Oblivion. That would have been funny. Like maybe the guy who ran away from Kvatch in at the start of the quest line. At the turning of the Fourth Age in the year Third Era 433, the Emperor Uriel Septim VII was assassinated, and the Amulet of Kings was destroyed. This set in motion a chain of events that would bring down an empire and change forever the relationship between man and the gods. The assassins first attacked the Emperor in the White Gold Tower. While the blades held them back, the Emperor made his way to the dungeons, to a secret escape route built into one of the prison cells. For reasons known only to himself, the Emperor pardoned the fortunate prisoner in that cell. Appreciate that, Uriel. Some say the prisoner reminded him of a childhood friend. Others say it was a moment of prophecy. No, he saw me in his dreams, actually. Whatever the case, the prisoner came to play a fateful role in the history of the Empire and Tamriel, surely a sign that the gods themselves were at work. The pursuing assassins killed the Blade's bodyguards in a relentless series of sneak attacks. Eventually they struck down the Emperor himself. Before he fell, Uriel Septim VII gave the Amulet of Kings to the prisoner, who somehow made it out of the Imperial sewers and into the light of day. Well, actually, after that point, there was no more assassins. The assassination is now known to have been the work of a group of Daedric cultists, known as the Mythic Dawn. Those who still suspect the Dark Brotherhood should consider two facts. First, they would have only needed a single assassin, not a small army of them. Second, the Dark Brotherhood would never be so foolish as to effectively declare war on the Empire, and thus ensure their complete destruction. Interesting they would say that. Very interesting. Witness the eventual fate of the Mythic Dawn. The Amulet of Kings next surfaced at Waynon Priory near Corral. Joffrey, secret Grandmaster of the Blades and head of the Priory, took possession of the amulet. A messenger was sent off to Kvatch to find a lowly priest named Martin. Unbeknownst even to himself, Martin was the bastard son of Uriel Septim VII and the last heir to the Ruby Throne. He alone could use the Amulet of Kings to light the dragon fires that wards the barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion, and save the world from the Mythic Dawn plot. The prisoner arrived at Kvatch to find it overrun by Daedra that had poured in from a newly opened Oblivion Gate, the start of the empire-spanning devastation of the Oblivion Crisis. How the prisoner closed the gate is not recorded. Damn, did I not keep a journal? I did keep a journal. Did no one pick it up? They get lost? That's a shame. Once closed, Martin and the surviving Kvatch guardsmen drove back the Daedra. Now known as the hero of Kvatch, the prisoner and Martin returned to Waynon Priory, only to find the Priory sacked and the amulet taken. Joffrey survived the attack, however, and the three of them made their way to Cloudwater Temple, Bastion of the Blades. This secret fortress in the mountains outside Bruma is where Martin was held safe while the hero of Kvatch searched for the lost amulet. Knowing only that a mysterious group called the Mythic Dawn was behind the assassination and theft of the amulet, the hero of Kvatch was sent to locate the cult. With the help of Boris, a blade at the service of the Emperor, they somehow used the commentaries of the Mysterium Xarxes, esoteric works by the madman Manka Cameron, to direct them to the Mythic Dawn's secret lair. Scholars familiar with the commentaries claim the location is not directly mentioned in them. How they did this remains a mystery. No official records exist of how the hero of Kvatch penetrated the Mythic Dawn's lair near Lake Arius. There is a bardic tale that claims the hero used trickery and disguise. I didn't. I could have, but I just went straight and killed everyone. But that is just speculation. What was discovered there is that Manca Cameron was behind the Mythic Dawn, and that the group worshipped the Daedric prince Mehrunes Dagon. Manca Cameron believes himself to be a direct descendant of the Cameron usurper, the infamous pretender to the throne of Valenwood. Somehow the hero escaped with the Mysterium Xarxes itself, the holy book of the Mythic Dawn cult. Manca Cameron fled to oblivion with the Amulet of Kings. With some effort and great risk to his sanity, Martin deciphered the Mysterium Xarxes and intended to use it to open a gateway to Manca Cameron in order to recover the Amulet of Kings. Before Martin could perform the ritual to open the gateway, Mehrunes Dagon opened an Oblivion Gate outside Bruma. The hero of Kavach saved the city and Martin by entering the gate and closing it before a Daedric siege engine could destroy Bruma and Cloudruler Temple. Many songs and stories have been told of this battle, and I will not retell them here. The hero of Kavach was now also known as the Saviour of Bruma. Saviour of everyone, really. With the city and Cloudruler Temple safe, Martin opened the portal to Manca Cameron's paradise. The details of what transpired in this place have not been recorded. All that is known is that the Saviour of Bruma travelled to this paradise, killed Manca Cameron, and returned with the Amulet of Kings. With the amulet in hand, Martin Septim presented himself to the Elder Council to be crowned Emperor of all Tamriel. Once crowned, he planned to relight the dragon fires and seal Tamriel from oblivion. In a last-stage attempt to stop him, Mehrunes Dagon launched an assault on the Imperial City, opening several Oblivion gates within the capital itself. Uncrowned, Martin joined the battle in the city streets. Mehrunes Dagon himself left Oblivion and entered Tamriel, breaking the Covenant. Only the unlit dragon fires allowed this to be possible. Now that the barrier was ripped asunder, it was too late to relighting the fires. Martin Septim chose to make the ultimate sacrifice. He shattered the Amulet of Kings to become the avatar of the god Akatosh and do battle with Mehrunes Dagon. Records of this battle vary wildly. What we do know is that Mehrunes Dagon was defeated and sent back to oblivion. The avatar of Akatosh was turned to stone and can be seen to this day in the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. With the amulet gone, the dragonfires quenched, and the lost Dragonblood Emperor dead, the barrier to oblivion is sealed forever. Very nice. Yeah, interesting perspective, and it even leaves some room for like interpretation. It was like scholars thought this. Okay. And we got everything. Let's equip our stuff. Wait, did I just have an option to talk to Razaban on the screen?
Let me do the talking. Come on. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
Okay, I gotcha. This will branch wine.
Hurry it up. I've got to get back before I'm missed.
I'm already through the door, aren't I?
Good luck. Did you see those robes?
You're on your own
this
now.
Morning? Who are they with? More of the emissaries' treaty enforcers? No, they're high mages, just in from Alinor. I guess herself is finally getting worried about all the dragon attacks. Ah, good. I've been wondering how we were supposed to defend this place from a dragon. If a dragon does show up, maybe we'll get lucky, and it will eat the mages first. Might give us enough time to kill it. Ha! I'd like to see those arrogant bastards taken down a notch. Always looking down their noses at us lowly foot sloggers.
Alright.
Well,
so that puts a little dent into the theory that the Thalmor are responsible for the dragons coming back. They seem to not know what's going on either. No one heard that? Okay. Let's look around and grab what we can. We get a close eye on it. We've got another book. We have got ourselves The Firmament. The Firmament by Fulke. The stars of Tamriel are divided into 13 constellations. 3 of them are the major constellations, known as the Guardians. These are the Warrior, the Mage, and the Thief. Each of the Guardians protects its 3 charges from the 13th constellation, the Serpent. When the sun rises near one of the constellations, it is that constellation's season. Each constellation, I'm tired of saying that word, has a season of approximately 1 month. The Serpent has no season, for it moves about in the heavens, usually threatening one of the other constellations. The Warrior. The Warrior is the first Guardian constellation, and he protects his charges during their seasons. The Warrior's own season is Last Seed, when his strength is needed for the harvest. His charges are the Lady, the Steed, and the Lord. Those born under the sign of a Warrior are skilled with weapons of all kinds, but prone to short tempers. The Mage. The Mage is a Guardian constellation whose season is Rain's Hand when Magicka was first used by men. His charges are the Apprentice, the Golem, and the Ritual. Those born under the Mage have more Magicka and talent for all kinds of spell casting, but are often arrogant and absent-minded. The Thief. The Thief is the last Guardian constellation, and her season is the darkest month of Evening Star. Her charges are the Lover, the Shadow, and the Tower. Those born under the sign of a thief are not typically thieves, but they take risks more often and only rarely come to harm. They will run out of luck eventually, however, and rarely live as long as those born under other signs. The Serpent. The Serpent wanders about in the sky and has no season, though its motions are predictable to a degree. No characteristics are common to all who are born under the sign of the Serpent. Those born under this sign are the most blessed and the most cursed. The Lady. The Lady is one of the Warrior's charges, and her season is Heartfire. Those born under the sign of the Lady are kind and tolerant. The Steed. The Steed is one of the Warrior's charges, and her season is mid-year. Those born under the sign of the Steed are impatient and always hurrying from one place to another. The Lord. The Lord's season is first seed, and he oversees all of Tamriel during the planting. Those born under the sign of the Lord are stronger and healthier than those born under other signs. The Apprentice. The Apprentice's season is sun-tight. Those born under the sign of the Apprentice have a special affinity for magic of all kinds, but are more vulnerable to magic as well. The Atronak. The Atronak, often called the Golem, is one of the Mage's charges. Its season is sun's dusk. Those born under this sign are natural sorcerers with deep reserves in magicka, but they cannot generate magicka of their own. The Ritual. The Ritual is one of the Mage's charges, and its season is Morning Star. Those born under this sign have a variety of abilities depending on the aspects of the moons and the divines. The Lover. The Lover is one of the Thief's charges, and her season is Sun's Dawn. Those born under the sign of a Lover are graceful and passionate. The Shadow. The Shadow's season is second seed. The Shadow grants those born under her sign the ability to hide in shadows. The Tower. The Tower is one of the Thief's charges, and its season is Frostfall. Those born under the sign of the Tower have a knack for finding gold and can open locks of all kinds. And that's it. Thank you very much. Pop, goblet, goblet, jug. Potion of Light Feet. Wine, goblet, goblet. I guess a sneak potion makes sense. Let's try this room first. Thalmor robes. Thalmor gloves. Are they light armor? No, they're just robes. They're not even armor. Candlestick. I didn't realize we could take candlesticks. Goblets, bowls. Mead barrel, thank you. All that flour. Potato basket. Potato. Grab all those brooms. You gonna come in here? Maybe. Okay. Carrots, baskets. Guess that's it. Hearing doors open. I'm gonna go for a kill here.
Never should have come here.
Okay, I can't sneak. Alright, let's eat some food. Or we'll go for potions. Yep, you'll see me burn, huh? Who's screaming for help? Calm yourselves. Take your sword, your gold, your rabbit. Ooh, elven armor. Yeah, we knew this time was gonna come. Yeah, we could probably drop. Start dropping some pots. How good is this armor though? Elven light armor 36, leather armor also 36. But lighter than leather armor. Light boots 10, leather boots 10, but this is lighter. Gauntlets. Got cultist gloves that are 10. It's also 10. But again, this is lighter. Light helmet 17. That's 18 and also has the enchantment. But there we go. So that door needs a key. Oh. Oh, you found whoever did this. I hope you enjoyed what you found. Okay, let's of course loot this room as well. Tomatoes, wine, mead. Cheese, bread, bowl, bread. We'll sort everything out later. Oh, 17 gold. Oh. Take another pot, why don't you? Or 2. Okay. We have got bread plate, cheese, wine, goblet, lavender, conjure cotton, draft of strength, potion of health, potion of regeneration, goblet, and another book. And another one we have a red. Jug, pot. We don't need a jug. Well, we want to take a pot. Sure. And we'll take this book, The Cake and the Diamond. Let's have a read. The Cake and the Diamond by Affin Mwendil. I was in the Rat in the Pot, a foreigner corner club in Alderun, talking to my fellow rats when I first saw the woman. Now, Breton women are fairly common in the Rat in the Pot. As a breed, they seem inclined to wander far from their perches in High Rock. Old Breton women, however, are not so migratory, and the wizened old biddy drew attention to herself, wandering about the room, talking to everyone. Nimloth and Odiad were at their usual places, drinking their usual stuff. Odiad was showing off a prize he had picked up in some illicit manner. A colossal diamond, large as a baby's hand and clear as spring water. I was admiring it when I heard the creaking of old bones behind me. Good day to you, friends, said the old woman. Good day to you, friend, said the old woman. My name is Abel Credit, and I am in need of financial assistance to facilitate my transportation to Ald Gradania. You want to save a temple for charity, said Nimloth curtly. I am not looking for charity, said Abel. I am looking to barter services. Don't make me sick, old woman, laughed Odiad. Did you say your name was Abel Credit? I asked. Are you related to Abel Credit? It's the same name. The High Rock alchemist. Closely related, she said with a cackle. We are the same person. Perhaps I could prepare you a potion in exchange for gold. I notice that you have in your possession a very fine diamond. The magical qualities of diamonds are boundless. Sorry, old woman. I ain't giving it up for magic. It was trouble enough stealing this one, said Odiad. I've got a fence who'll trade it for gold. But your fence will demand a certain percentage, will he not? But if I could give you a potion of invisibility in exchange, in return for that diamond you could have the means to steal many more. A very fair exchange of services, I would say. It would be, but I have no gold to give you, said Odiad. I'll take what remains of the diamond after I've made the potion, said Abel. If you took it to the Mages Guild, you'd have to supply all the other ingredients and pay for it as well. But I learned my craft in the wild, where no potion makers existed to dissolve diamonds into dust. When you must do it all by hand, by simple skill, you are blessed with remnants those fool potion makers at the guild simply swallow up. That sounds all very nice, said Nimloth, but how do we know your potion's going to work? If you make one potion, take the rest of Odiad's diamond and leave, we won't know until you've gone whether the potion works or not. Trust is so rare these days, sighed Abel. I suppose I could make 2 potions for you, and there'd still be a little bit of the diamond left for me. Not a lot, but perhaps enough to get me to Aldredana. Then you could try the first potion right here and now and see if you're satisfied or not. But, he interjected, you could make one potion that works and one that doesn't, and take more of the diamond. She could even give you a slow-acting poison, and by the time she got to Aldredana, you'd be dead. Bleeding Kinnereth, you Dunmer are suspicious. I will hardly have any diamond left, but I can make 2 potions of 2 doses each, so you can satisfy yourself that the potion works and has no negative effects. If you still don't trust me, come along with me to my table and witness my craft if you'd like. So it was decided that I would accompany Abel back to her table, where she had all her travelling bags full of herbs and minerals to make certain that she was not making 2 different potions. It took nearly an hour of preparation, but she kindly allowed me to finish her half-filled flagon of wine while I watched her work. Splintering the diamond and powdering the pieces required the bulk of her time. Over and over again, she waved her gnarled hands over the gem, intoning ancient enchantments, breaking the facets of the stone into smaller and smaller pieces. Separately, she made pastes of minced bittergreen, crushed red bulbs of Delarco's spay, and driblets of Siciliani oil. I finished the wine. Old woman, I finally said with a sigh, how much longer is this going to take? I'm getting tired of watching you work. The Mages Guild has fooled the populace into thinking alchemy is a science, she said. But if you're tired, rest your eyes. My eyes closed, seemingly of their own volition, but there had been something in that wine, something that made me do what she asked. I think I'll make up the potion as cakes. It's much more potent that way. Now tell me, young man, what will your friends do once I give them the potion? Mug you in the street afterwards to retrieve the rest of the diamond? I said simply. I didn't want to tell the truth, but there it was. I thought so, but I wanted to be certain. You may open your eyes now. I opened my eyes. Abel had made a small presentation on a wooden platter, 2 small cakes and a silver cutting knife. Pick up the cakes and bring them to the table, said Abel, and don't say anything except to agree with whatever I say. I did as I was told. It was a curious sensation. I didn't really mind being her puppet. Of course, in retrospect I resent it, but it seemed perfectly natural at the time to obey without question. Abel handed the cakes to Odiad, and I dutifully verified that both cakes were made the same way. She suggested that he cut one of the cakes in half, and she would take one piece and he'd take the other, just so he would know that they worked and weren't poisoned. Odiad thought it was a good idea and used Abel's knife to cut the cake. Abel took the piece on the left and popped into her mouth. Odiad took the piece on the right and swallowed it more cautiously. Abel and all the bags she was carrying vanished from sight almost instantly. Nothing happened to Odiad. Why did it work for the witch and not for me? Cried Odiad. Because the diamond dust was only on the left-hand side of the blade, said the old alchemist through me. I felt her control lessening as the distance grew, and she hurried invisibly down the dark, Aldwyn Street, away from the rat and the pot. We never found Abel Credit or the diamond. Whether she completed her pilgrimage to Aldredania is anyone's guess. The cakes had no effect, except to give Odiad a bad case of droops that lasted for nearly a week. Oh, I thought she was going to, kill him. That's pretty merciful of her, to be fair. Okay. Let's give you some more pots, because we're going to be getting more stuff soon. Like, say, some more Thalmor armor, potion of extra magicka. Love how light the armor is, by the way. Why can't I? Why is this not working? Why did that take so long? Thalmor wizard, hooded Thalmor robes, boots, gloves, dagger. Why is it clicking out? Very weird. Okay, let's another pot, another cupboard, gold, and we got the Wolf Queen Volume 5, another book. Stuff. What else is weighing us down? Clothes iron. Do we have one? I'm not completely sure. We do have a whole bunch of other stuff that we probably don't need. Like pots. Okay, let's read Wolf Queen Volume 5. Wolf Queen Book 5 by Warring Jarth. So this is before the one we read earlier, which was Volume 7. From the pen of Idzorlicus, 2nd century sage and student of Montakai. 3rd era 119. For 21 years the Emperor Antiochus Septim ruled Tamriel, and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. His greatest victory was in the War of the Isle in the year 110, when the Imperial fleet and the royal navies of Somerset Isle, together with the magical powers of the Sigic Order, succeeded in destroying the Piandonian invading armada. His siblings, King Magnus of Lilmoth, King Sephirus of Ghislaine, and Potema, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, ruled well, and relations between the Empire and the kingdoms of Tamriel were much improved. Still, centuries of neglect had not repaired all the scars that existed between the Empire and the kings of High Rock and Skyrim. During a rare visitation from his sister and nephew Uriel, Antiochus, who had suffered from several illnesses over his reign, lapsed into a coma. For months he lingered in between life and death while the Elder Council prepared for the ascension of his 15-year-old daughter Kintira to the throne. 3rd era 120. Mother, I can't marry Kintira, said Uriel, more amused by the suggestion than offended. She's my first cousin, and besides, I believe she's engaged to one of the Lords of Council, Medellus. You're squeamish. There's a time and a place for propriety, said Potema, but you're correct at any rate about Medellus, and we shouldn't offend the Elder Council at this critical juncture. How do you feel about Princess Rachma? You spent a good deal of time in her company in Faerun? She's all right, said Uriel. Don't tell me you want to hear all the dirty details. Please spare me your study of her anatomy. Potema grimaced, but would you marry her? I suppose so. Wow, what a tale of love right there. Very good, I'll make the arrangements then. Potema made a note for herself before continuing. King Liromo has been a difficult ally to keep, and a political marriage should keep Faerun on our side, should we need them. When is the funeral? What funeral? Asked Uriel. You mean for Uncle Antiochus? Of course, sighed Potema. Anyone else of note die recently? There are a bunch of little Redguard children running through the halls, so I guess Sephirus has arrived. Magnus arrived at court yesterday, so it ought to be any day now. It's time to address the council then, said Potema, smiling. She dressed in black, not her usual colourful ensembles. It was important to look the part of a grieving sister. Regarding herself in the mirror, she felt that she looked all of her 53 years. A shock of silver wound its way through her auburn hair. The long, cold, dry winters in northern Skyrim had created a map of wrinkles, thin as a spiderweb, all across her face. Still, she knew that when she smiled she could win hearts, and when she frowned she could inspire fear. It was enough for her purposes. Potema's speech to the Elder Council was perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and self-abasement. My most august and wise friends, members of the Elder Council, I am but a provincial queen, and I can only assume to bring to issue what you yourselves must have already pondered. She continued on to praise the late emperor, who had been a popular ruler despite his flaws. He was a true septim and a great warrior, destroying with your counsel the near-invincible armada of Piandonia. But little time was wasted before she came to her point. The Empress Jazilla had unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirits. In point of fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on more beds than she. Had she attended to her duties in the imperial bedchamber more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the empire, not the half-witted milksop bastards who call themselves the Emperor's children. The girl called Kintira is popularly believed to be the daughter of Jazilla and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Jazilla and the boy who cleans the cistern. We can never know for certain. Not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son Uriel, the eldest true son of the Septim dynasty. My lords, the princes of the empire, will not stand for a bastard on the throne, that I can assure you. She ended mildly, but with a call to action. Posterity will judge you. You know what must be done. That evening, Potema entertained her brothers and their wives in the map room, her favourite of the imperial dining chambers. The walls were splashed with bright, if fading representations of the empire and all the known lands beyond. Thalmor, Jokunda, Akavir, Piandonia, Thras. Overhead, the great glass domed ceiling, wet with rain, displayed distorted images of the stars overhead. Lightning flashed every other minute, casting strange phantom shadows on the walls. "When will you speak to the council?" asked Potema, as dinner was served. "I don't know if I will," said Magnus. "I don't believe I have anything to say." "I'll speak to them when they announce the coronation of Kintira," said Severus, "merely as a formality to show my support and the support of Hammerfell." "You can speak for all of Hammerfell?" asked Potema with a teasing smile. "The Red Guards must love you very much." "We have a unique relationship with the Empire in Hammerfell," said Severus's wife, Bianchi. "Since the Treaty of Strasbourg, it's been understood that we are part of the Empire, but not a subject." "I understand you're already spoken to the Council," said Magnus's wife, Helena, pointedly. She was a diplomat by nature, but as the Cyrillic ruler of an Argonian kingdom, she knew how to recognize and confront adversity. "Yes, I said Potema, pausing to savor a slice of braised jailbird. Jailbird, not... or Yalfbird, not jailbird. "I gave him a short speech about the coronation this afternoon." "Our sister is an excellent public speaker," said Severus. "You're too kind," said Potema, laughing. "I do many things better than speaking." "Such as?" asked Bianchi, smiling. "Might I ask what you said in your speech?" asked Magnus, suspiciously. There was a knock on the chamber door. The head steward whispered something to Potema, who smiled in response and rose from the table. "I told the council that I would give my full support to the coronation, provided they proceed with wisdom. What could be sinister about that?" "No, maybe a few things, like trying to overthrow the emperor." "What could be sinister about that?" Potema said, and took her glass of wine with her to the door. "If you'll pardon me, my niece Kintira wishes to have a word with me." Kintira stood in the hall of the Imperial Guard. She was but a child, but on reflection, Potema realized that at her age she was already married 2 years to Mantiarco. There was a similarity to the certain. Potema could see Kintira as the young queen with dark eyes and pallid skin smooth and resolute like marble. Anger flashed momentarily in Kintira's eyes on seeing her aunt, but emotion left her, replaced with calm imperial presence. "Queen Potema," she said serenely, "I've been informed that my coronation will take place in 2 days' time. Your presence at the ceremony will not be welcome. I have already given orders to your servants to have your belongings packed, and an escort will be accompanying you back to your kingdom tonight. That is all. Goodbye, aunt." Potema began to reply, but Kintira and her guard turned and moved back down the corridor to the stateroom. The Wolf Queen watched them go, and then re-entered the map room. "Sister-in-law," said Potema, addressing Bianchi with deep malevolence, "you asked what I do better than speaking. The answer is... war." And there it is. Let the overthrowing of whatever empire begin. As we grab ourselves a candlestick and some snowberries and a thistle branch and a jug and a cupboard, cold roll of paper and another book. We've got the Monomyth, and we're once again carrying a lot. Okay, let us read the Monomyth. The Monomyth. In Mundus, conflict and disparity are what bring change, and change is the most sacred of the 11 forces. Change is a force without focus or origin. Ognita Taherete Order of Sij. Is that meant to be like the Sijic Empire? Simply put, the schism in the human/Aldbury worldview is the mortal's relationship to the divine. Humans take the humble path that they were created by the immortal forces, while the Aldmer claim descent from them. It doesn't seem like much, but it is a distinction that colours the rest of their diverging mythologies. All Tamrielic religions begin the same. Man or mer, things begin with the dualism of Anu and his other. These twin forces go by many names: Anu Padme, Anuel Sifis, Ak-El, Satak Akel, Is not. I like that one. Anuel is the everlasting ineffable light. Sifis is the corrupting inexpressible action. In the middle is the grey maybe Nern in the Eldnefex. So Anu was like one of the things that started the world, right? Like a counterpart to her. Or it, I don't know. In most cultures, Anuel is honoured for his part of the interplay that creates the world. The Sifis is held in highest esteem because he's the one that causes the reaction. Sifis is thus the original creator, an entity who intrinsically causes change without design. Even the Hist acknowledge this being. Anuel is also perceived of as order, opposed to the Sifis chaos. Perhaps it is easier for mortals to envision change than perfect stasis, for often Anuel is relegated to the mythic background of Sifis fancies. In Yokudan folk tales, which are among the most vivid in the world, Satak is only referred to a handful of times as the Hum. He is a force so prevalent as to be not really there at all. In any case, from these two beings spring the Etada, who are original spirits. To humans, these Etada are the gods and demons. To the Altmer, the Aedra/Daedra, or the ancestors. All of the Tamrielic pantheons fill their rosters from these Etada, though divine membership often differs from culture to culture. Like Anu and Padme, though, every one of these pantheons contains the archetypes of the Dragon God and the Missing God. The Dragon God and the Missing God. The Dragon God is always related to time, and is universally revered as the first god. He is often called Akatosh, whose purge from eternity allowed the day. He is the central god of the Cyrodiilic Empire. The Missing God is always related to the mortal plane, and is a key figure in the human/Aldbury schism. The Missing refers to either his palpable absence from the pantheon, another mental distress that is interpreted a variety of ways, or the removal of his divine spark by the other immortals. He is often called Lorcan, and his epitaphs are many, equally damnable and devout. Note that Tamriel and the mortal plane do not exist yet. The Grey maybe is still the playground of the original spirits. Some are more bound to Anu's light, others to the unknowable void. Their constant flux and interplay increase their number, and their personalities take long to congeal. When Akatosh forms, time begins, and it becomes easier for some spirits to realize themselves as beings of a past and a future. The strongest of the recognizable spirits crystallize. Mephala, Arche, Yifra, Magnus, Rukta, etc., etc. Others remain as concepts, ideas, or emotions. One of the strongest of these, a barely formed urge, with the others called Lorcan, details a plan to create Mundus, the mortal plane. Humans, with the exception of the Red Guards, see this act as a divine mercy, an enlightenment whereby lesser creatures can reach immortality. Aldmen, with the exception of Dark Elves, see this act as a cruel deception, a trick that sundered their connection to the spirit plane. The Myth of Arbis. Subtitled The Sijic Compensation, Mythic Arbis was an attempt by Artaeum apologists to explain the basics of Aldbury religion to Uriel V in the early glorious part of his reign. He quietly avoided any blame or bias against the Lorcan concept, which was still held in esteem by the Cyrodiils as Shazar, the missing sibling of the divines. Despite this, the Sijici, or Sijici, still gave a nice summary of the Elder View, and it will serve our purposes here. This version comes from the archives of Imperial Seminary of the handwritten notes of an unknown scribe. Mythic Albus exists and has existed from time without measure as a fanciful, unnatural realm. Albus is used to connote the imperceptible penumbra, the grey centre between the IS/IS knot of Anu and Padme. It contains the multitude realms of Aetherius and Oblivion, as well as other less structured forms. Magical beings of mythic Orbis live for a long time and have complex narrative lives, creating the patterns of myth. These are spirits made from bits of the immortal polarity. The first of these was Akatosh the Time Dragon, whose formation made it easier for other spirits to structure themselves. Gods and demons form and reform and procreate. Finally, the magical beings of mythic orbis told the ultimate story, that of their own death. For some, this was an artistic transfiguration into the concrete, non-magical substance of the world. For others, this was a war in which all were slain, their bodies becoming the substance of the world. For yet others, this was a romantic marriage and parenthood, with the parent spirits naturally having to die and give way to the succeeding mortal races. The agent of this communal decision was Lorcan, whom most early myths vilify as a trickster or deceiver. More sympathetic versions of this story point out Lorcan as being the reason the mortal plane exists at all. The magical beings created the races of the mortal orbis in their own image, either consciously as artists and craftsmen, or as a fecund rotting matter out of which the mortals sprang forth, or in a variety of other analogical senses. Magical beings then having died became the Etada. The Etada are the things perceived and revered by the mortals as gods, spirits, or geniuses of Albis. Through their deaths, these magical beings separated themselves in nature from the other magical beings of the unnatural realms. The Daedra were created at this time also being spirits and gods more attuned to oblivion, or that realm closer to the void of Padme. This act is the dawn of a mythic, malefic era. It has been perceived by the earliest mortals many different ways, either as a joyous second creation, or, especially by the elves, as a painful fracturing from the divine. The originator of the event is always Lorcan. Lorcan, this creator, trickster, tester deity, is in every Tamrielic mythic tradition. His most popular name is the Ardmari Lorcan, or Doom Drum. He convinced or contrived the original spirits to bring about the creation of a mortal plane, upsetting the status quo much like his father Padme had introduced instability to the universe in the beginning place. After the world had materialized, Lorcan is separated from his divine center, sometimes involuntarily, and wanders the creation of the Etada. Interpretations of these events differ widely by culture. Below are some of the better known. Yokudan, or Rokudan, Satakal, the world skin. Satak was first serpent, the snake who came before, and all the worlds to come rested in the glimmer of its scales. But it was so big there was nothing but, and thus it was coiled around and around itself, and the worlds to come slid across each other, but none had room to breathe or even be, and so the worlds called to something to save them, to let them out. But of course there was nothing outside the first serpent, so aid had to come from the inside it. This was Akel, the hungry stomach. Akel made itself known, and Satak could only think about what it was, and it was the best hunger, so it ate and ate. Soon there was enough room to live in the world, and things began. These things were new, and they often made mistakes, for there was hardly time to practice being things before. So most things ended quickly, or were not good, or gave up on themselves. Some things were about to start, but they were eaten up as Satak got to that part of its body. This was a violent time. Pretty soon Akel caused Satak to bite its own heart, and that was the end. The hunger, though, refused to stop even in death, and so the first serpent shed its skin to begin anew. As the old world died, Satakal began, and when things realized this pattern, so did they realize what their part in it was. They began to take names like Ruptka or Tuhaka, and they strode about looking for their kin. As Satakal ate itself over and over, the strongest spirits learned to bypass the cycle by moving at strange angles. They called this process the walkabout, a way of striding between the worldskins. Rupka was so big that he was able to place the stars in the sky so that weaker spirits might find their way easier. This practice became so easy for the spirits that it became a place called the Far Shores, a time of waiting until the next skin. Rupka was able to sire many children through the cycles, and so he became known as the Tall Papa. That's an interesting name. They continued to place stars to map out the void for others, but after so many cycles there were almost too many spirits to help out. He made himself a helper from the detritus of past skins, and this was Sep, or Second Serpent. Sep had much of the hungry stomach still left in him, multiple hungers from multiple skins. He was so hungry he could not think straight. Sometimes he would just eat the spirits he was supposed to help, but Tall Papa would always reach in and take them back, out. Finally, tired of helping Tall Papa, Sep went and gathered the rest of the old skins and pulled them up, tricking spirits to help him, promising them this was how you reached the new world, by making one out of the old. These spirits loved this way of living, as it was easier. No more jumping from place to place. Many spirits joined in, believing this was good thinking. Tall Papa just shook his head. Pretty soon the spirits on the skin ball started to die, because they were very far from the real world of Satakal, and they found that it was too far to jump into the far shores now. The spirits that were left pleaded with Tall Papa to take them back, but Grim Rutger would not, and he told the spirits that they must learn new ways to follow the stars to the far shores now. If they could not, then they must live on through their children, which was not the same as before. Sep, however, needed more punishment, and so Tall Papa squashed the snake with a big stick. The hunger fell out of Sep's dead mouth, and was the only thing left of the second serpent. While the rest of the new world was allowed to strive back to godhood, Sep could only slink around in a dead skin, or swim about in the sky, a hungry void that jealously tried to eat the stars. Cyrodiilic, Shazar's Song. This was a new thing that Shazar described to the gods becoming mothers and fathers, being responsible and making great sacrifices with no guarantee of success, but Shazar spoke beautifully to them and moved them beyond mystery and tears. Thus, the Aedra gave free birth to the world, the beasts and the beings, making these things from parts of themselves. This free birth was very painful, and afterwards the Aedra were no longer young and strong and powerful as they had been from the beginning of days. Some Aedra were disappointed and bitter in their loss, and angry with Shazar, and with all creation, for they felt Shazar had lied and tricked them. These Aedra, the gods of the Alma led by Auriel, were disgusted by their enfeebled selves and by what they had created. Everything is spoiled. For now and for all time, and the most we can do is teach the elven races to suffer nobly, with dignity, and chastise ourselves for our folly, and avenge ourselves upon Shazar and his allies. Thus are the gods of the elves dark and brooding, and thus are the elves ever dissatisfied with mortality, and always proud and stoic despite the harshness of his cruel and indifferent world. Other Aedra looked upon creation and were well pleased. These Aedra, the gods of men and beast folk led by Akatosh, praised and cherished their wards, the mortal races. Interesting, so the elves' gods and the gods of man, not exactly friends. We have suffered and are diminished for all time, but the mortal world we have made is glorious, filling our hearts and spirits with hope. Let us teach the mortal races to live well, to cherish beauty and honour, and to love one another as we love them. Thus are the gods of men tender and patient, and thus are men and beast folk great in heart for joy or suffering, and ambitious for greater wisdom and a better world. Now when the Daedra lords heard Shazar, they mocked him and the other Daedra. Cut parts of ourselves off and lose them forever? That's stupid. You'll be sorry, we are far smarter than you, for we will create a new world out of ourselves, but we will not cut it off or let it mock us. We will make this world within ourselves, forever ours, and under our complete control. So the Daedra lords created the Daedric realms, and all the ranks of lesser Daedra, great and small, and for the most part the Daedra lords were well pleased with this arrangement, for they always had worshippers and servants and playthings close to hand, but at the same time they sometimes looked with envy upon the mortal realms, for though mortals were foul and feeble and contemptible, their passions and ambitions were also far more surprising and entertaining than the antics of the lesser Daedra. I guess that's why the Daedra lords love meddling in the realm of man. Thus do the Daedra lords court and seduce certain amusing specimens of the mortal races, especially the passionate and powerful. It gives the Daedra lords special pleasure to steal away from Shazar and the Aedra of the greatest and most ambitious mortals. Not only are you fools to mutilate yourselves, gloat the Daedra lords, but you cannot even keep the best pieces, which prefer the glory and power of the Daedra lords to the feeble vulgarity of a mush-minded Aedra. Altmari, the heart of the world. Anu encompassed and encompasses all things, so that he might know himself he created Anuel, his soul and the soul of all things. Anuel, as all souls, was given to self-reflection, and for this he needed to differentiate between his forms, attributes, and intellects. Thus was born Sithis, who was the sum of all the limitations Anuel would utilize to ponder himself. Anuel, who is the soul of all things, therefore became many things, and this interplay was and is the Albis. At first the Albis was turbulent and confusing, as Anuel's ruminations went on aspect without design. Aspects of the Albis then asked for a schedule to follow, or procedures whereby they might enjoy themselves a little longer outside of perfect knowledge. So that he might know himself this way too, Anu created Auriel, the soul of his soul. Auriel bled through the Albis as a new force called time. With time, various aspects of the Albis began to understand their natures and limitations. They took names like Magnus or Mara or Zen. One of these, Lorcan, was more of a limit than a nature, so he could never last long anywhere. As he entered every aspect of Anuya, Lorcan would plant an idea that was almost wholly based on limitation. He outlined a plan to create a soul for the Orbis, a place where the aspects of aspects might even be allowed to self-reflect. He gained many followers. Even Auriel, when told he would become the king of a new world, agreed to help Lorcan. So they created the Mundus, where their own aspects might live, and became the Atada. But this was a trick, as Lorcan knew this world contained more limitations than not, and was therefore hardly a thing of Anu at all. Mundus was the house of Sithis. As their aspects began to die off, many of the Atada vanished completely. Some escaped, like Magnus. That is why there are no limitations to magic. Others, like Aetheric, transformed themselves into the Elnolfi. The earth burned so that the whole world might not die. Some had to marry and make children just to last. Each generation was weaker than the last, and soon there were Altmer. Darkness caved in. Lorcan made armies out of the weakest souls and named them men, and they brought Sithis into every quarter. Auriel pleaded with Anu to take them back, but he had already filled their places with something else. But his soul was gentler and granted Auriel his bow and shield so that he might save the Altmer from the hordes of men. Some had already fallen, like the Chimer, who listened to the tainted Atada, and others, we'll learn more about them later, like the Bosmer, had soiled Time's line by taking mannish wives. Auriel could not save Altmora, the Elderwood, and it was lost to men. They were chased south and east to Old Elnothay, and Lorcan was close behind. He shattered that land into many. Finally, Chirinamak, Auriel's greatest knight, knocked Lorcan down in front of his army and reached in with more than hands to take his heart. He was undone. The men dragged Lorcan's body away and swore blood vengeance on the heirs of Auriel for all time. But when Chirinamak and Auriel tried to destroy the heart of Lorcan, it laughed at them. It said, "This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other." So Auriel fastened the thing to an arrow and let it fly along into the sea, where no aspect of a new world may ever find it. There it is. Read along read from Monomyth, which I guess takes you through a lot of the religions. Take some Thalmor boots and gloves, and we're carrying too much. Which means we shall drop another pot. I guess we got some wooden stuff. Buckets and baskets we can probably drop. Right, got 19 and 21. Okay, so that's the way forward, so naturally we'll go back. There's some more places to go. There's this little storage room here. We'll take a pitchfork. Cord, garlic. Troll skull. Garlic. Gold. Fine clothes boots. Charcoal. Child's doll. What's a child's doll doing in here? Oh yeah, we got some brooms you can drop. We don't need all of those. I think we've already got a... I don't know why we have this jug. Okay. Large sack empty. These cups are worth a decent amount in the bowl. Flour, one ladle, cupboard, more child's dolls. That is very weird, and a wooden sword. And we'll take it, and then we'll drop a bunch of other stuff. Iron daggers 5, steel sword is less. Our cutter's axe I don't think we have, so we'll keep that. I think we have a lot of this stuff, but I'm not sure. So keep one just in case. Okay. Do we look through this? Yes. You can tell because I left pots there. There's also an upstairs area. Bench, chair. Doesn't appear to be anyone in here, so let's play around. 10 gold. Thank you. Bread, cheese, bread. Plate, cake and a diamond, which we just read. Goblet, wine. Drum, we don't have. Potion of health. Plentiful healing, lavender. Some money. Pretty sure we have another steel sword. I'm willing to take the risk. Got a lot of food. Maybe we can start dropping / eating that too. It goes outside. We already looked in here. Little bedroom with a skull. Tiger cotton, flour. Wardrobe. We'll take the fine clothes. Potion of regeneration, thank you. Why is it not doing it? Alright, let's just start dropping stuff like this. Can't sleep, unfortunately. Pot, goblet, jug. Gold, fine clothes. Guess we don't need that many Thalmor clothes and stuff. Candlestick, gold. Nothing in there. Take the frostbite venom. We'll take a flagon. We definitely don't have one of those. Oh, we got another book. We got an Explorer's Guide to Skyrim. That should be an interesting read. Find out a bit more about where we are. Maybe we just start eating some food. Nah. We got more to drop. Oh, maybe not that one. Okay. An Explorer's Guide to Skyrim, which is updated our map. By Marcius Carvane Viscount Bruma. Oh, someone in Bruma made this. Makes sense, because it's obviously very close to the border. Far too often. Oh, Carvane as well. That's, the Countess of Bruma was called Narina Carvane, right? So this must be a relative of the Countess. That's a nice touch. Far too often, noble visitors from Cyrodiil see little more of Skyrim than the view from their carriage. To be sure, this coarse, uncivilized province is far from hospitable. Oh, well, that's nice, but it is also a place of fierce, wild beauty, with grand vistas and inspiring natural wonders awaiting those with the will to seek them out, and the refinement to truly appreciate them. If you are of a mind to see Skyrim for yourself, I recommend beginning your adventure as I did, by seeking out Stones of Fate. No doubt you are taken aback by the name as I once was. The provincials and village folk have all manner of dark tales about these ancient monuments, stories of necromantic rituals and fell spirits of great and terrible powers conferred on any who dare to touch them. The stories are, as Jarl Igroth once told me, a load of mammoth dung. A bit uncouth, but you get the point. To be sure, keep your guards with you at all times. Brigands and wild animals are never to be taken lightly, but the stones themselves are nothing to fear. Quite the contrary, their proximities to cities and roads makes them ideal destinations for a novice explorer, and many boast spectacular views that make the journey well worth the effort. To whet your appetite, here are 4 such locations. Most travellers enter Skyrim by way of Helgen, gateway to the north. If you find yourself in this backwater hovel, consider taking an afternoon's ride to the north, keeping to the road as it winds down the cliffs at the eastern end of Lake Ilinalta. Just off the path on a small bluff lie the 3 Guardian Stones, the greatest concentration of standing stones in all Skyrim. The view of the lake here at sunset is simply sublime. I think that's like when you're supposed to go with like whoever you escape from at the start, and they take you past the stones and you're supposed to grab one, and we just didn't do that. Visitors from Shadenal will pass through Riften, city of intrigue and larceny since Tiber Septim's day. If you seek adventure in the Rift, leave the city by the southern gate and cast your gaze upon the bluff that rises to the south. Atop it sits the Shadowstone, a fitting symbol for the city of thieves. That's interesting. Knowing what I know about Riften, that's a very convenient location, and it's funny how the town just sort of becomes like the stone it's near, hey? Whiterun is the heart of Skyrim, its towering palace rivaling even the great castles of Cyrodiil. But should you tire of the Jarl's hospitality, another adventure awaits a few hours to the east of the city, along the road that rises above White River Gorge. The ritual stone can be found atop the lone hill that rises on the north side of a road, set into an ancient monument. Take time to soak in the incredible view of Whiterun, the tundra and the gorge from this unique spot. More seasoned explorers may wish to visit Markarth, the ancient city of stone far to the west. A recent forsworn rebellion has made travel in the reach perilous, but for those determined to seek adventure no matter the cost, another stone can be found to the east of the city, perched on the mountain above Kolskegga Mine. Though the climb is difficult, reaching the summit is a milestone any explorer could be proud of. There are other stones of fate to be found in Skyrim. I myself have seen several more, perched on the most remote mountain peaks or wreathed in fog amid the northern marshes, but the true joy of exploration is in the discovery, and so I leave the rest to you. May the 8 guide your steps. 8? Damn it. Even the Carvanes have given up on Talos. After all Akatosh did for you. But yeah, cool book. And I guess some spots have been put on our map now. It's a shame we didn't get all of the stones revealed to us, but I guess that would probably been a little bit too easy. And this chest has 19 gold. I guess we already looked in this stuff. Okay, so we looked in here. We can also go this way. And we've got ourselves another book. We've got Dwemer History and Culture. Collected Essays on Dwemer History and Culture, Chapter 1, Malabar Sul and the Trivialization of the Dwemer in Popular Culture, by Hasfat Antabolis. Didn't we hear that name in one of the other books today? While Malabar Sul's ancient tales of the Dwemer was definitively debunked in scholarly circles as early as the reign of Katarai I, it remains one of the staples of the literate middle classes of the empire, and has served to set the image of the Dwemer in the popular imagination for generations of schoolchildren. What about this lengthy but insubstantial tome has proved so captivating to the public that it has been able to see off both the scorn of the literati and the scathing critiques of the scholars? Before examining this question, I think that's examining, it should be, a brief summary of the provenance and subsequent career of ancient tales would be appropriate. First published around 2nd era 670 in the interregnum between the fall of the First Cyrodiilic Empire and the rise of Tiber Septim, it was originally presented as a serious scholarly work based on research in the archives of the University of Gwilym, and in the chaos of that era was taken at face value, a sign of the sad state of Dwemer scholarship of those years. Little is known of the author, but Malabar Sul was most likely a pseudonym of Gore Felim, a prolific writer of penny dreadful romances of that era, who is known to have used many other pseudonyms. While most of Felim's other work has thankfully been lost to history, what little survives matches ancient tales in both language and tone. See Lomis, textual comparison of Gore Felim's A Hypothetical Treachery with Malabar Sul's Ancient Tales of the Dwemer. Felim lived in Cyrodiil his whole life, writing light entertainments for the elite of the old imperial capital. Why he decided to turn his hand to the Dwemer is unknown, but it is clear that his research consisted of nothing more than collecting the peasants' tales of the Nibene Valley and recasting them in Dwemer guise. The book proved popular in Cyrodiil, and Felim continued to churn out more volumes, until the series numbered 7 in all. Ancient Tales of the Dwemer was thus firmly established as a local favourite in Cyrodiil, already in its 17th printing, when the historical forces that propelled Tiber Septim to prominence also began to spread the literature of the heartland across the continent. Malabar Sul's version of the Dwemer was seized upon in a surge of human racial nationalism that has not yet subsided. The Dwemer appear in these tales as creatures of fable and light fantasy, but in general they are just like us. They come across as a bit eccentric perhaps, but certainly there is nothing fearsome or dangerous about them. Compare these to the Dwemer of early Redguard legend, a mysterious powerful race capable of bending the very laws of nature to their will. Vanished but perhaps not gone. Or the Dwemer portrayed in the most ancient Nord sagas, fearsome warriors tainted by blasphemous religious practices, who used their profane mechanisms to drive the Nords from Morrowind. Malabar Sul's Dwemer were much more amenable to the spirit of the time, which saw humans as the pinnacle of creation, and the other races as unenlightened barbarians, or imperfect lesser versions of humans eager for tutelage. Ancient Tales falls firmly in the latter camp, which does much to explain its enduring hold on the popular imagination. Malabar Sul's Dwemer are so much more comfortable, so much friendlier, so much more familiar than the real Dwemer, whose truly mysterious nature we are only beginning to understand. The public prefers the light, trivial version of this vanished race, and from what I have learned in my years of studying the Dwemer, I have some sympathy for that preference. As the following essays will show, the Dwemer were to our modern eyes a remarkably unlikable people in many ways. Okay, and thus we are now carrying too much. Well, we'll go closer. We're going to have plenty more books here. Very nice. We've read Brief History of the Empire, Volume 2, so we don't need to pick up that. Same for Wolf Queen, Volume 7. Biography of Baron Zaya, Volume 3. Biography of Baron Zaya, Volume 3 by Stern Gamboge, Imperial Scribe. In the second volume of this series, it was told how Baron Zaya was kindly welcomed to the new constructed imperial city by the Emperor Tiber Septim and his family, who treated her like a long-lost daughter during her almost 1-year stay. After several happy months there learning her duties as vassal queen under the Empire, the Imperial General Symmachus escorted her to Mournhold, where she took up her duties as queen of her people under his wise guidance. Gradually they came to love one another and were married and crowned in a splendid ceremony at which the Emperor himself officiated. After several hundred years of marriage, a son, Helseth, was born to the royal couple amid celebration and joyous prayer. Although it was not publicly known at the time, it was shortly before this blessed event that the Staff of Chaos had been stolen from its hiding place deep in the Mournhold mines by a clever, enigmatic bard known only as the Nightingale. 8 years after Helseth's birth, Baranzaya bore a daughter, Morgaya, named after Symmachus' mother, and the royal couple's joy seemed complete. Alas, shortly after that, relations with the Empire mysteriously deteriorated, leading to much civil unrest in Mournhold. After fruitless investigations and attempts at reconciliation, in despair, Baranzaya took her young children and travelled to the imperial city herself to seek the ear of then Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Symmachus retained in Mournhold to deal with the grumbling peasants and annoyed nobility, and do what he could to stave off an impending insurrection. During her audience with the Emperor, Baranzaya, through her magical arts, came to realize to her horror and dismay that the so-called Emperor was an impostor, none other than the bard Nightingale who had stolen the Staff of Chaos. Exercising great self-control, she concealed this realization from him. That evening, news came that Symmachus had fallen in battle with the revolting peasants of Mournhold, and that the kingdom had taken over by the rebels. Baranzaya at this point did not know where to seek help or from whom. The gods that fateful night were evidently looking out for her as if in redress of her loss. King Edwire of High Rock, an old friend of Uriel Septimus Symmachus, came by on a social call. He comforted her, pledged his friendship, and furthermore confirmed her suspicions that the Emperor was indeed a fraud, and none other than Jaeger Farn, the Imperial battle mage and one of the Nightingale's many alter egos. Farn had supposedly retired into seclusion from public work and installed his assistant Rhea Sealmain in his stead. Perhaps this assistant was later put to death under mysterious circumstances. Supposedly a plot implicating her had been uncovered, and she had been summarily executed. However, her ghost had appeared to Edwire in a dream and revealed to him that the true Emperor had been kidnapped by Farn and imprisoned in an alternate dimension. Farn had then used the Staff of Chaos to kill her when she attempted to warn the Elder Council of his nefarious plot. Together, Edwire and Baranzaya plotted to gain the false Emperor's confidence. Meanwhile, another friend of Rhea's, known only as the Champion, who apparently possessed great, albeit untapped, potential, was incarcerated in the Imperial dungeons. I think this is the arena protagonist. The Champion. It's very generic and starts in the dungeons, which is typical of Elder Scrolls games. However, she had access to his dreams, and she told him to bide his time until she could devise a plan that would effect his escape. Then he could begin on his mission to unmask the impostor. Baranzaya continued to charm and eventually befriended the Ursat's Emperor. By contriving to read his secret diary, she learned that he had broken the Staff of Chaos into 8 pieces and hidden them in far-flung locations scattered across Tamriel. She managed to obtain a copy of the key to Rhea's friend's cell and bribed a guard to leave it there as if by accident. Their champion, whose name was unknown even to Baranzaya and Idwire, made his escape through a shift gate Rhea had opened in an obscure corner of the Imperial dungeons, using her already failing powers. The champion was free at last and almost immediately went to work. It took Baranzaya several more months to learn the hiding places of all 8 staff pieces through snatches of overheard conversation and rare glances at Farn's diary. Once she had the vital information, however, which she communicated to Rhea forthwith, who in turn passed it on to the champion, she and Edwire lost no time. They fled to Wayrest, his ancestral kingdom in the province of High Rock, where they managed to fend off the sporadic efforts of Farn's henchmen to haul them back to the Imperial City, or at the very least obtain revenge. Farn, whatever else might be said of him, was no one's fool, save perhaps Baranzaya's, and he concentrated most of his efforts towards tracking down and destroying the champion. As all now know, the courageous indefatigable, never heard that word before, and forever nameless champion was successful in reuniting the 8 sundered pieces of the Staff of Chaos. With it, he destroyed Farn and rescued the true Emperor, Uriel Septim VII. Following what is come to be known as the Restoration, a grand state memorial service was held for Symmachus at the Imperial City, befitting the man who had served the Septim dynasty for so long and so well. Baron Zaya and good King Edward had come to care deeply for one another during their trials and adventures, and were married in the same year shortly after their flight from the imperial city. Her 2 children from her previous marriage of Symmachus remained with her, and a regent was appointed to rule Mournhold in her absence. Up to the present time, Queen Baron Zaya has been in Wayrest with Prince Helseth and Princess Morgaya. She plans to return to Mournhold after Idwire's death. Since he was already elderly when they wed, she knows that event, alas, cannot be far off, as the elves reckon time. Until then, she shares in the government of the Kingdom of Wayrest with her husband, and seems glad and content with her finally quiet and happily unremarkable life. Okay, we've got Brief History of the Empire, Volume 3. Can't remember if we read that one. So yeah, I forgot to keep a list of all the books I've read. Sorry, I'm just checking. Okay, maybe we've read Volume 2, but not Volume 3. Okay. A Brief History of the Empire, Part 3, by Stronach Kofoj III, Imperial Historian. The first volume of this series told in brief the story of the succession of the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty, from Tiber I to Kintira II. The second volume described the War of the Red Diamond and the 6 emperors that followed its aftermath, from Uriel III to Cassinda I. At the end of that volume it was described how the Emperor Cassinda's half-brother Uriel IV assumed the throne of the Empire of Tamriel. It will be recalled that Uriel IV was one of Septim by birth. His mother, though she reigned as empress for many years, was a dark elf married to a true Septim emperor, Pelagius III. Uriel's father was actually Catariah I's consort after Pelagius's death, a Breton nobleman named Galivir Lariat. Before taking the throne of Empire, Cassinda I had ruled the kingdom of Wayrest, but poor health had forced him to retire. Cassinda had no children, so he legally adopted his half-brother Uriel and abdicated the kingdom. 7 years later, Cassinda inherited the empire at the death of his mother. 3 years after that, Uriel once again found himself a recipient of Cassinda's inheritance. Uriel IV's reign was a long and difficult one. Despite being a legally adopted member of the Septim family, and despite the Lariat family's high position indeed, they were distant cousins of the Septims. Few of the Elder Council could be persuaded to accept him fully as a blood descendant of Tiber. The council had assumed much responsibility during Catariah I's long reign and Cassinda I's short one, and a strong-willed alien monarch like Uriel IV found it impossible to command their unswerving fealty. Time and again the council and emperor were at odds, and time and again the council won the battles. Since the days of Pelagius II, the Elder Council consisted of the wealthiest men and women in the Empire, and the power they wielded was conclusive. The council's last victory over Uriel IV was posthumous. Andorak, Uriel IV's son, was disinherited by vote of council, and a cousin more closely related to the original Septim line was proclaimed Sepphoris II in 3rd Era 247. For the first 9 years of Sepphoris II's reign, those loyal to Andorak battled the imperial forces, in an act that the sage Arentine called Tiber Septim's heart beating no more. The council granted Andorak the high rock kingdom of Shornhelm to end the war, and Andorak's descendants still rule there. By and large, Sepphoris II had foes that demanded more of his attention than Andorak. From out of a Cimmerian nightmare, in the words of Arentine, a man who called himself the Cameron Usurper led an army of danger and undead warriors on a rampage through Valenwood, conquering kingdom after kingdom. Few could resist his onslaughts, and his month turned to Bloody Month in the year 3rd Era 249. Even fewer tried. Sepphoris II sent more and more mercenaries into Hammerfell to stop the usurper's northward march, but they were bribed or slaughtered and raised as undead. The story of the Cameron usurper deserves a book of its own. It is recommended that the reader find Palaux Illithres, The Fall of the Usurper, for more detail. In short, however, the destruction of the forces of the usurper had little to do with the efforts of the emperor. The result was a great regional victory, and an increase in hostility towards the seemingly inefficacious empire. Uriel V, Sepphoris II's son and successor, swiveled opinion back toward the latent power of the empire. Turning the attention of Tamriel away from internal strife, Uriel V embarked on a series of invasions beginning almost from the moment he took the throne in 3rd Era 268. Uriel V conquered Roscrea in 271, Kafnake in 276, Ineslia in 279, and Esroniet in 284. In 3rd Era 288 he embarked on his most ambitious enterprise, the invasion of the continent kingdom of Akavir. This ultimately proved a failure, for 2 years later Uriel V was killed in Akavir on the battlefield of Ionith. Nevertheless, Uriel V holds a reputation second only to Timur as one of the 2 great warrior emperors of Tamriel. It's high praise. The last 4 emperors, beginning with Uriel V's infant son, are described in the 4th and final volume of this series. Okay, next up is the First Hold Revolt. The First Hold Revolt by Mavius C. You told me that if her brother won, she would be sister to the King of Wayrest, and Raymond would want to keep her for the alliance. But her brother Halseth lost, and has fled with his mother back to Morrowind, and still Raymond has not left her to marry me. Lady Gillian took a long, slow drag of a hookah, and blew out Dragon's breath, so the scent of blossoms perfumed her gilded chamber. You make a very poor advisor, Kale. Or was that Rael? Going with Rael. I might have spent my time romancing the King of Cloudrest or Alinor, instead of a wretched royal husband of Queen Morgaya. Rael knew better than to hurt his lady's vanity by the mere suggestion that the King of Firsthold might have come to love his Dun McQueen. Instead he gave her a few minutes to pause and look from her balcony out over the high cliff palaces of the ancient capital. The moon shone like crystal on the deep sapphire waters of the Abyssian Sea. It was ever springtide here, and he could well understand why she would prefer a throne in this land than in Cloudrest or Alinor. Finally he spoke. The people are with you, my lady. They do not relish the idea of Raymond's dark elf heirs ruling the kingdom when he is gone. I wonder, she said calmly. I wonder if as the king would not give up his queen for want of alliances, whether she would give herself up out of fear. Of all the people of Firsthold, who most dislikes the Dunmer influence on the court? Is this a trick question, my lady? Asked Rael. The Trebite monks, of course. Their credo has ever been for pure Altmer bloodlines in Somerset, and among the royal families most of all. But, my lady, they make very weak allies. I know, said Gillian, taking up her hookah again thoughtfully, a smile grouping across her face. Morgaya has seen to it that they have no power. She would have exterminated them altogether had Raymond not stopped her for all the good they do for the country folk. But if they found themselves with a very powerful benefactress, one with intimate knowledge of the court of Firsthold, the chief concubine of a king, and all the gold to buy weapons with that her father, the King of Skywatch, could supply. Alarmed and with the support of the country of people, They would be formidable, nodded Rael. But as your advisor, I must warn you, if you make yourself an active foe of Queen Morgaya, you must play to win. She has inherited much of her mother Queen Baron Zaya's intelligence and spirit of vengeance. She will not know I am her foe until it is too late, shrugged Gialine. Go to the Trebite Monastery and bring me Friar Lilim. We must strategize our plan of attack. For 2 weeks Raymond was advised about growing resentment in the countryside from peasants who called Morgaya the Black Queen. But it was nothing that he had not heard before. His attention was on the pirates on a small island off the coast called Kaluis La. They had been more brazen as late, attacking royal barges in organized raids. To deliver a crushing blow, he ordered the greatest part of his militia to invade the island, an incursion he himself would lead. A few days after Raymond left the capital, the revolt of the Trebite monks exploded. The attacks were well coordinated and without warning. The chief of the guards did not wait to be announced, bursting into Morgaya's bedchamber ahead of a flurry of maidservants. "My queen," he said, "it is a revolution." By contrast, Gialine was not asleep when Rael came to deliver the news. She was seated by the window, smoking her hookah, and looking at the fires far off in the hills. "Morgaya is with council," he explained. "I am certain they are telling her that the Trebite monks are behind the uprising, and that the revolution will be at the city gates by morning." "How large is a revolutionary army in contrast to the remaining royal militia?" asked Gialine. "The odds are well in our favour," said Rael, though not perhaps as much as we hoped. The country folk, it seems, like to complain about their queen, but stop short of insurrection. Primarily, the army is composed of monks themselves and a horde of mercenaries your father's gold bought. In a way of thinking, it is preferable this way. They are more professional and organized than a common mob. Really, they are a true army, complete with a born section. If that doesn't frighten the Black Queen into abdication, nothing will," smiled Gialine, rising from her chair. "The poor dear must be beside herself with worry. I must fly to her side and enjoy it." Gialine was disappointed when she saw Morgaya come out of the council chambers, considering that she had been woken from a deep sleep with cries of revolution, and had spent the last several hours in consultation with her meagre general force. She looked beautiful. There was a sparkle of proud defiance in her bright red eyes. "My queen!" Gialine cried, forcing real tears. "I came as soon as I heard. Will we all be slaughtered?" "A distinct possibility," replied Morgaya simply. Gialine tried to read her, but the expressions of women, especially alien women, were a far greater challenge than those of Altmer men. "I hate myself for even thinking to propose this," said Gialine, "but since the cause of their fury is you, perhaps if you were to give up the throne they might disperse. Please understand, my queen, I am thinking only of the good of the kingdom, and our own lives." Wow, that was very quick to give up, to try and convince the queen to give herself up. Very suspicious too. "I understand the spirit of your suggestion," smiled Morgaya, "and I will take it under advisement. Believe me, I've thought of it myself, but I don't think it will come to that." "Have you a plan for defending us?" asked Gialine, contorting her features to an expression she knew bespoke girlish hope. "The king left us several dozen of his royal battle mages," said Morgaya. "I think the mob believes we have nothing but palace guards and a few soldiers to protect us. When they get to the gates, are greeted with a wave of fireballs, I find it highly unlikely that they will lose heart and retreat. But isn't there some protection they could be using against such an assault?" asked Gialine in her best worried voice. "If they knew about it, naturally there is, but an unruly mob is unlikely to have major skill in the arts of restoration, by which they could shield themselves from the spells, or mysticism by which they could reflect the spells back on my battle mages. That would be the worst scenario, but even if they were well organized enough to have mystics in their ranks, and enough of them to reflect so many spells, it just isn't done. No battlefield commander would advise such a defense during a siege, unless he knew precisely what he was going to be meeting. And then, of course, once a trap is sprung," Morgaya winked, "it's too late for a countering spell." "A most cunning solution, your highness," said Gialine, honestly impressed. Morgaya excused herself to meet with her battle mages, and Gialine gave her an embrace. Rael was waiting in the palace garden for his lady. "Are there mystics among the mercenaries?" she asked quickly. "Several, in fact," replied Rael, bewildered by her query. "Largely rejects from the secret quarter, but they know enough to cast the regular spells of the school. You must sneak out the city gate and tell Friar Lilim to have them cast reflection spells on all the front line before they attack," said Gialine. That's most irregular battlefield strategy, frowned Rael. I know it is, fool. That's what Morgaya is counting on. There's a gang of battle mages who are going to be waiting on the battlements to greet our army with a barrage of fireballs. Battle mages? I would have thought that King Raymond would have brought them with him to fight the pirates. You would have thought that, laughed Gillian, but then we would be defeated. Now go. Friar Lilim agreed with Rael that it was a bizarre, unheard-of way to begin a battle, casting reflection spells on all one's troops. It went against every tradition, and as a Trebite monk, he valued tradition above every other virtue. There was little of a choice, though, given the intelligence. He had few enough healers in the army as it were, and their energies could not be wasted casting resistance spells. At dawn's light, the rebel army was in sight of the gleaming spires of Firsthold. Friar Lilim gathered together every soldier who knew even the rudimentary secrets of mysticism, who knew how to tap into the elementary conundrums and knots of the energies of magicka. Though few were masters of the art, their combined force was powerful to behold. A great surge of entangling power washed over the army, crackling, hissing, and infusing all with their ghostly force. When they arrived at the gates, every soldier, even the least imaginative, knew that no spell would touch him for a long time. Friar Lilim watched his army batter into the gate with the great satisfaction of a commander who has counteracted an unthinkable attack with an outrageous defence. The smile quickly faded from his face. They were not at the battlements, not by mages, but by common archers of the palace guard. As the flaming arrows fell upon the besiegers like a red rain, the healers ran in to help the wounded. The healing spells reflected off the dying men, one after the other. Chaos ruled as the attackers suddenly found themselves defenceless and began a panicked, unorganized retreat. Friar Lilim himself considered briefly holding his ground before fleeing himself. Later he would send furious notes to Lady Gillian and Rael, but they were returned. Even his best secret agents within the place were unable to find their whereabouts. Alright, so the classic leak fake information, and then your opponent plans for that, and then you do something completely different. He either had, as it turns out, much previous experience with torture, and they soon confessed their treachery to the king's satisfaction. Rael was executed, and Gillian was sent back with escort to her father's court of Skywatch. He has still to find a husband for her. Raymond, by contrast, has elected not to take a new royal concubine. The common folk of Firsthold consider this break in palace protocol to be more of a sinister alien influence of a Black Queen, and grumble to all who will listen. Cool, we've just read Volume 3, we don't need to do that again. Now Darkest Darkness, which was worth 10 gold in Oblivion, but only worth 5 in Skyrim. Darkest Darkness, by Anonymous. In Morrowind, both worshippers and sorcerers summon Lesser Daedra and Bound Daedra as servants and instruments. Most Daedric servants can be summoned by sorcerers only for very brief periods, within the most fragile and tenuous frameworks of command and binding. This fortunately limits their capacity for mischief, though in only a few minutes most of these servants can do terrible harm to their summoners, as well as their enemies. Worshippers may bind other Daedric servants to the plane through rituals and pacts. Such arrangements result in a Daedric servant remaining on this plane indefinitely, or at least until their bodily manifestations on this plane are destroyed, precipitating their supernatural essences back to oblivion. Whenever Daedra are encountered at Daedric ruins or in tombs, they are almost invariably long-term visitors to our plane. Likewise, lesser entities bound by their Daedra lords into weapons and armor may be summoned for brief periods, or may persist indefinitely so long as they are not destroyed and banished. The class of bound weapons and bound armor summoned by temple followers and conjurers are examples of short-term bindings. Daedric artifacts like Mehrunes' Razor and the Mask of Clavicus' Vial are examples of long-term bindings. You of course saw those in Oblivion. The Tribunal Temple of Morrowind is incorporated with the veneration of Daedra as lesser spirits subservient to the immortal Almsylvi, the triune godhead of Almalexia, Sophisil, and Vivek. The subordinate Daedra are divided into the good Daedra and the bad Daedra. The good Daedra have willingly submitted to the authority of Almsylvi. The bad Daedra are rebels who defy Almsylvi, treacherous kin who are more than often adversaries than allies. The good Daedra are Boethia, Azura, and Mephala. The Hunger is a powerful... Wait, Mephala's good? Boethia... Well, from what I know in Oblivion, Boethia gave you the quest of, like, a battle, which is, I guess, not evil. But we did have to kill a bunch of people from other races. Azura wanted us to put, like, vampire hunters out of their misery after they got afflicted. But Mephala's quest involved turning two families against each other, even though they were completely peaceful, and making them fight, right? That sounds confusing. That Mephala's the web spinner, right? Anyway. Bahunga is a powerful and violent lesser Daedra associated with Boethia, father of Plots, a sinuous, long-limbed, long-tailed creature with a beast-skulled head, noted for its paralyzing touch and its ability to disintegrate weapons and armor. The Winged Twilight is a messenger of Azura, goddess of dusk and dawn. Winged Twilights resemble the feral harpies of the West, though the feminine aspects of the Winged Twilights are more ravishing, and their long, sharp, hooked tails are immeasurably more deadly. Spider Daedra are the servants of Nephilah, taking the form of spider humanoid centaurs, with a naked upper head, torso, and arms of human proportions, mounted on the 8 legs and armoured carapace of a giant spider. Unfortunately, these Daedra are so fierce and irrational that they cannot be trusted to heed the commands of the spinner. As a consequence, few sorcerers are willing to either summon or bind such creatures in Morrowind. The bad Daedra are Mehrunes Dagon, Malakath, Sheogorath, and Molag-Bal. 3 lesser Daedra are associated with Mehrunes Dagon, the agile and pesky Scamp, the ferocious and beast-like Clanfear, and the noble and deadly Dremora. The crocodile-headed humanoid Daedra called the Daedroth is a servant of Molag-Bal, while the giant but dim-witted Ogrim is a servant of Malakath, Sheogorath's lesser Daedra. The Golden Saint, a half-clothed human female in appearance, is highly resistant to magic and a dangerous spellcaster. Another type of lesser Daedra often encountered in Morrowind is the Atranak, or Elemental Daedra. Atranaks have no binding kinship or alignments with the Daedra Lords, serving one realm or another at whim, shifting sides according to seduction, compulsion, or opportunity. Okay, there we go. We'll limp over to that wardrobe over there, where we found ourselves another book, Uncommon Taste, by the Gourmet. Oh, the Gourmet. I know who this is, but we'll see him later in this game. Let's put it that way. Congratulations! By opening this volume, you have taken the first step on a truly epic journey. A voyage through the vast landscape of Breton food and its myriad joys and wonders. You will explore scents, flavors, and textures so exquisite they will seem impossible, but they are more than possible. Indeed, by following the carefully selected recipes presented in this cookbook, you will prepare extraordinary dishes with such ordinary ease that those around you will suspect sorcery. But the only magic is that which exists in your own heart, the passion you possess for creating delicious, amazing food that can be prepared easily and enjoyed endlessly. Start here, and some say, someday you too can be a gourmet. Sunlight souffle. Ingredients: 2½ ounces cow's cheese, 1 ounce butter, 1 ounce flour, 9 ounces milk, a dash of salt, a dash of pepper, a cupful of ground nutmeg. Recipe: stoke the flames of your oven and achieve a moderate heat. Grate the cheese into thin shavings by running a finely honed elven dagger over the block, specifically an elven one. Separate the egg whites from the yolks and beat the whites vigorously until they thicken. Begin preparation of the signature sunshine sauce. Melt the butter and add in the flour while stirring continuously until well blended. Move the mixture to a smaller flame and begin gently stirring in the milk. It is crucial that you do not stop stirring. Continue to do so for 10 minutes until the mixture thickens. Then, and only then, will the sunshine sauce be considered ready. Add the salt, pepper, and nutmeg, and remove from the flame. Add in the grated cheese and then the egg yolks. Stir well until fully blended, then gently add in the egg whites with a spoon made of carved hickory wood. Gently pour the mix into 4 stonework souffle dishes, filling each nearly, but not quite, to the top. Put the dishes in your moderately hot oven, and shut that door. Keep sealed for 25 minutes, or your scrumptious suns will rise, only to fall down flat into the oven's abyss. Remove after 25 minutes and serve immediately. Behold the brilliance of the sun, with the exquisite flavour of the sunshine souffle. Potage le magnifique. Ingredients: 4 cups chicken broth, 4 cups beef broth, 2½ ounces butter, 1 wooden flagon of flour, 1 cup diced carrots, ½ cup diced onions. Recipe: stoke the flames of your open pit fire and achieve a low heat. Combine all ingredients into a large soup pot. Stir vigorously. Once hot, pour into earthen soap bowls immediately. Behold the gourmet signature dish, the potage le magnifique. But wait, I know what you're wondering. That's it. Is that all there is to it? What's the secret of the gourmet? Do you really expect me to give away the secret to my most popular dish? Well, guess what? I will. For that secret, my friends, is you. That's right, the potage le magnifique is delicious and extraordinary. Using just the simple ingredients listed, You'll create a potage that is both hearty and delicious, but in order to make the potage that magnifique truly magnificent, it takes the imagination of a truly inspired chef. Do you have that gift? I have served bowls of a potage le magnifique that have caused grown men to weep with joy. Can you guess what I added? Can you create magic? Alright, so we've got a signature dish, but he won't tell you how to make it. We may find out one day, who knows. Take the gold and the fine cloves. What we dropping? Not 100% sure we have a steel dagger. Don't need another cake and a diamond. Child's doll. Guess we don't need that many of them. Yep, we have those. Okay, no one alive in here. Candlestick. Want my jug. Stamina, magicka. Wine, goblet. The ferment, which we have read and don't need another copy of. And we've got another book. We've got Aedra and Daedra. Aedra and Daedra. The designations of gods, demons, Aedra and Daedra are universally confusing to the layman. They are often used interchangeably. Aedra and Daedra are not relative terms. They are elvish and exact. Azura is a Daedra both in Skyrim and Morrowind. Aedra is usually translated as ancestor, which is as close as Cyrodiilic can come to this elven concept. Daedra means, roughly, not our ancestors. This distinction was crucial to the Dunmer, whose fundamental split in ideology is represented in their mythical genealogy. Aedra are associated with stasis, Daedra represent change. So what a lot of Dunmer, they follow Daedra rather than the 9 or 8 divines, which is interesting. Aedra created the mortal world and are bound to the earthbones. Daedra who cannot create have the power to change. As part of the divine contract of creation, the Aedra can be killed. Witness Lorcan and the Moons. The Protean Daedra for whom the rules do not apply can only be banished. Cool. Okay. There's another book here apparently. Ingol and the Sea Ghosts. Where is it though? Hiding behind the shelf, I guess. Ingol and the Sea Ghosts. Massa and Secunda passed over Isgramor's people as their fellowship landed in long boats upon the rocky shores of Hasaric Head on their journey from Admora to Mareth. Boats littered the coast, but Isgramor did not count his kin. Which one's Isgramor? I know it's another name. I think it's another name for Akatosh, but I could be very wrong. Oh, okay. I guess maybe we don't know that. Oh, we heard about him in the Companions, that's why. I think. That's probably it. Did I read all of this? Isgramor commanded the sea ghost to surrender his kin, and a great gale darkened the sky. The seas thrashed and churned, and a wrathful storm appeared. Isgramor took up the oars and rowed into the storm alone. Upon the sea, Isgramor wrestled the sea ghost, and the storm carried him along the jagged coast. 2 fortnights passed without relief until finally the storm broke. Come the next dawn, Ingol's longboat was found in the icy surf, but the vengeful sea ghost had already taken Ingol and his clansmen. In his terrible grief, Isgramor slew a dozen beasts and burned them in honour of his fallen kinsmen. A barrow hill was dug in the Edmoring tradition, and Ingol was laid to rest with rights and honours among his clansmen, but below the rocky face of Hasarik had the first children of the sky to perish in Tamriel. Cool. A weak poison. Is there a skull up there? We can't grab it. Weak stamina poison. Any more books hidden behind some shelves? Doesn't look like it. Wine plates. Slaughterfish leeks. Regeneration. Tiger cotton. Wine. Slaughterfish. Baked potatoes. Oh, that's stealing, is it? Just those berries. Anything else I'm allowed to grab. Take your gold. Just because we probably shouldn't be taking more of these bowls and stuff. Okay. Potatoes, stored fish. 10 is our threshold now. We'll take soul gems, healing, magicka. Can't take the lavender, that's stealing. We don't want to do that. Cake and a diamond, we've already read. Goblets. Tiger cotton, strength, health, regeneration. Lavender. And candlestick. Wine, take. I think that'll do. We'll drop half of those, and then should be good. Okay, I think we've successfully looted this part of the Thalmor embassy. And let's head outside. Detected? Huh. Yeah. Yeah, we're fighting. Okay, that's some good heals. Yeah, screw your Elven Supremacy. Okay, we need to eat some food. Let's go with some cooked food, eh? Nice. Okay, I think that's just about everyone. Take your robes. And grab all of these ingredients, of course. Yeah, we can take on 3 Thalmors. Oh. Detected? Or is someone out there? I don't know if I can get to you. Okay, I physically can't get to there. That makes sense, because you obviously want to stay on this side for the quest, but that is back where we came from. That is outside the party. Take your arrows, we've got it. Your armor's looking nice. Hunting bow, I don't think we need one of those. Arrows, garnet, gold. Maybe candlesticks, I guess. No, then. Well, apparently fine boots are not worth as much. Okay, there we go. And we head into Thalmor Embassy, Elenwen's Solar.
But I need that money. I earned it. I have my own expenses, you know.
Silence! Do not presume, Gisser. You are most useful, but do not presume. We have other informants who are less offensive.
But no one else has brought you such valuable information, have they? Etienne, he's talked, hasn't he? He knows where that old man is you're looking for. He told me himself.
You'll get the rest of your money when we confirm his story, as agreed.
So he has talked. I knew it.
Everyone talks, in the end. Now, I have work to do. Leave me to it if ever you want to see the rest of your payment.
Can I could help you. He talked to me. He trusts me.
You'd like to come downstairs with me, is that it, Gisser? Shall we loose his bonds and put you in a cell together? You can ask him anything you like and see how he answers.
No, I'll wait outside.
That would probably be best. Now, get out.
Rollendale. One day the shoe will be on the other foot. Is someone there?
Damn it, I wanted to hear the rest of the dialogue. Alright, guess so. I wanted more dialogue, but... We've got 2 dual wielders. We've got a one-handed upgrade. Restoration gone up too.
to learn your place.
Oh, you summoned an action act that's kind of blocking the way. Oh god. I did not realize my health was going to drop that quickly.
But I need that money. I earned it.
Okay, good. It saved here.
Expenses, you know.
Silence. Do not presume, Gissa. You are most useful, but do not presume. We have other informants who are less...
But I need that money. I earned it. I have my own expenses, you know.
Silence. Do not presume, Gissa. You are most useful, but do not presume. We have other informants who are less offensive.
But no one else has brought you such valuable information, have they? Etienne, he's talked, hasn't he? He knows where that old man is you're looking for. He told me himself.
You'll get the rest of your money when we confirm his story, as agreed.
So he has talked. I knew it.
Everyone talks, in the end. Now, I have work to do. Leave me to it if ever you want to see the rest of your payment.
Can I could help you. He talked to me. He trusts me.
You'd like to come downstairs with me, is that it, Gissa? Shall we loose his bonds and put you in a cell together? You can ask him anything you like and see how he answers.
No, I'll wait outside.
That would probably be best. Now, get out.
Etienne must know something related to the dragons. Who else might know? Greasy Tom? Is someone there?
I want to hear the dialogue, but there's no hiding places.
What was that?
Alright, we're definitely fighting now. Oh wait.
I yield.
Hey. You wanted to... Yeah, it's like you wanted to fight me earlier. So earlier we got the other guy's attention, Rudendil, but this time it was just Gissa. He's got amethyst, he's got bread, he's got money. He's got some potions, some food. Some regular clothes. I don't know if we need that, but we'll take it. Along with that belted tunic. Fine boots. Maybe some candlesticks. Goblet, wine. Probably shouldn't be taking more wine, actually. Boiled cream treats. Lovely. Even alto wine's too expensive for our taste at this point. Or not expensive enough. Steel mace. Stop taking the boots and the gauntlets. Steel mace, that's fine. We can start even dropping some of these. pretty sure we have an iron dagger. We can probably afford to drop that. Cake and a Diamond, which is their favourite book, it seems. Alright, more cheese. Starting to get full. Light helmet is 60, light armor is 30. This wine, we could probably just drop a bunch of wine, right? Okay, so there's an upstairs, there's this little room here. Is this chest like our objective? Yeah, so let's save that for later. Do we go upstairs or do we go to... Let's go to this room on the right. Okay, cups, wine, cup, pot, jug. Grabbed all of this stuff. Okay, a little storage room. Okay, we've got some more books to read. Lovely. Let's start with Beggar Prince. Beggar Prince, the story of Weedle and his gifts from the Daedric Lord Namira. We look down upon the beggars of the Empire, these lost souls of the poor and wretched of the land. Every city has its beggars, most are so poor they have only the clothes on their backs. They eat the scraps the rest of us throw out. We toss them a coin so we don't have to think too long about their plight. Imagine my surprise when I heard the tale of a beggar prince. I could not imagine what a prince of beggars would be. Here is the tale I heard. It takes place in the First Age, when gods walked like men and Daedra stalking the wilderness with impunity. It is a time before they were all confined to oblivion. There once was a man named Weedle, or maybe it was a woman. The story goes to great lengths to avoid declaring Weedle's gender. Weedle was the 13th child of a king in Valenwood. As such, Weedle was in no position to take the throne or even inherit much property or wealth. Weedle had left the palace to find an independent fortune and glory. After many days of endless forest roads and tiny villages, Weedle came upon a three men surrounding a beggar. The beggar was swaddled in rags from head to toe. No portion of the vagabond's body was visible. The men were intent on slaying the beggar. With a cry of rage and indignation, Weedle charged the men with sword drawn. Being simple townsfolk armed only with pitchforks and scythes, they immediately fled from the armoured figure with the shining sword. "Many thanks for saving me," wheezed the beggar from beneath the heap of foul rags. Weedle could barely stand the stench. "What is your name, wretch?" Weedle asked. "I am Namira." Unlike the townsfolk, Weedle was well learned. That name meant nothing to them, but to Weedle it was an opportunity. "You are the Daedric Lord," Weedle exclaimed. "Why do you allow those men to harass you? You could have slain them all with a whisper." Couldn't the person have been lying? "I am pleased you recognized me," Namira rasped. "I am frequently reviled by townsfolk. It pleases me to be recognized for my attribute, if not for my name." Weedle knew that Namira was the Daedric Lord of all things gross and repulsive. Diseases such as leprosy and gangrene were her domain. Where others might have seen danger, Weedle saw opportunity. "O great Namira, let me apprentice myself to you. I ask only that you grant me powers to make my fortune and forge a name for myself, but will live through the ages. Nay, I make my way alone in the world. I have no need for an apprentice." Namira shambled off down the road. Weedle would not be put off. With a bound, Weedle was at Namira's heel, pressing the case for an apprenticeship. For 33 days and nights, Weedle kept up the debate. Namira said nothing, but Weedle's voice was ceaseless. Finally, on the 33rd day, Weedle was too hoarse to talk. Namira looked back on the suddenly silent figure. Weedle knelt in the mud at her feet, open hands raised in supplication. "It would seem you have completed your apprenticeship to me after all," Namira declared. "I shall grant your request." Weedle was overjoyed. "I grant you the power of disease. You may choose to be afflicted with any disease you choose, changing them at will, so long as it has visible symptoms. However, you must always bear at least one." Wow, what a great power. "I grant you the power of pity. You may evoke pity in anyone that sees you. Finally, I grant you the power of disregard. You may cause others to disregard your presence." Weedle was aghast. These were not boons from which a fortune could be made. They were curses, each awful in its own right, but together they were unthinkable. "How am I to make a fortune and fortunate for myself with these terrible gifts? As you begged at my feet for 33 days and 33 nights, so shall you now beg for your fortune in the cities of men. Your name will become legendary among the beggars of Tamriel. The story of Weedle, the prince of beggars, shall be handed down throughout the generations." It was as Namira predicted. Weedle was an irresistible beggar. None could see the wretch without desperately wanting to toss a coin at the huddled form. However, Weedle also discovered that the power of disregard gave great access to the secrets of the realms. People unknowingly said important things where Weedle could hear them. Weedle grew to know the comings and goings of every citizen in the city. To this day, it is said that if you really want to know something, go ask the beggars. They have eyes and ears throughout the cities. They know all the little secrets of the daily lives of its citizens. And there it is. The origin of the beggars of Tamriel. Of course, in Cyrodiil, the beggars helped you out a lot during the Thieves Guild questline because they just seem to know a bit of everything. Okay. And we've also got the other copies of the biography of Baron Zaya. We read Volume 3, I believe. Now we shall read Volume 1 and Volume 2. And we're going to do them in backwards order because it's funny. Biography of Baron Zaya, Volume 2, by Stern Gamboge, Imperial Scribe. The first volume of this series told the story of Baron Zaya's origin heiress to the throne of Mournhold, until her father rebelled against His Excellency Tiber Septim I, and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Thanks largely to the benevolence of the Emperor, the child Baron Zaya was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by Count Sven of Darkmoor, a loyal imperial trustee. She grew up into a beautiful and pious child, trustful of her guardian's chair. This trust, however, was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Count Sven's estate, who with lies and fabrications tricked her into fleeing Darkmoor with him when she turned 16. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city near the Morrowind borders. The stable boy, Straw, was not altogether evil. He loved Baron Zaya in his own selfish fashion, and deception was the only way he could think of that would cement possession of her. She, of course, felt only friendship toward him, but he was hopeful that she would gradually change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down into a comfortable marriage, but at the time his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in love with a bold, villainous Khajiit thief named Ferris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house in the central part of the city. Ferris said that he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for any information they could gather there. Baron Zaya happened to overhear this plan and was appalled. She stole away from their rooms and walked the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between her loyalty to the Empire and her love for her friends. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over personal friendship, and she approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. He was none other than General Symmachus, who had been scouring the countryside in search of her since her disappearance and had just arrived in Riften, hot in pursuit. He took her into his custody and informed her that far from being sent away to be sold, she was to be reinstated as a Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Until that time, she was to live with the Septim family in the newly built Imperial City, where she would learn something of government and be presented at the Imperial Court. At the Imperial City, Baron Zaya befriended the Emperor Tiber Septim during the middle years of his reign. Tiber's children, particularly his eldest son and heir Pelagius, came to love her as a sister. The ballads of the day praised her beauty, chastity, wit, and learning. On her 18th birthday, the entire imperial city turned out to watch her farewell procession, preliminary to her return to her native land. Sorrowful as they were at her departure, all knew that she was ready for her glorious destiny as sovereign of the kingdom of Mournhold. Okay, we'll have a look at Volume 1. Biography of Baranzaya, Volume 1 by Stern Gamboj, Imperial Scribe. Late in the Second Era, a girl child, Baranzaya, was born to the rulers of the Kingdom of Mournhold, in what is now the Imperial Province of Morrowind. She was reared in all the luxury and security befitting a royal dark elven child until she reached 5 years of age. At that time, His Excellency Tiber Septim I, the first Emperor of Tamriel, demanded that the decadent rulers of Morrowind yield to him and institute imperial reforms. Trusting to their vaunted magic, the Dark Elves impudently refused until Tiber Septim's army was on the borders. An armistice was hastily signed by the now eager Dunmer, but not before there were several battles, one of which laid waste to Mournhold, now called Almalexia. Little Princess Baranzaya and her nurse were found among the wreckage. The Imperial General Symmachus, himself a Dark Elf, suggested to Tiber Septim that the child might someday be valuable, and she was therefore placed with a loyal supporter who had recently retired from the Imperial army. Since Advenson had been granted the title of Count upon his retirement, his fiefdom, Thalmor, was a small town in central Skyrim. Count Sven and his wife reared the princess as their own daughter, seeing to it that she was educated appropriately, and more importantly that the imperial virtues of obedience, discretion, loyalty, and piety were instilled in the child. In short, she was made fit to take her place as a member of the new ruling class of Morrowind. The girl Baranzaya grew in beauty, grace, and intelligence. She was sweet-tempered, a joy to her adopted parents and their 5 young sons, who loved her as their elder sister. Other than her appearance, she differed from young girls of her class only in that she had a strong empathy for the woods and fields, and was wont to escape her household duties to wander there at times. Baranzaya was happy and content until her 16th year, when a wicked orphan stable boy whom she had befriended out of pity told her he had overheard a conspiracy between her guardian, Count Sven, and a Redguard visitor to sell her as a concubine in Rahad, as no Nord or Breton would marry her on account of her black skin, and no Dark Elf would have her because of her foreign upbringing. "Whatever shall I do?" the poor girl said, weeping and trembling, for she had been brought up in innocence and trust, and it never occurred to her that her friend the stable boy would lie to her. The wicked boy, who was called Straw, said that she must run away if she valued her virtue, but that he would come with her as her protector. Sorrowfully, Baranzaya agreed to this plan, and at that very night she had disguised herself as a boy, and the pair escaped to the nearby city of Whiterun. After a few days there, they managed to get jobs as guards for a disreputable merchant caravan. The caravan was heading east by side roads in a mendacious attempt to elude the lawful tolls charged on the imperial highways. Thus the pair eluded pursuit until they reached the city of Riften, where they ceased their travels for a time. They felt safe in Riften, close as it was to the Morrowind border, so the Dark Elves were enough of a common sight. And there we go. There's Volume 1. Okay, we've got a flute. I wonder if we can use it. Potion of Health, Death Bell, and more books. We've got a minor maze. 1 second. Sorry, had headphones for a while, had a bit of an itch. A minor maze. Shalador and Labyrinthian. Ooh, this could be an important book for later. Labyrinthian's modern notoriety was gained in the early part of the Third Era. Part of the Staff of Chaos was recovered from the Labyrinthian, which became instrumental in the overthrow of Jaeger Tharn, ending the Imperial Simulacrum. The site has since become embedded in the minds of all subjects of the Empire, and the ruins are occasionally visited by loyalist pilgrims, retracing the steps of the Eternal Champion. The namesake of Labyrinthian is somewhat less commonly known, however. The foreboding ruins were originally built as a temple to the dragons. This grew into Bromjunar, a great city of that era. Bromjunar is believed by some to have been the capital of Skyrim at the height of the dragon cult's influence there. Little historical record exists to verify or refute this, but it is known that the highest-ranking priests of the cult met at Labyrinthian to discuss matters of ruling. Bromyanar crumbled, however, along with the rest of the dragon cult, and the site lay abandoned for many years, a deteriorating reminder of those benighted days for the Nords, not until the days of Shalador would the ruins come into use again. Shalador the Archmage was famous for his exploits in the First Era. Various tales tell of him battling Dwemer legions single-handedly, building the city of Winterhold with a whispered spell, stealing the secret of life from Akatosh, or constructing Labyrinthian himself. While many Shalador legends are hyperbole or outright fabrication, we can discover some truth behind his involvement with Labyrinthian. Shalador stood at the forefront of a movement to enact higher standards among mages and to discourage spell use among the common castes. This effort is dubiously credited with the original organization and formation of the Schools of Magic and the foundation of the College of Winterhold. Interesting. Consistent with this mentality, Shalador constructed his labyrinth deep within the ruins of Bromyanar to test new archmages. While navigating the destroyed city was not explicitly a part of his tests, many candidates did not survive the journey. Shalador valued both academic knowledge as well as practical skill, and simply getting to the labyrinth required the latter. Now, Labyrinthian is something we will probably look at later, and it is interesting that there is actually a diagram here of the maze. I wonder if this is actually a diagram that might help us later. Got another minor maze, and we've got another book called Nords of Skyrim. Nords of Skyrim. Nords of Skyrim, my people, my pride. Respected reader, my name is Hrothmund Wolfheart, and I am a Nord, but more importantly, I am a Nord born and raised in the land of Skyrim. I write this volume in a desperate hope that the rest of Tamriel could come to know my people as they deserve to be known, and understand this province for what it truly is, a place of uncontested beauty and culture. Some of what you know is undoubtedly true. Physically, we Nords are an impressive, often imposing sight, tall of stature, strong of bone, and thick of muscle. Our hair is often hair and worn braided, as has been the custom for generations. Often we are swathed in the hides of beasts, for such creatures are abundant in Skyrim, and we would be foolish not to take advantage of such an available resource. Having read this far, you may be shocked at the strength of my words and the literacy of the northern savage. Many Nords can both read and write. My father began my instruction in the way of letters when I was but a bairn, as did his father and his father before him. For the accomplishments of the children of Skyrim are multitude, and go beyond mere wordcraft, for we are artisans as well, and through the ages have learned to manipulate steel the way a sculptor would clay. Indeed, I have seen with mine own eyes visitors from High Rock and Cyrodiil weep in disbelief as they beheld the blades wrought in the fires of the Skyforge, and honed to beautiful deadliness by the gods-touched hands of Clan Greymane. But how can this be true, you ask? How are such achievements possible from a people who have yet to emerge from the muck and snow? Again, provincial bias clouds the truth. The cities of Skyrim are a testament to Nord ingenuity and craftsmanship. Chief among them are Solitude, seat of the High King and capital of the province; Windhelm, ancient and honoured, a jewel of the snow; Markarth, carved into the living rock itself in ages long since past; Riften, nestled in the golden shadows of the full forest, whence comes delicious fish and mead; and Whiterun, built around the hall of Jorvaska, home of the most noble companions and revered Skyforge. And now, respected reader, you have the full measure of it. We Nords are everything you imagined, and so much more. But let not this work be your only gateway to the truth. Book passage on carriage or vessel, and make the journey north. See Skyrim with thine own eyes. See Skyrim as have the Nords since the gods first shaped the world. Cool. An unbiased perspective of the Nords being great. Didn't really want the basket, but I'll put that away in a sec. Void salts, very nice. Death bell, frostbite venom. Don't need a flagon. Glow dust. Pretty sure we haven't had that before. Potion of hackling and slaughterfish scales. And gold. Yeah, we haven't had glow dust. We haven't had orange dartwing yet. So, applying fresh egg, restore stamina. Swordfish scales, resist frost. Void salts we don't have yet. Very expensive ingredient though. 30. Guess we can drop some light armor. Maybe because I'm carrying so much, that's also not helping in terms of carry weight. So yeah, the chest is there. There's a door here that leads downwards. Should we just, yeah, let's just go through this room. Roll of paper, inkwell, quill, regeneration. Don't need more paper. Oh damn, loads of books here. Okay, first whole revolt, we've read Fall from Glory. Yeah, we got a ton of books. Some of them we've read. Fall from Glory by Niphilis Lidari. The Thieves Guild of Skyrim is something of an enigma. Within the last few decades, the Order has gone from one of the largest, most influential criminal organizations in all of Tamriel to a small group of stragglers barely able to wreak havoc in their home city of Riften. Although evidence that could explain this rapid decline has never surfaced, speculation has run rampant. One theory holds that the guild suffered a loss. It's strongly believed that their guildmaster was slain by one of their own. This guildmaster, known only as Gallus, maintained strong ties with many of the influential families in Skyrim. When he perished, those bonds perished with him. Without these bonds, the guild could no longer safely operate within Skyrim's holds. A second theory suggests that the guild is experiencing some sort of mystical curse, causing normal activities for its members to become exceedingly difficult. While there is no solid evidence to support this theory, the last 2 decades have seen an unusual rise in failed attempts by the guild to execute highly lucrative heists. Reasons for the presence of this supposed curse has been attributed to everything from the aforementioned murder to divine interference. In order to solve this mystery once and for all, I've spent the last 2 years infiltrating the Thieves Guild. Wait, what's your name? Niphilis. Interesting. Initially, making contact with them in the Riften proved difficult, as they were quite wary of outsiders, but through repeated efforts I was able to gain their confidence. It's my hope that once I've gained access to some of the guild leadership, I can learn more about their decline and publish a second volume of my work. Although helping the guild perform their petty crimes brands me as a criminal, I feel that it's a burden worth bearing. The mystery of the Thieves Guild fall from power needs to be solved once and for all, as a matter of record and as a footnote to Skyrim's history. Cool. Okay, we've got Dwemer Inquiries Volume 3. Dwemer Inquiries Volume 3, Their Architecture and Civilization by Thalmor Geline, Scholar. My studies in this text have focused heavily on the fact that Dwemer archaeological sites west of Vardenfell seem to be built to much greater depths than their counterparts near the Red Mountain. I believe there was a specific threshold to which dwarven excavators would dig before the construction of vital structures would begin. I have referred to this threshold as the geocline, but I have found that to often be redundant with the deep venue of the colony. Still, there is some variation in the actual depth of the deep venue, whereas the geocline is always remarkable where a reason the city proper begins. Tunnels and chambers at more shallow depths, while often grand in their architectural style, appear to have served little in the way of critical civic purpose. Surplus stores of food, warehouse chambers that may have been used in trading with nearby surface settlements or barracks for topside patrols are common above the geocline. These tunnels I have observed can meander in a seemingly more random pattern than those planned structures beneath. I hypothesize that this may be due to the unpredictable nature of any excavation, even to a race as clever as the Dwemer. Surely unexpected deposits of stone or geological events can make the effort difficult, and I think that these haphazard tunnels are often the result of a search for suitable substratum to build within. I have found in a small number of ruins reference to a geological anomaly or place known as something. This is intriguing because the term not only appears in a few tablet fragments, but very specifically on ornate metal frames of the deepest reaches of the strongholds Alftand, Irkenfand, and Bzinchaleft of Skyrim. I have yet to decipher the meaning of these elaborate carvings, but consider it highly strange that they occur in the deepest part of each of these ruins. Risen by order cousin of privileged Qualek of Shezelin, privileged duties, clan home building Hogan Kultura, tradition to hailed world shaper. The most reasonable translation of that I have managed to decipher is Blackest Kingdom Reaches, but I cannot imagine what that means. I suspect there may be some pattern I am failing to notice. This creeping doubt has haunted my career in recent years, and I have begun to doubt if I will unravel some grand secret of the dwarves in my lifetime, for it lies just under my nose, or indeed, under my feet. Okay, Dwemer Inquiries, Volume 2. Fair Architecture and Civilization by Thalmor Golian, Scholar. The limited written record supports the perception of the Deep Elves as culturally revering the pursuits of logic and science. This stands in stark contrast to the belief system of most other Mer cultures. When we imagine a society structured around such a sexual ideology, it seems reasonable that prolific scholars, especially in fields such as mathematics, metallurgy, or architecture, would be elevated to social status like that of clergy in a more mystically inclined culture. The idea is supported by a fragment of Dwemerese text recovered from a colony in Skyrim, Irkenfand, which I believe to be associated with the clan Ruakin. The original Dwemerese in my translation follow: to raise granted cousin Quilek a privilege with duties for family home building, Hogan Kultura tradition to father Mundus Shaper. Some scholars interpret this as evidence of Dwemer worship of Mundus, but I do not agree. My translation of this passage suggests that a respected Dwemer by the name of Quilek was promoted to a civic position, probably tonal architect. The latter half of the fragment suggests that Quilek's position requires him to build in a specific style. The term Hogan Kultura has thus far eluded me, but I believe it may be the name of such a style. It's possible there were several styles differing in their construction principles and typical structures. One earmark of what I believe was the prevalent Dwemer style among northern clans was a feature I call the deep venue. Deep venues are often characterized as being made up of one or more expansive caverns, natural caverns in which several other structures will occur. Structures within the venue may be carved from the stone itself, or freely erected upon the cavern floor. The largest and most impressive venues, such as that found in the Fardam, may even feature roads wide enough for 10 large men to walk shoulder meet shoulder along it. Arcanects are typically smaller structures. Very few have been properly studied before disruption by grave robbers or greedy adventurers, but those few undisturbed sites have contained a surprising collection of magical objects, such as soul gems, alchemical concoctions, and magical texts. Some scholars take these as evidence that the Dwemer did, in fact, dabble in the magical arts. Based on what we know of their culture, as well as the fact that most arcanects are minor structures compared to other common fixtures, I would suggest that these were centres of study and nothing more. Perhaps the dwarves established these halls as a means to study Ben and Mer, who surely seemed as alien to them as the Dwemer seem to us today. Great animoculatorities can be found in many dwarven strongholds. These were the factories where the centurions of various other constructs were built. I hope to study these chambers for clues as to the means by which those mysterious automata are given life, but those same guardians make these especially difficult and dangerous areas to explore. Okay. And Dwemer Inquiries, Volume 1. Dwemer Inquiries, Volume 1, Their Architecture and Civilization by Thalmor Golian, Scholar. It has been my life's work to investigate the Dwemer, their dubious history and mysterious banishment. My goal with this text is to share my findings and conclusions based on 80 years spent studying their unique architectural remains. The migration of the Deep Elves from their ancestral Dwemereth, now Morrowind, is a generally accepted fact. Recorded history supports this, specifically mentioning the Ruakin clan's refusal to join King Dumak in the forming of the First Council, and their subsequent exodus to Hammerfell. The architectural premise is also sound, as the building habits of the dwarves adapted and changed, albeit slowly and in subtle ways, over time and land. I propose that some of these differences are stylistic as well as practical. Traditional viewpoints suggest that the Vardenfell Dwemer were the most prolific of their kind. Based on my excavations throughout Skyrim, Morrowind, and High Rock, I am not sure that this is the case. While Vardenfell is almost cluttered with dwarven ruins poking through the surface of the landscape, the construction of those ruins is fundamentally different from the majority of what I've observed elsewhere. Further, as we delve into Vardenfell ruins, we notice that their internal structure is quite different. While major civic and operational chambers are found near the surface in a Vardenfell ruin, that is not typically the case on the mainland. Minor passageways and storehouse rooms are near the surface. More important locations don't occur until we explore much deeper. Because such major locations are well hidden in Dwemer ruins outside of Morrowind, many scholars believe that they were in fact not present in ruins outside that province. This premature conclusion led some to believe such sites to be mere outposts. My research has shown this not to be the case. There are a few theories that may explain this difference. Perhaps clan architects simply had their own styles and preferences when it came to civic planning. This seems only somewhat likely, as dwarven techniques were based on empirical study. There was likely little room for creative interpretation, but when it came to building technique, geological makeup of the terrain almost certainly played a role, especially in a region like northern Skyrim where the ground near the surface is very rocky and often frozen, versus the volcanic substratum common in Vardenfell or the ubiquitous aquifers found in Hammerfell. It's possible that Dwarven architects in the north were not even able to excavate larger structures until reaching more pliable stratum. This scholar would like to suggest, however, that many structures west of Morrowind were built after First Era 420, when the clan Rorkan left Vardenfell. It seems evident that several clans broke off to create their own settlements, and chose to live in greater isolation than their eastern brethren. This theory is particularly fascinating because it leads me to believe that dwarven architects may have developed even more elaborate methods of hiding their strongholds over time. This opens the distinct possibility that undisturbed dwarven archaeological sites exist throughout Tamriel, even in southern areas like Cyrodiil or Blackmarsh, where dwarves are not believed to have ever had a significant presence. Though we ought not get carried away on flights of fancy, one could extrapolate this logic to suggest that some dwarven clans were living among us for much longer than previously believed, perhaps well beyond the disappearance during the War of the Red Mountain in First Era 700. That's it. Just the black pages at the end. Okay. And next up, the Adabala. Editor's note: the Adabala is traditionally believed to be the memoirs of Morehouse, consort to Alessia the Slave Queen. While this cannot be historically verified, the Adabala is certainly among the oldest written accounts to come down to us from the early First Era. Pelinal's death. And in the blood-flawed throne room of white gold, the severed head of Pelinal spoke to the winged bull Morehouse, demigod lover of Al-Esh, saying, "Our enemies have undone me, and spread my body into hiding. In mockery of divine purpose, the Iliads cut me into eighths, for they are obsessed with this number." That's why it's for 8 divines. And Morehouse, confused, snorted through his ring, saying, "Your crusades went beyond her counsel, Whitestrick, but I am a bull, and therefore reckless in my wit. I think I would go and gore our prisoners if you had left any alive. You are blood made glorious, uncle, and will come again as fox, animal, or light. Sirod is still ours." Then Pelinal spoke again for the last time. "Beware, Morehouse, beware. With the foresight of death I know now that my foe yet lives. Bitter knowledge to take to my grave. Better that I had died believing myself a victor. Although cast beyond the doors of night, he will return. Be vigilant. I can no longer shield the host of men from Umaril's retribution." Of course, this is about Pelinal Whitestrake, which led him to the Knights of the Nine questline in Oblivion, the DLC. Alessia's youth during the slave years. Perith's original tribe is unknown, but she grew up in Sard and on Sardavar Lead, where the Aelids herded in men from across all the Niben, Khofri, Nede, Al-Gemha, men of Kreef, those who were later known to be imported from the north, Keptu, men of Gi, who were eventually destroyed when the Flower King Nelichi made great sacrifice to an insect god named Lost, Al-Harad, men of Ket, nice, others, but this was Sirad, the heart of the Imperium Celiach, where man knew no freedom, even to keep family or choice of name except in secret, and so to their alien masters all of these designations were irrelevant. Men were given over to the lifting of stones and the draining of the fields, and the upkeep of temple and road, or to become art tortures for strange pleasures, as in the wailing wheels of Winterfell and the gardens of Cercin, and flesh sculpture, which was everywhere among the slaves of the Iliads in those days. Or worse, the realms of the Kifai king Hadul, where the begetting of drugs drawn from the admixture of daedrons into living hosts let one inhale new visions of torment, and children were set aflame for nighttime tiger sport. Yikes. When Morehouse said to them, "In your tales you have many names for her. Al-Esh, given to her in awe that when translated sounds like a redundancy, for High, from which come the more familiar corruptions. Aleshet, Esha, Alessia. You knew her as Paravent, given to her when crowned, first of its kind, by which the gods meant a mortal worthy of a majesty that is killing, questing, healing, which is also Paravel, Pavesh, Perefu, Perif, and in my case, for it is what I called her when we were lovers, Paravania. Though she is gone to me, she remains bathed in stars, first Empress, Lady of Heaven, Queen Utsirad. And they themselves full answered, and they considered themselves full answered, and departed. Okay. We have got The Rising Threat, Volume 4. Rising Threat, Volume 4 by Laffanil of Sunhold. The following is the account of Laffanil of Sunhold, an Altmer refugee from Somerset Isle who came to Cyrodiil in the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Laffanil, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset. Rather, he fled the darkening shadow of the Thalmor upon my beloved homeland. So this is about the Thalmor. Laffanil had a very intense presence, to put it politely, and some of his accusations of Thalmor involvement border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Altmer Dominion went unheeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Laffanil's claims. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian. No surprise that the Thalmor would keep a copy of this series. While Morrowind and the Imperial forces in Blackmarsh were still reeling from the consecutive catastrophes of the Oblivion Crisis and the destruction of Vardenfell, the Thalmor incited the Argonians to mount a massive uprising. Blackmarsh and southern Morrowind were completely lost to the Argonians, but luckily the Thalmor too lost what influence they had over the Reptilians. All the while the Thalmor consolidated their hold over my beloved homeland. It took almost a decade before my own machinations put me into contact with Okato. He seemed more interested than most in what I had to say about the Thalmor, maybe because he was himself an Altmer and recognized the threat they represented. It wasn't long before the Thalmor had Okato assassinated. Wow. I did not know Chancellor Okato was assassinated. Of course, if you remember him from Oblivion, he was in charge of the Empire after the Emperors died. Potentate Okato's murder began the Storm-Crowned Interregnum. The Elder Council fractured, leading into years of ruthless infighting, plots, and backstabbing. Many tried to claim the Ruby Throne. Most were pretenders to the crown, a few had legitimate claims. Others still were little more than brutal dullards who thought mere strength of arms was all the entitlement they needed. Violent, unnatural storms lashed the Imperial City several times during this anarchy, always with the eye of a storm looking directly down upon White Gold Tower, as if this was the judgment of the Nine Divines. While the Empire submerged in this mayhem, the Thalmor were quick to act. They overthrew the rightful kings and queens of the Altmer. I remember the revulsion and horror that took hold when word reached me that this dementia had gripped my homeland. Once so proud and majestic, many of our great race actually embraced this insanity. Then the first of many pogroms descended on Somerset Isle. They slaughtered any who were not of the blood of the Altmer, a fine excuse to purge the dissidents. As well, the Thalmor have never been ones to waste such an opportunity. After 7 long bloody years, the Storm-Crowned Interregnum was ended, when a Colovian warlord by the name of Titus Mede seized the crown. Whether he had rightful claim or not is moot. Without Titus Mede, there would not be an empire today. He proved a shrewd and capable leader, such that Skyrim endorsed him as emperor. With the empire stabilizing under the auspicious efforts Emperor Titus Mede, I resumed my efforts to warn him of the Thalmor threat. Again, the Thalmor remained a step ahead. Before my efforts could come to fruition, the Thalmor struck. Another coup, this time in Valenwood. The Empire was not prepared for the Thalmor's subterfuge and stratagem. There are those who claim the combined Altmer and Bosmer forces greatly outmatched the Empire, but this is a farce. This short savage campaign was won by the Thalmor even before First Blood was drawn. They waited and watched their enemy. They chose where and when they would attack. The Thalmor were able to bring the full fury of their small contingent of Altmer and Bosmer to any of several Imperial strongholds. Contrary to the posturing of the Empire's generals, the Thalmor did not command greater numbers. They had better spies and greater mobility, and knew how best to use them. This is the menace that the Thalmor represent. They are cruel and merciless, but they are no fools. They are devious and subtle, and so very patient. In one fell stroke, the Thalmor took a strategic foothold in the mainland of Tamriel, and prevented any significant attempt the Empire could have made to invade Somerset Isle and depose the tyranny of the Thalmor. At the same time, they took a better advantage to continue to watch the Empire in wait. In so doing, they also revived the Altbury Dominion with their alliance of the Bosmer of Valenwood. Over the decades, the Thalmor have grown quiet, but this is not the end. It has only just begun. They merely consolidate their power and tighten their grip on the hearts and minds of the Altmer. The Empire may wish to forget the wounds its pride has suffered at the hands of the Thalmor, but they are still out there, plotting, watching, waiting. While the Empire is content to secure inconsequential corners of its vast holdings, the threat of the Thalmor continues to rise. Not since Potentate Tokato has anyone in the Empire listened to me. I beseech any and all citizens of this renowned Empire to heed my words. The Thalmor must be stopped before it is too late. Soon after Laffanil of Sunhold commissioned to have these volumes printed and distributed far and wide in the Empire with his own coin, he himself met a violent end. There is a shock. In light of the events that followed his death, we may consider that he may very well have been murdered by Thalmor assassins. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian. Okay. Rising Threat, Volume 3. By Laffanil of Sunhold. The following is an account of Laffanil of Sunhold, an Altmer refugee from Somerset Isle, who came to Cyrodiil in the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Laffanil, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset, rather he fled the darkening shadow of the Thalmor upon my beloved homeland. Laffanil had a very intense presence, to put it politely, and some of his accusation of Thalmor involvement border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Altbury Dominion were not heeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Laffanil's claims. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian. Ever so cautiously, I formed a cabal made up of others who distrusted the motives and methods of the Thalmor. Over several months, I liquidated my ancestral holdings and took whatever inheritance I could, without raising any suspicions. I would follow after Reinendor and help him restore his reputation and status. We would then return to best the Thalmor at their own game, and win back the mores and morals of the Altmer. The rest of my cabal would stay on Somerset Isle and win the trust of the Thalmor on whatever level best suited each of them, sending clandestine missives to me when possible. After weeks of painstaking investigations and exorbitant bribes, I was able to learn that Reinendor was placed on a ship to Anvil. I booked my own passage to Anvil. My search almost ended there, for Reinendor had never arrived in Anvil harbour. My instinct that Reinendor met a duplicitous end was confirmed when I sought out several of the deckhands who were reported to be aboard Reinendor's vessel. All died under mysterious and violent circumstances. The first of many attempts on my life occurred soon after. Needless to say, I survived, but my grand plan to stimmy the Thalmor fell apart without an esteemed leader to rally behind. I went into hiding, waiting anxiously for word of the Thalmor's activities back on Somerset Isle. Over the following years, I tried to bend the ear of the Empire through various avenues, and warn them of the Thalmor's doings. The Empire, however, was having enough trouble dealing with the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis within its own borders without seeking trouble in faraway Somerset. With the assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII and his heirs, and the self-sacrifice of Martin Septim, the true saviour of Somerset Isle and the rest of Tamriel, the Empire's leadership was left defunct. High Chancellor Ricardo convened the full Elder Council in an unsuccessful bid to select a new emperor. Without an emperor, the Empire beyond the reach of Cyrodiil began to splinter. Ricardo reluctantly agreed to become the potentate under the terms of the Elder Council Charter until imperial rule could be established, but a reluctant leader is rarely a strong leader. Potentate Ricardo made admirable efforts to rein in the bedlam that threatened to rip the Empire apart, and was even making headway when Red Mountain erupted and destroyed much of Vardenfell, likely from Thalmor tampering, but I have yet to find proof of their misdeeds in this. What was left of Morrowind was thrown into absolute chaos. The effects of the eruption were felt even in Blackmarsh, destroying roads and cutting off the Imperial garrisons there. None were prepared for what happened next. Okay, we'll read Rising Threat Volume 2 in a second. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, Rising Threat Volume 2 by Lafanil of Sunhold. The following is the account of Lafanil of Sunhold, not a refugee from Thomas Isle who came to Cyrodiil in the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Lafanil, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset, rather he fled the darkling shadow of the Thalmor from my beloved homeland. Lafanil had a very intense presence, to put it politely. Some of his accusations of Thalmor involvement border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Altbury Dominion went unheeded, but history at least partially vindicated Lafanil's claims. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian. What happened after the Tower of Crystal-like Lore fell was a daze. It was as if my mind simply stopped. Instinct took over as my every thought sank into a black abyss of despair. Time lost all meaning, and to this day I know not how long I was in this state. Eventually a conscious thought managed to break my fugue. The Daedric hordes had vanished, gone as suddenly as they had come. Before my numbed mind could comprehend the tumult that consumed my beloved Somerset Isle, before I could formulate the question, how? They were there, dripping honeyed poison in our ears. The Thalmor. They were the ones that saved us, they claimed, working deep and subtle magics. Oh. So the Thalmor claimed that they actually saved everyone from the Oblivion Crisis, but we know it was really me and Martin. And a few others, of course. It was their efforts, their sacrifices that delivered the Ultima from extinction. Oh, what fools we were. We wanted so desperately someone to thank for ending our tribulations. We lavished it upon the first to step up and claim the glory. With that simple act of gratitude we allowed a vile rot to seep into our homeland, to putrefy our once noble and distinguished civilization. It was months before I began to suspect the error we had made. Small twinges of unease would vex me, but each one alone was easy enough to disregard and push aside. The exile of the great seer mage Renandor, the bold, was a final doubt that I could not ignore. You see, Renandor was one of the very few who survived the collapse of the Crystal Tower. I saw some of his bravery and heroics with my own eyes. It was his leadership and sorcery that made the Daedra pay such a high price for their destruction of the Crystal Tower. A Thalmor besmirched his name when he had the audacity to publicly doubt and question their role in ending the Oblivion Crisis on Somerset Isle. Renandor made the mistake of ignoring the consensus gentium, trusting instead to logic and facts. The shrewdness of the Thalmor, however, was not such to allow something as trivial as the truth stand in their way. As soon as they shifted the collective opinion ever so slightly against Renandor, they had him sequestered and intensified their efforts to tarnish his reputation. Unable to mount any sort of defense of the Thalmor's attacks, Renandor was quickly denounced and exiled, and as we found out in Volume 3, eventually killed. And now the start. Rising Threat, Volume 1. By Lafanil of Sunhold. The following is the account of Lafanil of Sunhold, an Alt refugee from Somerset Isle, who came to Cyrodiil in the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Lafanil, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset, rather he fled the darkling shadow of the Thalmor upon my beloved homeland. Lafanil had a very intense presence, to put it mildly, and some of his accusations of Thalmor involvement border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Altbury Dominion went unheeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Lafanil's claims. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian. I was barely more than a child when the great anguish fell upon us. The very air was torn asunder, leaving gaping, infected wounds that spewed Daedra from the bowels of oblivion. Many flocked to the shore, seeking escape from Dagon's murderous host, but the seas betrayed our people, raising up to smash our ships and our ports, leaving us to fates so vile and wicked that death would seem a mercy. The Crystal Tower stood as our last bastion of hope, in both the literal and figurative sense. Refugees filled the Crystal Tower until it could hold no more. I could taste the fear hanging in the air, feel the pall of despair suffocating us. We could see the Daedra moving through the trees in the distance, but they did not come. Days passed, and still the Daedra would not approach within arrow-shot of the battlements. Hope began to grow. They fear us, some would say. Even a Daedra knows not to trifle with the wisdom and magics of the crystal-like lore. It was as if the foul denizens of Oblivion had been waiting for this very spirit to stoke our hearts before they acted. As we slept, innumerable legions of Daedra amassed around us, and they were not alone. Hundreds of Outlaw prisoners were gathered with them. As dawn broke, we were awoken by their screams as the Daedra began to flail them and flay them. We watched in abject horror as our kinfolk were defiled completely, carved up and eaten alive, impaled on their depraved war machines, and worried apart as meals for their profane beasts. This bloodletting was only a prelude to whet their appetites. Once the Daedra finished with our kinfolk, they turned their eyes to the Crystal Tower. Our great and noble bastion proved as much of an impediment as the mighty oak to a landslide, standing tall for but a few moments, appearing almost able to ride the tide of destruction around it, but ultimately being swept away. Our exalted wizard decimated the fiends, roasting them by the dozens. Archers were finding the narrowest of chinks in their Daedric armor at over 100 paces, felling their captains and commanders. The might and skillfulness of our heroic defenders was astonishing to behold, but it was not enough. The Daedra clambered over the corpses of their cohort. They marched headlong into death and destruction, but would make the mightiest armies in all of Tamriel quake with fear. When they breached the walls, I fled along with the other cowards. I take no pride in that act. It has haunted my existence ever since, and I burn with shame to admit it. But it is truth. We fled in mindless panic, abandoning those stalwart Altmer who held the line against the onslaught, to preserve and defend our illustrious Crystal Tower. We raced through cleverly concealed passageways and emerged well away from the chaos that had descended upon the tower. That is when it happened. It started like a gust, rustling through the leaves of a dense forest, but the sound did not taper off. It rose into a roar as the very ground on which I stood began to shudder. I turned to look, and the world held its breath. I stood transfixed as the heart of my homeland was torn as if from my own breast. The unthinkable, the incomprehensible. The tower of crystal-like lore cast to the ground with all the dignity of a beggar, meaning an ironclad fist. In eternity I watched, trying to reconcile what I knew with what I saw. Sobs racked my chest, and weeping filled the air around me as the spell loosened its hold and I realized where I was. There were scores of other refugees mesmerized by the horror that had likewise ensorcelled me. Go, I croaked out, as my heart, the heart of my land, shattered. And no one moved, not even me. I mustered what will I could to bear all the fear and hatred and agony at what had just happened, turning the word into a mindless shriek. Go! I ran then, feeling more than seeing that the others had followed. And there we go. There is the Rising Threat series. The first one was nothing to do with the Thalmor, but still interesting. Okay, next up is Argonian Account Book 2. The Argonian Account Book 2 by Roaring Jarth. Did we read this one? I know we've read it on Oblivion, but yeah, should be keeping a list on Skyrim, really. Okay, don't think we read this one on Skyrim. Dickie and Scotty emerged from the dirt and reeds, exhausted from running, his face and arms sheathed in red flesh flies. Looking back towards Cyrodiil, he saw the brig disappear beneath the thick black river, and he knew he was not getting back until the tide went down in a few days' time. The river also held in its adhesive depths his files on the Black Marsh account. He would have to rely on his memory for his contacts in Gideon. Malik was purposefully striding through the reeds ahead. Failing ineffectually at the flesh flies, Scotty hurried after him. "We're lucky, sir," said the Red Guard, which struck Scotty as an extraordinarily odd thing to say, until his eyes followed where the man's finger was pointing. "The caravan is here." 21 rusted, mud-spattered wagons with rotting wood and wobbly wheels sat half-sunk in the soft earth ahead. A crowd of Argonians, grey-scaled and grey-eyed, the sort of solid manual labourers that were common in Cyrodiil, pulled at one of the wagons which had been detached from the others. As Scotty and Malik came closer, they saw it was filled with a cargo of blackberries so decayed that they had become hardly recognisable, more a festering jelly than a wagon-load of fruit. Yes, they were going to the city of Gideon, and yes, they said Scotty could get a ride with them after they were finished unloading the shipment of lumberries. How long ago were they picked? Scotty asked, looking at the wagon's rotten produce. The harvest was in last seed, of course, said the Argonian, who seemed to be in charge of the wagon. It was now sun's dusk, so they had been en route from the fields for a little over 2 months. Clearly, Scotty thought there were problems of transportation, but fixing that, after all, was what he was doing here as a representative of Lord Van Eck's building commission. It took close to an hour of the berries rotting even more in the sun for the wagon to be pushed to the side, the wagons in front of it and behind it to be attached to one another, and one of the 8 horses from the front of the caravan to be brought around to the now independent wagon. The labourers moved with dispirited lethargy, and Scotty took the opportunity to inspect the rest of the caravan and talk to his fellow travellers. 4 of the wagons had benches in them fit for uncomfortable riders. All the rest were filled with grain, meat, and vegetation in various stages of corruption. The travellers consisted of the 6 Argonian labourers, 3 Imperial merchants so bug-bitten that their skin looked as scaly as the Argonians themselves, and 3 cloaked fellows who were evidently Dunmer, judging by the red eyes that gleamed in the shadows under their hoods. All were transporting their goods along the Imperial Commerce Road. This is a road? Scotty exclaimed, looking at the endless field of reeds that reached up to his chin or higher. "'Tis a solid ground of a sort," one of the hooded Dunmer shrugged. "The horses eat some of the reed, and sometimes we set fire to it, but it just grows right back up." Finally, the wagon master signalled that the caravan was ready to go, and Scotty took a seat in the 3rd wagon with the other Imperials. He looked around, but Malik was not on board. "I agreed to get you to Blackmarsh and take you back out," said the Red Guard, who had plumped down a rock in the sea of reeds and was munching on a hairy carrot. "I'll be here when you get back." Scotty frowned, and not only because Malik had dropped the deferential title Sir while addressing him, now he truly knew no one in Blackmarsh. But the caravan slowly grinded and bumped forward, so there was no time to argue. A noxious wind blew across the Commerce Road, casting patterns in the endless featureless expanse of reeds. In the distance there seemed to be mountains, but they constantly shifted, and Scotty realized they were banks of mist and fog. Shadows flitted across the landscape, and when Scotty looked up, he saw they were being cast by giant birds with long saw-like beaks, nearly the size of the rest of their bodies. Hackwings. Chero Gemulus, an Imperial on Scotty's left, who might have been young but looked old and beaten, mutters, "Like everything else, this damn place will eat you if you don't keep moving. Beggars pounce down and give you a nasty chop, and then fly off and come back when you're mostly dead from blood loss." Scotty shivered. He hoped it would be in Gideon before nightfall. Then it occurred to him that the sun was on the wrong side of the caravan. "Excuse me, sir," Scotty called to the wagon master. "I thought you said we were going to Gideon." The wagon master nodded. "Why are we going north when we should be going south?" There was no reply, but a sigh. Scotty confirmed with his fellow travellers that they too were going to Gideon, and none of them seemed very concerned about the circuitous route to getting there. The seats were hard on his middle-aged back and buttocks, but the bumping rhythm of the caravan of the hypnotic waving reeds gradually had an effect on him, and Scotty drifted off to sleep. He awoke in the dark some hours later, not sure where he was. The caravan was no longer moving, and he was on the floor, under the bench next to some small boxes. There were voices speaking a hissing, clicking language Scotty didn't understand, and he peeked out between someone's legs to see what was happening. The moons barely pierced the thick mist surrounding the caravan, and Scotty did not have the best angle to see who was talking. For a moment it looked like the grey wagon master was talking to himself, but the darkness had movement and moisture, in fact glistening scales. It was hard to tell how many of these things there were. They were big, black, and the more Scotty looked at them, the more details he could see. When one particular detail emerged, huge mouths filled with dripping, needle-like fangs, Scotty slipped back under the bench. Their black little eyes had not fallen on him yet. The legs in front of Scotty moved and then began to thrash. As their owner was grabbed and pulled out of a wagon, Scotty crouched further back, getting behind the little boxes. He didn't know much about concealment, but had some experience with shields. He knew that having something, anything, in between you and your bad things was always good. A few seconds after the legs had disappeared from sight, there was a horrible scream. And then a second, and a third. Different timbres, different accents, but the same inarticulate message. Terror and pain. Horrible pain. Scotty remembered a long-forgotten prayer to the god Sendar and whispered it to himself. Then there was silence. Ghastly silence that lasted only a few minutes, but which seemed like hours. Years. And then the carriage started rolling forward again. Scotty cautiously crawled out from under the carriage. Charo Gemulus gave him a bemused grin. "There you are," he said. "I thought the Nagas took you." "Nagas?" "Nasty characters," Gemulus said, frowning. "Puff adders with legs and arms. 7 feet tall, 8 when they're mad. Come from the inner swamp and they don't like it here much, so they're particularly peevish. You're the kind of posh Imperial they're looking for." Scotty had never in his life thought of himself as posh. His mud and flesh fly bespeckled clothing seemed eminently middle class at best to him. What do they want me for? "To rob, of course," the Imperial smiled, "and to kill. You didn't notice what happened to the others?" The Imperial frowned as if struck by a thought. "You didn't sample from those boxes down below, did you? Like the sugar, do you?" "Gods no," Scotty grimaced. The Imperial nodded, relieved. "You just seem a little slow. First time to Blackmarsh, I gather. Oh, hey-ho, hist-bis." Scotty was just about to ask Gemulus what that vulgar term meant when the rain began. It was an inferno of foul-smelling yellow-brown rain that washed over the caravan, accompanied by the growl of thunder in the distance. Gemulus worked to pull the roof up over the wagon, glaring at Scotty, until he helped with the laborious process. He shuddered not only from the cold damp, but from contemplation of the disgusting precipitation pouring down on the already nasty produce in the uncovered wagon. "We'll be dry soon enough." Gemulus smiled, pointing out into the fog. Scotty had never been to Gideon, but he knew what to expect. A large settlement more or less laid out like an imperial city, with more or less imperial-style architecture and all the imperial comforts and traditions more or less. A jumble of huts half sunk in mud was decidedly less. "Where are we?" asked Scotty, bewildered. "Hixinogue," replied Gemulus, pronouncing the queer name with confidence. "You were right. We were going north when we should have been going south." And there we have it. Alright. Next up, Argonian Account, Book 4. Argonian Account, Book 4 by Warren Jarth. Thinking Scotty was drowning, and he didn't think much of it. He couldn't move his arms or his legs to swim because of a paralysis spell the Argonian peasant had lobbed at him, but he wasn't quite sinking. The Uncobra River was a crashing force of white water and currents that could carry along large rocks with ease. So Scotty tumbled head over heels, spinning, bumping, bouncing along. He figured that soon enough he would be dead, and that would be better than being in Blackmarsh. He wasn't too panicked about it all when he felt his lungs filled with water and cold blackness fell upon him. For a while, for the first time in some time, Dickie Scotty felt peace, blessed darkness, and then pain came to him. And he felt himself coughing, spewing water up from his belly and his lungs. A voice said, "Oh, bother, he's alive, ain't he now?" Scotty wasn't quite sure if that were true, even when he opened his eyes and looked at the face above him. It was an Argonian, but unlike any he had seen anywhere. The face was thin and long like a thick lance. The scales were ruby red, brilliant in the sunlight. It blinked at him, its eyelids opening and closing in vertical slits. "I don't suppose we should eat you, should we now?" The creature smiled, and Scotty could tell from its teeth that it was no idle suggestion. "Thank you," said Scotty weakly. He craned his head slightly to find out who the "we" were, and discovered he was on the muddy bank of a still, sluggy river, surrounded by a group of Argonians with similarly needle-like faces and a whole rainbow of scales. Bright greens and gem-like purples, blues and oranges. "Can you tell me, am I near, well, anywhere?" The ruby-coloured Argonian laughed. "No, you're in the middle of everywhere and near nowhere." "Oh," said Scotty, who grasped the idea that space did not mean much in Blackmarsh. "And what are you?" "We are Agasefs," the ruby-coloured Argonian replied. "My name is Nomu." Scotty introduced himself. "I'm a senior clerk in Lord Van Eyck's building commission in the Imperial City. My job was to come here to try to fix the problems of commerce. But I lost my agenda, haven't met with any of my contacts, the Arcanes of Gideon." "Pompous, assimilated slave and kleptocrats," a small lemon-coloured Agasef murmured with some feeling. "Now, I just want to go home." Nomu smiled, his long mouth arching up like a host happy to see an unwanted guest leave a party. Shez will guide you. Shez, it seemed, was a bitter little yellow creature, and he was not at all pleased at the assignment. With surprising strength, he hoisted Scotty up, and for a moment the clerk was reminded of Gimulus dropping him into the building muck that led to the Underground Express. Instead, Shez shoved Scotty toward a tiny little raft, razor thin, that bubbled onto the surface of the water. This is how you travel? This is how you travel? We don't have the broken wagons and dying horses of our brothers on the outside, Shez replied, rolling his tiny eyes. We don't know better. The Argonian sat at the back of the craft and used his whip-like tail to propel and navigate the craft. They travelled quickly around swirling pools of slime that stank of creatures of putrefaction, past pinnacled mountains that seemed sturdy but suddenly fell apart at the slightest ripple in the still water, under bridges that might have once been metal but were now purely rust. Everything in Tamriel flows down to Blackmarsh, Shez said. As they slid through the water, Shez explained to Scotty that the Agassefs were one of the many Argonian tribes that lived in the interior of the province, near the Hist, finding little in the outside world worth seeing. He was fortunate to have been found by them. The Nagas, the toad-like Paitru, and the winged Sarpa would have killed him on the spot. There were other creatures too to be avoided, for there were few natural predators in inner Blackmarsh. The scavengers that rooted in the garbage seldom shied away from a living meal. Hackwings circled overhead like the one Scotty had seen in the west. Shez fell silent and stopped the raft completely, waiting for something. Scotty looked in the direction Shez was watching and saw nothing unusual in the filthy water. Then he realized that the pool of green slime in front of him was actually moving, and fairly quickly. From one bank to the other, it deposited small bones behind it as it oozed up into the reeds and disappeared. Voriplasm, Shez explained, moving the boat forward again. Big word. They'll strip you to the bone by the second syllable. Scotty, desirous to distract himself from the sights of smells that surrounded him, thought it was a good time to compliment his pilot on his excellent vocabulary. It was particularly impressive given how far from civilization they were. The Argonians in the East did, in fact, speak so well. They tried to erect the Temple of Mara near here in Umfolo 20 years ago, Shez explained, and Scotty nodded, remembering reading about it in the files before they were lost. They all perished quite dreadfully of swamp rot in the first month, but they left behind some excellent books. Scotty was going to inquire further when he saw something so huge, so horrifying, it made him stop, frozen. Half submerged in the water ahead was a mountain of spines, lying on 9-foot-long claws. White Eye stared blindly forward, and then suddenly the whole creature spasmed and lurched, the jaw of its mouth jutting out, exposing tusks clotted with gore. Swamp-leviathan, Shez whistled, impressed. Whew. Very, very dangerous. Scotty gasped, wondering why the Agassef was so calm, and more why he was continuing to steer the raft forward towards the beast. Of all the creatures in the world, the rats are sometimes the worst, said Shez, and Scotty noticed that the huge creature was only a husk. Its movement was from the hundreds of rats that had burrowed into it, rapidly eating their way from the inside out, bursting from the skin in spots. They are indeed, Scotty said, and his mind went to the Blackmarsh files, buried deep in the mud, and 4 decades of imperial work in Blackmarsh. But to continue westward through the heart of Blackmarsh, Shez showed Scotty the vast complicated ruins of the Kofringi capitals, fields of ferns and flowered grasses, quiet streams of the canopies of blue moss, and the most astonishing sight of Scotty's life, the great forest of full-grown histories. They never saw a living soul until they arrived at the edge of the Imperial Commerce Road, just east of Slough Point. When Malik, Scotty's Red Guard guide, was waiting patiently. I was going to give you 2 more minutes, the Red Guard scowled, dropping the last of his foot onto the pile at his feet. No more, sir. The sun was shining bright when Decimus Scotty rode into the Imperial City. As it caught the morning dew, it led to glisten to every building as if they had been newly polished for his arrival. It astonished him how clean the city was, and how few beggars there were. The protracted edifice of Lord Van Eyck's building commission was the same as it had always been, but still the very sight of it seemed exotic and strange. It was not covered in mud. The people within actually generally worked. Lord Van Eyck himself, though singularly squatted and squinty, seemed immaculate, not only relatively clean of dirt or scabs, but also relatively uncorrupt. Scotty couldn't help but stare at him when he first caught sight of his boss. Van Eyck stared right back. You are a sight. The little fellow frowned. Did your horse drag you to Blackmarsh and back, I would say go home and fix yourself, but there are a dozen people here to see you. I hope you have solutions for them. It was no exaggeration. Nearly 20 of Cyril's most powerful and wealthiest people were waiting for him. Scotty was given an office even larger than Lord Vannex, and he met with each. First among the commission's clients were 5 independent traders, blustering and loaded with gold, demanding to know what Scotty intended to do about improving the trade routes. Scotty summarized for them the conditions of the main roads, the state of the merchants' caravans, the sunken bridges, and all the other impediments between the frontier and the marketplace. They told him to have everything replaced and repaired, and gave him the gold necessary to do it. Within 3 months, the bridge at Slough Point had disappeared into the muck. The great caravan had collapsed into decrepitude, and the main road from Gideon had been utterly swallowed up by swamp water. The Argonians began once again to use the old ways, the personal rafts and sometimes the underground express to transport the grain and small commodities. It took a third of the time, 2 weeks, to arrive in Cyrodiil, none of it rotten. The Archbishop of Mara was the next client Scotty met with, a kind-hearted man horrified by the tales of Argonian mothers selling their children into slavery. He pointedly asked Scotty if it were true. Sadly, yes, Scotty replied, and the Archbishop showered him with septims, telling the clerk that food must be brought to the province to ease their suffering, and the schools must be improved so they could learn to help themselves. Within 5 months, the last book had been stolen from a deserted Maran monastery in Umfollo. As the Arcanes went bankrupt, their slaves returned to his parents' tiny farms. The backwater Argonians found that they could grow enough to feed their families, provided they had enough hard workers in their enclave, and the buyer's market for slaves sharply declined. Ambassador to Sleeks, concerned about the rising crime in northern Blackmarsh, brought with him the contributions of many other expatriate Argonians like himself. They wanted more Imperial guards on the border of Slough Point, more magically lit lanterns posted along the main roads at regular intervals, more patrol stations, and more schools built to allow young Argonians to better themselves and not turn to crime. Within 6 months there were no more Nagas roaming the roads, so there were no merchants travelling them to rob. The thugs returned to the fetid in the swamp where they felt much happier, their constitutions enriched by the rot and pestilence that they loved. Sleeks and his constituency were so pleased by the crime rate dropping, they brought even more gold to Decimus Scotty, telling him to keep up the good work. Blackmarsh simply was, is, and always shall be unable to sustain a large-scale cash crop plantation economy. The Argonians and anyone else, the whole of Tamriel, could live in Blackmarsh on subsistence farming, just raising what they needed. That was not sad, Scotty thought, that was hopeful. Scotty's solution to each of the dilemmas had been the same. 10% of the gold they gave him went to Lord Vannex's building commission. The rest Scotty kept for himself and did exactly nothing about the requests. Within a year, Decimus Scotty had embezzled enough to retire very comfortably, and Blackmarsh was better off than it had been in 40 years. So yeah, he made Blackmarsh better by not helping everyone that had paid him money, all the Imperials looking for trade, and yeah, he made himself a living and made Blackmarsh a lot better. Very interesting story. Okay. Next up is Short History of Morrowind. A Short History of Morrowind by Jeanette Sitter. Have I read this one? Not sure, but it's a short one. Short History of Morrowind by Jeanette Sitter. From the introduction, led by the legendary prophet Veloth, the ancestors of the Dunmer, exiles from Ultima cultures in present-day Somerset Isle, came to the region of Morrowind. In earliest times, the Dunmer were harassed or dominated by Nord sea raiders. When the scattered Dunmer tribes consolidated into the predecessors of the modern great house clans, they threw out the Nord oppressors and successfully resisted further incursions. The ancient ancestor worship of the tribes was in time superseded by the monolithic tribunal temple theocracy, and the Dunmer grew into a great nation called Resdain. Resdain was the last of the provinces to submit to Tiber Septim. Like Blackmarsh, it was never successfully invaded and was peacefully incorporated by treaty into the Empire as the province of Morrowind. Almost 4 centuries after the coming of the Imperial Legions, Morrowind is still occupied by Imperial Legions, with a figurehead Imperial King, but the Empire reserved most functions of a traditional local government to the ruling councils of the 5 great houses. Oh, maybe it's not that short. On Vardenfell District. In 3rd era 414, Vardenfell territory, previously a temple preserve under Imperial protection, was reorganized as an Imperial provincial district. Vardenfell had been maintained as a preserve administrated by the temple since the Treaty of the Armistice, and except for a few great house settlements sanctioned by the temple. Vardenfell was previously uninhabited and developed, but when the centuries-old temple ban on trade and settlement of Vardenfell was revoked by a king of Morrowind, a flood of imperial colonists to Great House Dunmer came to Vardenfell, expanding old settlements and building new ones. I think we may have read this one. Let me check something. We don't have a save back home, do we? Alright, we'll keep reading it then. The new district was divided into Bredoran, Hlalu, Telvanni, and Temple districts, each separately administered by local house councils or temple precincts, and all under the advice and consent of Duke Dren and the district council in Eberhard. Local law became a mixture of house law and imperial law in house districts, jointly enforced by house guards and legion guards, with temple law and imperial law enforced in the temple district by ordinators. The temple was still recognized as a majority religion, but worship of the nine divines was protected by the legions and encouraged by the imperial cult in missions. The temple was still recognized as a majority religion. Well, no, we did that. The temple district included the city of Vivek, the fortress of Ghostgate, and all sacred and profane sites, including those blighted areas inside the Ghost Fence, and all unsettled and wilderness areas on Vardenfell. In practice, this district included all parts of Vardenfell not claimed for Bredoran, Hlalu, or Telvanni districts. The temple thoroughly fought all development of their district and were largely successful. House Hlalu, in combination with imperial colonists, embarked on a vigorous campaign of settlement and development. In the decades after reorganization, Balmora and the Ascadian Isles regions have grown steadily. Caldera and Pelagia are completely new settlements, and all legion forts were expanded to accommodate larger garrisons. House Telvanni, normally conservative and isolationist, has been surprisingly aggressive in expanding beyond their traditional tower villages. Disregarding the protests of the other houses, the Temple, the Duke, and the District Council, Telvanni pioneers have been encroaching on the wild lands reserved to the Temple. The Telvanni Council officially disavows responsibility for these rogue Telvanni settlements, but it is an open secret that they are encouraged and supported by ambitious Telvanni mage lords. Under pressure from the Temple, conservative House Redoran has steadfastly resisted expansion in their district. As a result, House Redoran and the Temple are in danger of being politically and economically marginalized by the more aggressive and expansionist Hlalu and Telvanni interests. The Imperial administration faces many challenges in the Vardenfell district, but the most serious are the great house rivalries, animosity from the Ashlander nomads, internal conflicts within the temple itself, and the Red Mountain Blight. Struggles between Great House, Temple, and Imperial interest to control Vardenfell's resource could at any time erupt into full-scale war. Ashlanders raid settlements, plunder caravans, and kill foreigners on their wild lands. The Temple has unsuccessfully attempted to silence criticism and calls for reform within its ranks. The most serious of the plagues and diseased hosts produced by the blight storms sweeping out from Red Mountain. Vardenfell and all Morrowind have long been menaced by the legendary evils of Dagoth and his ash vampire kin dwelling beneath Red Mountain. For centuries this temple has contained this threat within the Ghost Fence, but recently the temple's resources and will have faltered, and the threat from Red Mountain has grown in scale and intensity. If the Ghost Fence should fail, and hosts of blighted monsters were to spill out across Vardenfell's towns and villages, the Empire might have no choice but to evacuate Vardenfell district and abandon it to disease and corruption. Okay, there we go. Learning a little bit about Morrowind there. Next up, Azura and the Box. Ancient Tales of the Dwemer, Part 11 by Marabar Sul. Kilbar had enjoyed an adventurous youth, but had grown to be a very wise, very old Dwemer, who spent his life searching for the truth and dispelling superstitions. He invented much and created many theorems and logic structures that bore his name, but much of the world still puzzled him, and nothing was a greater enigma to him than the nature of Aedra and Daedra. Over the course of his research, he came to the conclusion that many of the gods were entirely fabricated by man and Mer. Nothing, however, was a greater question to Kilbar than the limits of divine power. Were the greater beings the masters of the entire world, or did the humblest creatures have the strength to forge their own destinies? As Kilbar found himself nearing the end of his life, he felt he must understand this last basic truth. Among the sage's acquaintances was a holy Chima priest named Afinic. When the priest was visiting Bafala Gatarame, and Kilbar told him what he intended to do to find the nature of divine power. Afinic was terrified and pleaded with his friend not to break this great mystery, but Kilbar was resolute. Finally, the priest agreed to assist out of love for his friend, for he feared the results of this blasphemy. Afinic summoned Azura. After the usual rituals by which the priest declared his faith in her powers, and Azura agreed to do no harm to him, and Kilbar and a dozen of his students entered the summoning chamber, carrying with them a large box. As we see you in our land, Azura, you are the goddess of the dusk at dawn and all the mysteries therein, said Kilbar, trying to appear as kindly and obsequious as he could be. It is said that your knowledge is as absolute. So it is, smiled Daedra. You would know, for example, what is in this wooden box, said Kilbar. Azura turned to Afinic, her brow furrowed. The priest was quick to explain. Goddess Vistwara is a very wise and respected man. Believe me, please. The intention is not to mock your greatness, but to demonstrate it to his scientists and to the rest of his skeptical race. I have tried to explain your power to him, but his philosophy is such that he must see it demonstrated. If I am to demonstrate my might in a way to bring the Dwemer race to understanding, it might have been a more impressive feat you would have me do, growled Azura, and turned to look Kilbar in the eyes. There is a red-petaled flower in the box. And Kilbar did not smile or frown. He simply opened the box and revealed to all that it was empty. When the students turned to look to Azura, she was gone. Only Afinic had seen the goddess's expression before she vanished, and he could not speak. He was trembling so. A curse had fallen, he knew that truly. But even crueler was the knowledge of divine power that had been demonstrated. And Kilbar also looked pale, uncertain on his feet, but his face shone with not fear but bliss. The smile of a Dwemer finding evidence for a truth only suspected. 2 of his students supported him, and 2 more supported the priest as they left the chamber. I have studied very much over the years, performed countless experiments, taught myself 1,000 languages, and yet the skill that has taught me the final truth is the one that I learned when I was but a poor young man trying only to have enough gold to eat, whispered the sage. As he was escorted up the stairs to his bed, a red flower petal fell from the sleeve of his voluminous robe, and Kilbar died that night, a portrait of peace that comes from contented knowledge. Publisher's note, this is another tale whose origin is unmistakably Dwemer. Again, the words of some Alpenese translations are quite different, but the essence of the story is the same. The Dwemer have a similar tale about Kilbar, but in the Dwemer version, Azura recognizes the trick and refuses to answer the question. She slays the Dwemer present for their skepticism and curses the Dwemer for blasphemy. In the Alpenese version, Azura is tricked not by an empty box, but by a box containing a sphere which somehow becomes a flat square. Of course, the Alpenese versions, being a few steps closer to the original Dwemer, are much more difficult to understand. Perhaps this stage magic explanation was added by Gore Felim because of Felim's own experience with such tricks in his plays when a mage was not available. Marabar Sul left even the character of Kilbar alone, and he represents many Dwemer virtues. His skepticism, while not nearly as absolute as in the Altmerry's version, is celebrated, even though it brings a curse upon the Dwemer and the unnamed house of the poor priests. Whatever the true nature of the gods and how right or wrong the Dwemer were about them, this tale might explain why the dwarves vanished from the face of Tamriel. Though Kilbar and his kind may not have intended to mock the Aedra and Daedra, their skepticism certainly offended the divine orders. And there we go. We've done this side of the shelf. Let's see what else we've got. We've got Thief of Virtue. Let me tell the tale of a thief of virtue. In the land of Hammerfell, in the city of Such, there lived a baron who was quite wealthy. He was a noted collector of rare coins. The Baroness Veronique found the whole thing quite tedious. However, she did appreciate the lifestyle that the baron's wealth provided. Gravius Terranus was a noted thief. He claimed to be a master thief in a mythical guild of thieves. However, that was most likely just braggadocio. The only known thieves' guild was wiped out over 450 years ago. Ravius decided that the Baron should share his wealth. Specifically, he should share it with Ravius. The wily thief crept into the Baron's castle one night intending to do just that. The walls of the castle were noted for their height and unscalability. Ravius clearly used a narrow penetration to affix a rope to the top of the battlements. I didn't know that such a thing existed. Once on the battlements, he had to evade the Baron's guards. By hiding in the shadows of the crenellations, he was able to work his way to the keep undetected. Entering the keep was child's play for a thief of his caliber. However, a cunning lock with no less than 13 pins protected the private quarters of the Baron. Ravius broke only 9 lockpicks to open it. In Oblivion, I would have done that with 0. In Skyrim, probably that much. Using only a fork, a bit of string, and a wineskin, he disabled the 7 traps guarding the Baron's coin collection. Truly, Ravius was a master among thieves. With the coin safely in his grasp, Ravius began his escape, only to find a way blocked. The Baron had found the open door and was raising the guard to scour the castle. Really? The master thief left an open door? Ravius fled deeper into the castle, one step ahead of the questing guards. His only way out led through the boudoir of Baroness Veronique. He entered to find the lady preparing for bed. Now it should be said at this point that Ravius was noted for his handsome looks, while the Baroness was noted for her plainness. Both of these facts were immediately recognized by each of the pair. "Dost thou come to plunder my virtue?" asked the lady, all a-tremble. "Nay, fair lady," Ravius said, thinking quickly. "Plunder be a harsh term to ply upon such a delicate flower as your virtue. I see thou hast made off with mine husband's precious coins." Ravius looked deeply into her eyes and saw the only path by which he would escape this night with his life. It would require a double sacrifice. Though these coins are of various value, I have now found a treasure that is beyond all value. Ravius said smoothly, "Tell me, O beauteous one, why dost thou husband set 7 deadly traps around these tawdry coins, but only a simple lock upon the door of his virtuous wife?" It's pretty smooth. "Ignis protects those that are dearest to him," Veronique replied with ire. "I would give all the gold in my possession to spend but a moment basking in your radiance." With that, Ravius set down the coins he had worked so hard to steal. The Baroness swooned into his arms. When the captain of the guard asked to search her quarters, she hid Ravius most skillfully. She turned over the coins, claiming that the thief dropped them when he fled out the window. With that sacrifice made, Ravius steeled himself of a second. He robbed the Lady Veronique of her virtue that night. He robbed her of it several times, lasting well into the wee hours of the morning. Exhausted yet sated, he stole away in the pre-dawn hours. I guess that's a thief doing what he's got to do. There's another thief of virtue. There's the Talos Mistake, which we've read. Ocean of Health. Ingle and the Sea Ghost we've read. Adra and Daedra we've read. Okay, we've got the real Baron Zaya. Something moving there? Maybe. We've got the real Baron Zaya, Volume 3. The Real Baron Zaya, Volume 3 by Anonymous. For several days, Baron Zaya felt a weight of sorrow at her separation from her friends, but by the second week out, her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Straw's companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Red Guard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravans she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful towards her despite her attempts at flirtation. Simicus scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain royal dignity at all times. "You mean I'm never to have any fun?" she inquired petulantly. "Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, my lady. Familiarity is not. You will remain chaste and modest while you are at the Imperial City." Baron Zaya made a face. "I might as well be back at Darkmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, you know. Everyone says so." "Everyone is wrong, then. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, Your Highness, that you hold the throne of Mournhold not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end ere it begins. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of all his appointees, and he favours chastity and modesty in women. I strongly suggest you model your deportment after our good Drellian, my lady." "I'd as lief be back in Darkmoor," Baron Zaya snapped resentfully. offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Drellian in any way. That is not an option, your highness. If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, you will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either, the general said portentously. If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality and cavorting with base company. He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and the grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Baron Zaya listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threats, but afterwards she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Symmachus seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Encouraged, she then said that she noted 3 of their wives escort their women. Knights escort were women, and asked if she might train a little with them, just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, though stressing it would only be with the women. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty, for the rest of their journey, so that they travelled quickly over firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last. There were hints of a thaw. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly, but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the imperial city at sunset. The rosy glow turned into the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north towards the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the wide concourse. Lights winked out in the shops, and on in the inns, as dusk fell and stars came out singly then by 2s and 3s. Even the side streets were broad and brightly illuminated. Near the palace the towers of an immense mage's guild hall reared toward the east, while westward the stained glass windows of a huge tabernacle glittered in the dying light. Symmachus had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace, past the temple of the One he identified as they passed it. An ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Baron Zaya would be expected to become a member should he prove acceptable to the Emperor. The place was quite splendid, although little to Baron Zaya's tastes. The walls and furnishings were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold, and the floors in dully gleaming black marble. Baron Zaya's eyes ached for colour and the display of subtle shadings. In the morning, Symmachus and Drellian escorted her to the imperial palace. Baron Zaya noted that everyone they met greeted Symmachus with a deferential respect, in some cases bordering on obsequiousness. The general seemed to take it for granted. They were ushered directly into the imperial presence. The morning sun flooded a small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over a sumptuously laden breakfast table and the single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried toward them. Ah, Symmachus, our most loyal friend, we welcome your return most gladly. His hands held Symmachus's shoulders briefly, fondly, halting the deep genuflection the dark elf had been in the process of effecting. Baron Zaya curtsied as Tiber Septim turned to her. Baron Zaya, our naughty little runaway. How do you do, child? Here, let us have a look at you. Why, Symmachus, she's charming. Absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings? Yes, of course. He waved aside Symmachus's protest, and drew the curtain himself, not troubling to summon a servant. You will pardon us for this discourtesy towards yourselves, our dear guests. We've much to think of, though that's scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray join us. There's some excellent nectarines from Black Marsh. They settled themselves at the table. Baron Zaya was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim, grey giant warrior she'd pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than tall Symmachus. Although he was well-knit of figure and live of movement, he had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing, blue eyes, and a full head of stark white hair above the lined and weathered face. He might have been any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them, and repeated the question the general had asked her days ago. Why had she left home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? No, Excellency, Baron Zaya replied. In truth, no. Though I fancied so at times. Symmachus had fabricated a story for her, and Baron Zaya told it now, although with a certain misgiving. The stable boy Straw had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in Rahad, and when a red guard had indeed come, she had panicked and fled with Straw. Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened raptly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. Why, it is like a ballad, he said. By the One, we'll have the court bard set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made. General Samaka said. Baron's eye stopped in some confusion, then proceeded. He said, well, that I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months. She lowered her gaze in what she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. He's a very discerning fellow, is our loyal friend Symmachus. I know I've been a very foolish girl, Excellency. I must crave your pardon and that of my kind guardians. I realized that some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. I don't want to return to Darkbourne now, Excellency. I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country. Our dear child, you shall go home, we promise you, but we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and solemn task with which we shall charge you. Baron's eye gazed at him earnestly, heart beating fast. It was all working just as Symmachus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude toward him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. I am honoured, Excellency, and wish most earnestly to serve you in this great empire you have built, in any way I can. It was a politic thing to say, to be sure, but Baron's eye really meant it. She was awed at the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order evident everywhere, and moreover was excited at the prospect of being a part of it all, and she felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. After a few days, Symmachus left for Mournhold to take up the duties of a governor until Baron's eye was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Baron Zaya with Drelly and his chaperone took up residence in a suite of rooms at the Imperial Palace. Several tutors were provided her in all the fields deemed seemly for a queenly education. During this time she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. On occasion she met with Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly and politely inquire as to her progress, and chide her, although with a smile, for her disinterest at matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer points of magic, and he could make even history and politics seem interesting. They're people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume, he said. As her understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct, but with shared ideals and goals, all contributed to the common weal. Some things are universal, shared by all, sentient folk of goodwill, he said. So the one teaches us we must unite against the malicious and the brutish, the miscreated, the orcs, well, yikes, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and not strive against one another. His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dream, and Baron's eye was delighted just to sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were a smouldering blaze. If their hands met, she would tingle all over as if his body were charged with a shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that, it's just, you are so beautiful, dear. So very beautiful. He was looking at her with hopeless yearning in his generous eyes. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. Are you angry with us? Speak to us, please. Baron's eye shook her head. I can never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. We have a consort, he said. She is a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We can never put her aside, yet there is nothing between us and her. No sharing of a spirit. She would have us be other than what we are. We are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel, and Baron Zaya, I think I am the most lonely as well. He stood up suddenly. Power, he said with sublime contempt. I'd trade a goodly share of it for youth and love, if the gods would only sanction it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known. He shook his head vehemently. Today, perhaps, yet I am less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful. If I can ease your pain, let me. Baron Zaya moved toward him, hands outstretched. No, I would not take your innocence from you. I am not that innocent. How so? The Emperor's voice suddenly grated harshly, his brows knitted. Baron Zaya's mouth went dry. What had she just said? But she couldn't turn back now, I guess that means. He would know. There was straw, she faltered. I was lonely too. Am lonely, and not so strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. I guess I'm not worthy, Excellency. No, not so, Baron Zaya. My Baron Zaya. It cannot last for long. You have a duty toward Mournhold, and a duty toward the Empire. I must tend toward mine as well. But while we may, shall we share what we have, what we can, and pray the one forgives us our frailty? Tiber Septim held out his arms, and wordlessly, willingly, Baranziah stepped into his embrace. You caper on the edge of a volcano, child. Drellian admonished as Baranziah admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. How so? We make one another happy. We harm no one. Simicus bade me be discriminating and discreet. Who better could I choose? And we've been most discreet. You treat me like a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made for a secret passage that only few in the palace were privy to, himself and a handful of trusted bodyguards. He slavers over you like a cur his supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son toward you? Baranziah shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she'd received no more from his family than bare civility, threadbare civility. What matter? It is Tiber who holds the power. But it is his son who holds the future. Do not put his mother up to public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest, even in conversation at dinner? Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, it is true, but her children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim is not long to live, I mean. Drellian amended quickly at Baranziah's scowl. Humans are all short-lived. Ephemeral, as we of the elder races say. They come and go, as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend to this family if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. Ah, but how can I make you see truly? You who are so young and human-bred as well. If you take heed and wisely, you and Mordhold are like to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, just as you have witnessed its rise. It is the way of human history. They ebb and flow like the inconstant tides. Their cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. We are as a year to their hour, a decade to their day. Baranziah just laughed. She knew that rumours abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention, for all save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love, and if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember. Each of her days filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights were even better. What is wrong with me? Baranziah lamented. Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's becoming of my waistline? Am I getting fat? Baranziah regarded her thin arms and legs, and her undeniably thickened waist in the mirror with displeasure. Drellian shrugged. You appear to be with child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you to early fertility. I see no choice but for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold if you would agree to it, and bear the child there. Alone? Baranziah placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the fruit of her love with her lover. You'll never agree to that. You won't be parted from me now, you'll see. Drellian shook her head, although she said no more. A look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night Baranziah told Tiber Septim when he came to her for their usual assignation. With child? He looked shocked. No, stunned. You're sure of it? I was told elves do not bear at so young an age. Baranziah forced a smile. How can I be sure? I've never... I shall have my healer fetched. The healer. A hail from middle years confirmed that Baranziah was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to his Excellency's potency, the healer said in sycophantic tones. Tiber Septim roared at him. This must not be, he said. Undo it. We command you. Sire, the healer gaped at him. I cannot. I may not. Of course you can, you incompetent dullard, the Emperor snapped. It is our express wish that you do so. Baranziah, till then silent and wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. No, she screamed. No, what are you saying? Child, Tiber Septim sat down beside her, his face wearing one of his winning smiles. I am so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that. The child I bear is yours, she wailed. No, it is now but a possibility, a might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so. I forbid it. He gave the healer another hard stare. and the elf began to tremble. Sire, it is her child. Children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and that is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none, even, and some only 1. If I take this one from her, sire, she may not conceive again. You promised us she would not bear to us. We have little faith in your prognostications. Baron Zaya scrambled naked from the bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. She awoke to pain and a feeling of emptiness, a void where something used to be, something that used to be alive but now was dead and gone forever. Trellian was there to soothe the pain and clean up the blood that still pooled at times between her legs. There was nothing to fill the emptiness. There was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers, and came on short visits, always well attended. Baron Zaya received these visits with pleasure at first, but Time Septim came no more at night, and after some time, nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed, and when she was completely physically recovered, Drellian informed her that Symmachus had written to request she come to Mournhold earlier than planned. It was announced that she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue, an extensive trousseau befitting a queen, and an elaborate and impressive ceremonial departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some people were sorry to see her leave, and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations, but some others did not. Alright. Very long and interesting read. So Time Septim. Maybe not so nice a guy after all. Okay. Real Baron Zaya, Volume 5. Real Baron Zaya, Volume 5 by Anonymous. As Symmachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current Emperor, Uriel Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance, and urging Symmachus to make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate developments to the newly appointed Imperial Battle Mage, Jaeger Farn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Farn! Symmachus thundered in disgust and frustration as he paced about the small chamber where Baron Zaya, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely embroidering a baby blanket. Jaeger Farn indeed. I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street, not if he were a doddering old blind sot. What are you against him, love? I just don't trust that mongrel elf, part dark elf, part eye elf, and part the gods only know what, all the worst qualities of all his combined bloods. I'll warrant, he snorted, no one knows much about him, claims he was born in southern Valenwood, but Wood Elven mother seems to have been everywhere since. Baron Zaya sunk in the contentment and lassitude of pregnancy, had only been humouring Symmachus thus far, but now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him. Something had piqued her interest. Symmachus. Could this Jaeger Farn have been the Nightingale disguised? Symmachus thought this over before replying, Nay, my love. Human blood seems to be the one missing component in Farn's ancestry. To Symmachus, Baron Zaya knew that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals, but he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. The Nightingales of Eberhard, of the Ryatheme clan, House Lalu, the House of Mora in particular, I'll be bound, that houses had human blood in it since her time. Eberhard was jealous that the staff was laid here from when Time Septim took the horn of summoning from us. Baron Zaya sighed a little. The rivalry between Eberhard and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morrowind's history. Once the two nations had been one, all the lucrative mines held in fief by the Ryathemes, whose nobility retained the high kinship of Morrowind. Eberhard had split into 2 separate city-states, Eberhard and Mournhold, where Queen Leanne's twin sons, grandsons of the legendary King Morellin, were left as joint heirs. At about the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favour of a temporary war leader to be named by a council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Eberhard remained jealous of her prerogatives, and the eldest city-state of Morrowind, first among equals, was a phrase its rulers often quoted, and claimed that rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morellin himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Ethan, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Jaeger Farn of your suspicions, then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter who recovers it, or where it lies? Symmachus stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly after a while, but I suppose not that much. Aye, he added, certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to your... And here he smiled at her wickedly. Embroidery. Baronziah flung the sampler at him. It hit Simicus square in the face, needle, thimble and all. In a few more months, Baronziah gave birth to a fine son whom they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the Staff of Chaos or the Nightingale. If Ebonheart had the staff in its possession, they certainly did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Helseth was 8 years old, Baronziah bore a second child, a daughter, to Simicus' lasting delight. Helseth was his pride, but little Morgaya, named for Simicus' mother, held his heart. Sadly, the birth of Morgaya was not the harbinger of better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Simicus felt that the Emperor suspected him of having had a hand in the staff's disappearance, and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with his escalating demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs, and even made up some of the difference from both the Royal Exchequer and their own private holdings. But the levies multiplied, and commoners and nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. "I want you to take the children and journey to the Imperial City," Simicus said at last in desperation one evening after dinner. "You must make the Emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be in revolt come spring." He grinned forcibly. "You have a way with men, love. You always did." Baronziah forced a smile of her own. "Even with you, I take it?" "Yes, especially with me," he acknowledged amiably. "Both children?" Baronziah looked over toward a corner window, where Helseth was strumming a lute and crooning a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15 by then, Morgaya 8. They might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. "Perhaps, but that's not the true reason." Baronziah took a great deep breath and grasped the nettle. "You don't think you can keep them safe here? If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us," she urged. He took her hands in his. "Baronziah, my love, heart of my heart, if I leave now, there'll be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better if I'm not worrying about you or the children." Baronziah laid her head against his chest. "Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easy to bear than an empty heart." She started to cry, thinking of the Nightingale and that sordid business with the staff. "My foolishness has brought us to this pass." He smiled at her tenderly. "If so, 'tis not so bad a place to be." His eyes rested indulgently on their children. "None of us shall ever go without or want for anything. Ever. Ever, my love. I promise you. I cost you everything once, Baronziah. I and Tiber Septim. I, without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped its rise." His voice hardened. "I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that and that my patience is not infinite." Baronziah gasped. Simicus was not given to empty threats. She no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old household flying by the grate would turn on her. "How?" she demanded breathlessly, but he shook his head. "Better that you not know," he said. "Just tell him what I told you should he prove recalcitrant, and do not fear. He's Septim enough that he will not take it out on the messenger." He smiled grimly. "For if he does, if he ever harms the least hair on you, my love, or the children, so help me all the gods of Tamriel, he'll pray that he hadn't been born. I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and I won't rest until the last Septim is dead." The red, dark and elven eyes of Simicus gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. "I plight to you that oath, my love, my queen, my Baronziah." Baronziah held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Baronziah stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's straits. She had waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on this pretext or that. His Majesty is indisposed. An urgent matter demands His Excellency's attention. "I am sorry, Your Highness, there must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week." "No, see..." And now it wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not even make the slightest pretense at listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had he dismissed the children. Helseth stood still as a carven image, but little Morgaya had begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodgings, the Mournholdian ambassador to the Imperial City had demanded entry, bringing him with a sheaf of dispatches from Simicus. Bad news, and plenty of it. The revolt had finally begun. The peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of Mournhold's minor nobility, and were demanding Symmachus step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retainers of Baron Zaya's house for generations stood between Symmachus and the rebel. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently Symmachus was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Baron Zaya to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to her to tell her it was safe to go back home with the children. She had tried to barge her way through the Imperial bureaucracy with little success, and to add to her growing panic, all news from Mournhold had come to a sudden stop. Tottering between rage of the Emperor's numerous major domos and fear of the fate awaiting her and her family, weeks had passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day the Mournholdian ambassador came, calling to tell her she should expect news from Symmachus the following night at the latest, not through the regular channels, but by Nighthawk. Seemingly by the same stroke of luck, she was informed that same day by a clerk from the Imperial Court that Eurysiptum had finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber, with a too bright smile of welcome that nonetheless didn't reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he had gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real, yet somehow inappropriate. It's a bit odd. Baron Zaya had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now, and had developed the skill of reading their expressions and movements into expressions and movements that was far beyond what any human could ever perceive. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes, and something else. Regret. Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? And why look at her with such a vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humans were notoriously, though predictably, inconstant. After that one long, burning glass, his gaze had shifted away, as she began to speak of her mission and the violence that had erupted in Mournhold. He sat still as stone throughout her entire account. Puzzled at his inertia and vexed no end, Baron Zaya stared into the pale, set face, looking for some trace of the Septim she'd known in the past. She didn't know Uriel Septim well, having met him once when he was still a child, and then again at his coronation 20 years later. Twice, that was all. He'd been a stern and dignified presence at the ceremony. Even as a young adult, yet not icily remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same. Yet something about him was familiar to her. More familiar than it should be. Some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly she felt very hot, as if lava had been poured over her. Illusion! She had studied the arts of illusion well since the Nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face. Illusion! But why? Her mind worked furiously, even as her mouth went on reciting details about Mournhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were often as ashamed at the sight of aging as elves were proud to exhibit them, yet the face Uriel Septim wore seemed consistent with his age. Baron Zaya dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magicka, if not actually shielding themselves from its effects within their own halls. Use of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath as surely as drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly she was brought to mind of the Nightingale, and then he was sitting before her. Then the vision changed, and it was Uriel Septim. He looked sad, trapped, and then the vision faded once more, and another man sat in his place, like the Nightingale, and yet unlike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven ears, and about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy. A horrible, destructive shiver. This man was capable of anything, and then once again she was looking into the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness, as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mournhold's ills, as it was quite plainly getting her nowhere, switch back to pleasantry. Pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. Do you remember, sire? Symmachus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation. You are no older than tiny Morgaya here. We are greatly honoured to be the only guests for the evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah, yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously, very cautiously. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, your majesty. I was told he died not long after. A great pity. Indeed, I still do not like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker if it had been possible. As for your request, my lady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Baron Zaya bowed, as did the children. A nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, although young Uriel had insisted a place be set for Justin at every meal. Not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl. Symmachus had kept up the joke long after she had gone the way of imaginary childhood friends, inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to in his mock-serious fashion. For last Baron Zaya had heard of Justin several years ago. The Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Symmachus, for she had met an adventurous, though incorrigible Khajiit youth, married him, and settled down in Lilindril to raise fire ferns and mugworts. The man sitting on the Emperor's divan was not Uriel Septim. The Nightingale. Could it be? Yes, yes. A chord of recognition rang through her, and Baron Zaya knew she was right. It was him. It was the Nightingale, masquerading as the Emperor. Symmachus had been wrong, so wrong. What now? She wondered frantically. What had become of Uriel Septim, and more to the point, what did it mean for her and Symmachus and all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Baron Zaya guessed that their troubles were due to this false Emperor. This Nightingale spawned glamour, whatever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands on Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long, as humans reckoned time, long after her disapproved liaison with her Tiber Septim. The Nightingale knew of Symmachus's famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septim house, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were in his power before here in the Imperial City, and Symmachus was left alone to deal with troubles of the Nightingale's brewing in Mournhold. What must she do? Baron Zaya impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, trying to stay cool, collected. Her ladies-in-waiting and personal knight's escort trailing behind. Finally they reached their waiting carriage. Even though their suite of rooms was only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances. And for once Baron Zaya was glad of it. The carriage seemed a kind of refuge now, false as she knew the feeling must be. The boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, then pointed toward the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary, and simply inquired if King Idwire of Wayrest of the province of Hyrock might be granted an audience with the famed Queen Baron Zaya of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her, and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Baron Zaya's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave the city. Certainly she had no inclination toward any dalliance with the dazzled human. She looked up frowning, and one of the guards said, "Milady, the boy says his master awaits your reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback, surrounded by a half-dozen courtiers and cavaliers. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Baron Zaya said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight, after the dinner hour." King Idwire looked polite and grave and rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least that was something, she thought pensively. Baron Zaya stood at the tower window waiting. She could sense the familiar's nearness, but though the night sky was clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. And suddenly he was there, a swift-moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes and the great night hawk finished its descent, wings folded, hands reaching for her thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch where it waited, panting as her impatient fingers felt for the message secured in a capsule on one leg. The hawk drank mightily from the water till when she had done, then ruffled its feathers and preened, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared its satisfaction at a job well done, mission accomplished and rest earned, yet beneath it all was unease. Things were not right, even to its humble avian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the cramped writing. Not Symmachus's bold hand? Baron Zaya sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly. If disaster it would be, disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Symmachus and joined the rebels. Symmachus was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Symmachus was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as King of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Symmachus was dead. Baron Zaya and the children had been declared traitors to the Empire, and a price set on their heads. Symmachus was dead. So the audience with the Emperor earlier that morning had been nothing but a blind, a ruse, a charade. The Emperor must have already known. She was just being strung along, told to stay put, take things easy. Milady Queen, enjoy the Imperial City and the delights it has to offer. Do make your stay as long as you want. Her stay, her detention, her captivity, and in all probability her impending arrest. She had no delusions about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial City ever again, at least not alive. Symmachus was dead. Milady? Baron Zaya jumped, startled by the servant's approach. What is it? Breton is here, milady, King Edwire, the woman added helpfully, noting Baron Zaya's incomprehension. She hesitated. Is there news, milady? She said, looking towards the Nighthawk. Nothing that will not wait, Baron Zaya said quickly, and her voice seemed to echo in the emptiness, but suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside her. Teeth of a bird. She stood up, smoothed her gown, and prepared to attend on her royal visitor. She felt numb. Numb was the stone walls around her, numb was the quiescence of the night air, numb was a lifeless corpse. Symmachus was dead. King Edwire greeted her gravely and courteously, if a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently in his family's legends. Gradually he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and asked if the outcome had been favourable to Mournhold. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, Milady Queen, you must believe me. The man who claims himself the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but I... No, Baron Zaya said with some decisiveness. You are entirely correct, my Lord King. I know. Edwire relaxed into his seat for the first time, eyes suddenly shrewd. You know? You're not just humouring someone you might think a madman? I assure you, my lord, I am not. She took a deep breath. And who do you surmise is assembling as the Emperor? The Imperial Mage, Jaeger Battlefarm. Ah, my Lord King, have you perchance heard of someone called the Nightingale? Yes, milady. As a matter of fact, I have. My allies and I believe him to be one and the same man as a renegade fawn. I knew it. Baron Zaya stood up and tried to mask her upheaval. A Nightingale. Jaeger fawn. Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever. He had tried their downfall seamlessly, perfectly. Symmachus. My Symmachus. Edwire coughed diffidently. Milady, we need your aid. Baron Zaya smiled grimly at the irony. I do believe I should be the one saying those words, but go on, please. Of what assistance might I be, my Lord King? Quickly the monarch outlined the plot. A mage Rhea Silmain, of late apprenticed to the vile Jaeger farm, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor, yet she had retained a bit of her powers and could still contact a few of those she had known well on a mortal plane. She had chosen a champion who would undertake to find the Staff of Chaos. Protagonist of Arena again. Which had been hidden by the traitorous sorcerer in an unknown site. This champion was to wield the Staff's power to destroy Jaeger Farn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true Emperor being held prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion, while thankfully still alive, now languished in the Imperial dungeons. Farn's attempt must be diverted while the chosen one gained freedom with Rhea's spirit's help. Baron Zaya had the false Emperor's ears and seemingly his eyes, which could provide the necessary distraction. I suppose I could obtain another audience with him? Baron Zaya said carefully. But would that be sufficient? I must tell you that my children and I have just recently been declared traitors to the Empire. In Mournhold, perhaps, milady, and Morrowind. Things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. The same administrative morass would make it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor, and his ministers also quite assures that he would never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, milady, and your children's, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As queen and heirs apparent, your persons are considered inviolable, sacrosanct, in fact. The king grinned. The imperial bureaucracy, milady, is a double-edged claymore. So, at least she and the children were safe for the time being. Then a thought struck her. My Lord King, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false Emperor's eyes? And seemingly, at that. Edwire looked uncomfortable. It was whispered among the servants that Jaeger Farn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers. I see. Her thoughts wandered momentarily to that insane romance of hers with the Nightingale. She had been madly in love with him. Foolish woman. And the man she had once loved had caused to be killed the man she truly did love. Loved. And he's gone now. He... She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Symmachus was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive, and remains. He would always be with her. As would the pain of living the rest of her life without him. The pain of trying to survive each day, each night, without his presence, his comfort, his love. The pain of knowing he would never see his children grow into a fine pair of adults who would never know their father how brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving, especially little Morgaya. And for all you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does that surprise you? Edwire's words broke into her thoughts. But does what surprise me? Your likeness in Fawn's room. Oh, her features set imperturbably. Yes and no. Edwire could see from her expression that she wished to change the subject. He turned once again to their plans. The chosen one may need a few days to escape, milady. Can you gain him a bit more time? You trust me in this, my lord king? Why? We are desperate, my lady. We have no choice. But even if we did, why, yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. The Lord Symmachus is dead. What? Baron Zaya related the recent events quickly and coolly. My lady, queen, but how dreadful. I'm so sorry. For the first time, Baron Zaya's glacial poise was shaken. In the face of sympathy, she felt her outward calm start to crumble. She gathered her composure and willed herself to stillness. Under the circumstances, my lady, we can hardly ask. Nay, good my lord, under the circumstances I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murderer of my children's father. A single tear escaped the fortress of her eyes. She brushed it away impatiently. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphaned children as you may. Edwire drew himself up. His eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble queen, the gods of our beloved land, indeed Tamriel itself, be my witnesses. His words touched her absurdly yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart and my soul, good my lord King Edwire. You are mine and my children's everlasting gratitude. She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but sat in a chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing and waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children, not yet, not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor. A summons arrived at first light. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days, bade them give the servants no trouble, and kissed them goodbye. Morgaya whimpered a bit. She was bored and lonely in the imperial city. Helseth looked dour but said nothing. He was very like his father. His father. At the imperial palace, Baron Zaya was escorted not into the great audience hall, but to a small parlour where the Emperor sat at a solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand toward the window. Magnificent view, isn't it? Baron's eyes stared out over the towers of a great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she had first met Tiber Septim, all those years ago, centuries ago. Tiber Septim, another man she had loved. Who else had she loved? Symmachus, Tiber Septim, and Straw. She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. She never realized it till now, but she had loved Straw, only she had never let him know. She had been so young then. Those had been carefree days, halcyon days, before everything, before all this. Before him, not Symmachus, the Nightingale. She was shocked in spite of herself. The man could still affect her, even now, even after all that had happened. A strong wave of inchoate emotion swept over her. When she turned back at last, the Euro Septim had vanished, and the Nightingale sat in his place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew. Instantly. I wanted to surprise you. You might at least have pretended. Baron's eyes spread her arms, trying to pacify the maelstrom churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill at pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit, she said icily. I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. He took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you are pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me? Go ahead. I'm in your power, but leave my children alone. No. I don't want that at all, Baron Zaya. He came near, speaking low in the old caressing voice that had sent shivers cascading through her body. The same voice that was doing the same thing to her here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arms. She felt her resolve fading, her disgust at him weakening. You could have taken me with you. You could have taken me with you. Unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power. But now, I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share, mine to give, to you. He once more waved his hand toward the window and the city beyond. All Tamriel is mine to lay at your feet, and that is only the beginning. It's too late. Too late. You left me to him. He's dead. The peasant's dead. A scant few years. What do they matter? The children can be adopted by me, and we'll have others together, Baron Zaya. Oh, and what children they'll be! What things we shall pass on to them. Your beauty, my magic, my powers you haven't even dreamt of, not in your most untamed imaginings. He moved to kiss her. She slipped his grasp and turned away. I don't believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Baron Zaya. Baron Zaya, my beloved, tell me. It shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her, the past, the present, and the future still to come. Different times, different lives, different Baron Zayas. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Baron Zaya? The name of a book? But by that choice she would determine the shape of her fate. She made it. She knew. She knew who the real Baron Zaya was, and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps. The nightingale laughed. You want to be courted. And why not? You do it so well. It's been so long. Besides, since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, my lady, Queen Baron Zaya. Your wish is my command. He took her hand and kissed it, now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing and laughing together while the Empire's business was left to subordinates. I'd like to see the staff, Baron Zaya said idly one day. I only had a glimpse of it, you'll recall. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, heart's delight, but that would be impossible. You don't trust me? Baron Zaya pouted, but softened her lips when he leaned over for a kiss. Nonsense, love. Of course I do, but it isn't here. He chuckled. And in fact, it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. You're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. Ah, you've gained in wisdom since last we met. You inspired my hunger for knowledge somewhat. She stood up. The Staff of Chaos can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without the direst consequences to the land itself. Ah, you impress me, my love. All true. It is not destroyed, and it is not removed from Tamriel, and yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him, and she leaned into his embrace. Here's a greater riddle still, he whispered. How does one make one with two? As I can, and will show you. Their bodies merged, limbs tangled together. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart and he lay dozing, she thought sleepily, one of two, two of one, three of two, two of three. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart, perhaps. She stood up, eyes blazing. She started to smile. Yep, she's successfully gained the intel she wanted, the staff. And even though it took her a while to get the information from the Nightingale, yeah, she sure did it. The Nightingale kept a journal. He scribbled entries onto it every night after quick reports from underlings. It was locked in a bureau, but the lock was a simple one. She had, after all, been a member of a thieves' guild in a past life. In another life, another Baron Zaya. One morning, Baron Zaya managed to sneak a quick look at it while he was occupied at his toilet. She discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fang Lair, although its location was given only in the vaguest of terms. The diary was crammed with jotted events in it in an odd shorthand, and was very hard to decipher. All Tamriel, she thought, in his hands and mine, and more perhaps. And yet, for all his exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been, a vacuum of which she was quite unaware, she thought. One could glimpse it now and then, when his eyes would go blank and hard, and yet, though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness too, and contentment. Pleasant dreams, Baron Zaya thought, and straw flashed before her eyes again, looking lost and sad, and then Ferris with a feline Khajiit smile. Tiber Septim, powerful and lonely. Symmachus, solid, stolid Symmachus, who did what ought to be done, quietly and efficiently. The Nightingale, a riddle and a certainty, both the darkness and the light. The Nightingale who would rule all and more, and spread chaos in the name of order. Baron Zaya got reluctant leave from him to visit her children, who had yet to be told of their father's death, and of the Emperor's offer of protection. She finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgaya clung to her for what seemed an era, sobbing wretchedly, while Helseth ran off into the garden to be alone, afterward refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Edwire called on her while she was there. She told him what she had discovered so far, explaining that she must remain a while yet and learn more as she could. Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Edwire's suspicion, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Baranziah even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Edwire publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend, the Emperor, forgave him. He was afterward invited to dine with him at least once a week. The children liked Edwire, even Helseth, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarrelled with both his mother and her lover. Edwire was not happy with the affair either. The Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Baranziah, just until the old man. They could not marry, of course, for Uriel Septim was already married. At least not yet. Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumours had been circulated by the Nightingale's agents that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tamriel disguised as schools. She'll grow worse in time, Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress and eyeing Baranziah's swollen breasts and swelling belly with dissatisfaction. As for their children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married. Your child will be my true heir. He did want the child. Baranziah was sure of that. She was far less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continually now, often violently, usually about Helseth, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, the province farthest from the imperial city. Baranziah made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in a smooth, unruffled life, and besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterward. Occasionally, Baranziah would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with him, but he was always come to fetch her back, and she would always let herself be fetched back. It was ineffable, like the rising and setting of Tamriel's twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff beast, an easy one since every dark elf knew where the Mount of Dagoth was. When she next quarrelled with the Nightingale, she simply left the city with Edwire and rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. The Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave the seat of power to pursue him in person, nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the Imperial City's nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Baranziah, as they had so many years ago of Tiber Septims, and were glad to see her go. Wayrest was equally distrustful of her, but Edwire was fanatically loved by his prosperous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Baranziah and Edwire were married a year after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Edwire doted on her and her children. She in her turn did not love him, but she was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Wayrest was a very good place, a good place for children to grow up, while they waited and bided their time, and prayed for the champion's success in his mission. Baranziah could only hope that he wouldn't take very long, whoever this unnamed champion was. She was a dark elf, and she had all the time in the world, all the time, but no more love left to give, no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left, nothing but pain, and memories, and her children. She only wanted to raise her family and provide them a good life, and be left to live out what remained of hers. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life yet, and during it she wanted peace and quiet and serenity, of her soul as well as of her heart. Peasant dreams. That was what she wanted. That was what the real Baranziah wanted. That was what the real Baranziah was. Peasant dreams. Pleasant dreams. And I believe that's it. That's the end of the story of Baranziah. Yeah, very interesting story. One of my favourites from Elder Scrolls in general. We actually read Volume 3, then Module 5, so we actually skipped a bit in the middle. And now we are going to read a book called Lost Legends. Lost Legends of Skyrim by Talskar, the Elder Archivist of Winterhold. The history of Skyrim is vast. Wait, let me just check if we've... No, I don't think we've read this one. The history of Skyrim is vast, predating even the most ancient records of Man and Myr. Much has been lost, fallen to the ravages of war, or the turning of the ages, but nothing is ever truly forgotten. Where no records exist, legends and folk tales offer us a key to the past, a way to piece together truths half remembered in the minds of men. For generations, the people of Morphel have told whispered tales of a pale lady, a ghostly woman who wanders the northern marshes, forever seeking her lost daughter. Some say she steals children who wander astray, others that her sobbing wail strikes dead all those who hear it. But behind these tales may lie a kernel of truth. For ancient records speak of Omriel, a mysterious figure Isramor's heirs battled for decades and finally sealed away. Reachmen tell the story of Fowler Red Eagle, an ancient king who rallied his people and drove back the armies of Cyril with a flaming sword. Though accounts vary, they too seem to be based on an underlying truth. The imperial chronicles of Empress Hestra mention a rebel leader of that era who was eventually cornered and slain in battle, at the cost of a full legion of men. But some tales prove far harder to analyse. Among scholars, perhaps the best known is the forbidden legend of the Archmage Golda. Interesting, we'll find out more about him later. In the dawning days of the First Era, the story goes, there lived a powerful wizard by the name of Golda. Wise and just, he was well known in the courts of King Harold and the Jarls of Skyrim, and his aid and counsel were sought by man and mer alike. And then he was murdered. Some say one of his sons killed him, others that King Harold, jealous of his power, gave the order. But Golda's 3 sons fled into the night, pursued by a company of Harold's best warriors and the Lord Geirmund, the king's personal battle mage. A great chase ensued from the wilds of a reach to the glacial north. One brother is said to have perished in the ruins of Folgenfer at the foot of Solitude. The others were run to ground soon thereafter, and once it was done, King Harold ordered every record of their murders destroyed, and Golda's name and deeds were struck from the rolls of history. Even today, few sources remain, and no bard will tell the tale, but perhaps the truth yet remains in some ancient ruin, waiting to be unearthed, for nothing is ever truly forgotten. And that actually started a quest called Forbidden Legend. Investigate the Golda Legend. And there it is. Well, of course, look into that later. But yeah, in Skyrim, some books can start quests. And that was one of them. Alright, next up is The Real Baranziah, Volume 4. By Anonymous. So we've read 3, then 5, so this is the part in the middle. Everything I have ever loved, I have lost. Baranziah thought despondently, looking at the mounted knights behind and ahead. Her tirewomen near her in the carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power, and the promise of more to come. Dearly have I bought it. Now I do understand better Tiber Septim's love of it, for he has often paid such prices, for surely worth is measured by the price we pay. By her wish she rode on a shiny roan mare, clad as a warrior in resplendent chainmail of dark elven make. As the days slowly slipped by, and her train rode the winding road eastward into the setting sun, around her gradually rose the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chilled late autumn wind blew constantly, but it was also rich with the sweet, spicy smell of a late-blooming black rose, which was native to Morrowind and grew in every shadowy nook and crevice of its highlands, finding nourishment even in the stoniest banked ridges. In small villages and towns, ragged, dark elven folk gathered along the road to cry her name or simply gape. Most of her nightly escort were Redguards, with a few High Elves, Nords, and Bretons. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, they grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together in protective clusters. Even the elven knight seemed wary, but Baranziah felt at home at last. He felt the welcome extended to her by the land, her land. Simicus met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were dark elven. In imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade of entry into the city and speeches of welcome from stately dignitaries. I have had the Queen's suite refurbished for you, the general told her later when they reached the palace, but you may change anything not to your taste, of course. He went on about the details of the coronation, which was to be held in a week. He was his old commanding self, but she sensed something else as well. He was eager for her approval of the arrangements, was in fact fishing for it. That was new. He had never required her commendation before. He asked her nothing about her stay in the Imperial City, or of her affair with Tiber Septim, although Baranziah was certain Drellian had told him, or earlier written him, everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new, parts of it from the ancient dark elven tradition of Mournhold, the others dictated by imperial decree. She was sworn to the service of the Empire and Tiber Septim, as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. She accepted oaths of fealty and allegiance from the people, the nobility, and the council. This last was composed of a blend of imperial emissaries, advisors they were called, and native representatives of the Rawnhold people, who were mostly elders in accordance with elven custom. Baron Zaya later found that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile these two factions and their cronies. The elders were expected to do most of the conciliating, in light of reforms introduced by the Empire pertaining to land ownership and service farming, but most of these went to clean against Dark Elven observances. Tiber Septim, in the name of the One, had ordained a new tradition, and apparently even the gods and goddesses themselves were expected to obey. The new queen threw herself into her work and her studies. She was through with love and men for a long, long time, if not forever. There were other pleasures she discovered, as Symmachus had promised her long ago, those of the mind and those of power. She developed, surprisingly, for she had always rebelled against her tutors at the imperial city, a deep love for dark elven history and mythology, a hunger to know more fully the people from whom she had sprung. She was gratified to learn that they had been proud warriors and skilled craftsmen, and cunning mages since time immemorial. Tiber Septim lived for another half-century, during which she saw him on several occasions, as she was bidden to the imperial city on one reason of state or another. He greeted her with warmth during these visits, and they even had long talks together about events in the Empire when opportunity would permit. He seemed to have quite forgotten that there had ever been anything between them more than easy friendship and a profound political alliance. He changed little as the years passed. Rumour had it that his mages had developed spells to extend his vitality, and that even the One had granted him immortality. Then one day a message came with the news that Tiber Septim was dead, and his grandson Pelagius was now emperor in his place. They had heard the news in private, she and Symmachus. The sometime imperial general and now her trusted prime minister took it stoically, as he took most everything. Somehow it doesn't seem possible, Baron Zaya said. I told you why. It's the way of humans. They are a short-lived people. It doesn't really matter. His power lives on, and his son now wields it. You called him your friend once. Do you feel nothing? No grief? He shrugged. There was a time when you called him somewhat more. What do you feel, Baron Zaya? They had long ago ceased to address each other in private by their formal titles. Emptiness, loneliness, he said. Then she too shrugged. But that's not new. Aye, I know, he said softly, taking her hand. Baron Zaya. He turned her face up and kissed her. The act filled her with astonishment. She couldn't remember his ever touching her before. She never thought of him in that way, and yet, undeniably, an old familiar warmth spread through her. She'd forgotten how good it felt, that warmth. Not the scorching heat she'd felt with Tiber Septim, but the comforting, robust ardour she somehow associated with straw. Straw. Poor Straw. She hadn't thought of him in so long. He'd be middle-aged now if he was still alive, probably with a dozen children, she thought affectionately, and a hearty wife who hopefully could talk for two. Marry me, Baron Zaya, Symmachus was saying. He seemed to have picked up her thoughts on marriage. Children, wives, I've worked and toiled and waited long enough, haven't I? Marriage. A peasant with peasant dreams. The thought appeared in her mind, clear and unbidden. Hadn't she used those very same words to describe straw so very long ago? And yet, why not? If not Symmachus, who else? Many of the great noble families of Morrowind had been wiped out in Tiber Septim's great war of unification before the treaty. Dark Elven rule had been restored, it was true, but not the old, not the true nobility. Most of them were upstarts like Symmachus, and not even half as good or deserving as he was. He had fought to keep Mournhold whole and hale, when their so-called councillors would have picked at its bones, sucked them dry as Ebonheart had been sucked dry. He'd fought for Mournhold, fought for her. While she and the kingdom grew and thrived, he felt a sudden rush of gratitude, and undeniably affection. He was steady and reliable, and he'd served her well, and loved her well. Why not? She said, smiling, and took his hand, and kissed him. The union was a good one in its political as well as personal aspects. While Tiber Septim's grandson, the Emperor Pelagius I, viewed her with a jaundiced eye, his trust in his father's old friend was absolute. Symmachus, however, was still viewed with suspicion by Morrowind's stiff-necked folk, charioted peasant ancestry, and his close ties to the Empire, but the Queen was quite unshakably popular. The Lady Baron Zaya is one of our own, it was whispered, held captive as we. Baron Zaya felt content. There was work, and there was pleasure, and what more could one ask of life? The years passed swiftly, with crises to be dealt with, and storms and famines and failures to be weathered, and plots to be foiled and conspirators to be executed. Mournhold prospered steadily, her people were secure and fed, her mines and farms productive. All was well, save that the royal marriage had produced no children, no heirs. Elven children are slow to come, and most demanding of their welcome, and noble children more so than others. Thus many decades had come to pass before they grew concerned. The fault lies with me, Symmachus. I am damaged goods, Baron's Eye said bitterly. If you want to take another... I want no other, Symmachus said gently. Nor do I know for certain that the fault is yours. Perhaps it is mine, I. Whichever, we will seek a cure. If there is damage, surely it may be repaired. How so, when we dare not entrust anyone with the true story? Healers' oaths do not always hold. It won't matter if we change the time and circumstances a bit. Whatever we say or fail to say, Geoffrey the storyteller never rests. The god's inventive mind and quick tongue are ever busy spreading gossip and rumour. Priests and healers and mages came and went, but all their prayers, potions, and philters produced not even a promise of bloom, let alone a single fruit. Eventually they thrust it from their minds and left it in the gods' hands. They were yet young, as elves went, with centuries ahead of them. There was time. With elves there was always time. Baron's Eye sat at dinner in the great hall, pushing food about on a plate, feeling bored and restless. Symmachus was away, having been summoned to the imperial city by Tiber Septim's great-great-grandson, Uriel Septim. Or was it his great-great-great-grandson? She'd lost count, she realized. Their faces seemed to blur one into the next. Perhaps she should have gone with him, but then been the delegation from Tyr on a tiresome matter that nevertheless required delicate handling. A bard was singing in an alcove of the hall, but Baron's Eye wasn't listening. Lately all the songs seemed the same to her, whether new or old. When a turn of phrase caught her attention, he was singing of freedom, of adventure, of freeing Morrowind from its chains. How dare he? Baron's Eye sat up straight and turned to glare at him. Worse, she realized he was singing of some ancient and now immaterial war with the Skyrim Nords, praising the heroism of Kings Edward and Morelin and their brave companions. The tale was old enough, certainly, yet the song was new, and its meaning? Baron's Eye couldn't be sure. A bold fellow, this bard, but with a strong, passionate voice and a good ear for music. Rather handsome, too, in a raffish sort of way. He didn't look to be well off exactly, nor was he all that young. Certainly he couldn't be under a century of age. Why hadn't she heard him before? Or at least heard of him? Who is he? She inquired of a lady in waiting. The woman shrugged and said, Calls himself Nightingale, my lady. No one seems to know anything about him. Bid him speak with me when he has done. The man called the Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honour of the Queen's audience, and the fat purse she handed him. His manner wasn't bald at all, she decided. Rather quiet and unassuming. He was quick enough with gossip about others, but she learned nothing about him. He turned all questions away with a joking riposte or a ribald tale, yet these were recounted so charmingly it was impossible to take offence. My true name, milady? I am no one. No, my parents named me No One. Or was it Nobody? What matters it? It matters not. How may parents give name to that which they know not? Ah, I believe that was the name. No, not. I have been the Nightingale for so long I do not remember. Since last month at the very least, or was it last week? All my memory goes into song and tale, you see, milady. I've none left for myself. I'm really quite dull. Where was I born? Why, nowhere. I plan to settle in Dunroman when I get there, but I'm in no hurry. I see. And when will you then marry a Torture? Very perceptive of you, milady. Perhaps, although I find in haste quite charming too, at whiles. Ah, you are fickle then. Like the wind, milady, I blow hither and yon, hot and cold as chance suits. Chance is my suit, and aught else wears well on me. Baron's Eye smiled. Stay with us a while then, if you will, my lord Ahatic. As you wish, milady bright. After that brief exchange, Baron's Eye found her interest in life somehow rekindled. All that seemed stale became fresh and new again. She treated each day with zest, looking forward to conversation with the Nightingale and the gift of his song. Unlike other bards, he never sang her praises, nor other women's, but only of high adventure and bold deeds. When she asked him about this, he said, What greater praise of your beauty could you ask, my lady, than that which your own mirror gives you? And if words you would have those of the greatest, of those greater than my callow self. How should I vie with them, I, who was born with a week gone by? For once they were speaking privately. The Queen, unable to sleep, had summoned him to her chamber that his music might soothe her. You are lazy and a coward, Sarah, else I hold no charm for you. Lady, to praise you I must know you. I can never know you. You are wrapped in enigma, in clouds of enchantment. Nay, not so. Your words are what weave enchantment. Your words, and your eyes, and your body. Know me if you will. Know me if you dare. He came to her then. They lay close, they kissed, they embraced. Not even Baron Zaya truly knows Baron Zaya. He whispered softly, So how may I? My lady, you seek and know it's not, nor yet for what? What would you have that you have not? Passion, she answered back, passion, and children born of it. And for your children, what birthright might be theirs? Freedom, she said, the freedom to be what they would be. Tell me, you who seem wisest to these eyes and ears, and the soul within them, where may I find these things? One lies beneath you. One lies beside you, the other beneath you. But would you dare stretch out your hand that you might take what should be yours, and your children's? Symmachus. In my person lies the answer to part of what you seek. The other lies hidden below us in these your very kingdom's minds, but which will grant us the power to fulfill and achieve our dreams. That which Edward and Morelian between them used to free High Rock, and their spirits from the hateful domination of the Nords, if it be properly used, my lady. None may stand against it, not even the power the Emperor controls. Freedom, you say? Baron Zaya, freedom it gives from the chains that bind you? Think on it, my lady. He kissed her again softly, and withdrew. You're not leaving, she cried out. Her body yearned for him. For now, he said. Pleasures of the flesh are nothing beside what we might have together. I would have you think on what I have just said. I don't need to think. What must we do? What preparations must be made? Why, none. The mines may not be entered freely, it is true, but with a queen at my side who will stand the fort. Once below, I can guide you to where this thing lies, and lift it from its resting place. Then the memory of her endless study slid into place. The horn of summoning, she whispered in awe. Is it true? Could it be? How do you know? I have read its buried beef beneath the measureless caves of Daggerfall. Nay, how long have I studied this matter? Ere his death, King Edward gave the horn for safekeeping into the hand of his old friend King Morelin. He in turn secreted it here in Mournhold under the guardianship of the god Ethan, whose birthplace and bailiwick was his. Now you know what it has cost me many a long year and weary mile to discover. But for God, what of Ethan? Trust me, my lady heart, all will be well. Laughing softly, he blew her a last kiss and was gone. On the morrow they passed the guards at the great portals that led into the mines, and further below, under pretence of her customary tour of inspection, Baron Zaya, unattended but with a nightingale, ventured into cavern after subterranean cavern. Eventually they reached what looked like a forgotten sealed doorway, and upon entering found that it led to an ancient part of the workings, long abandoned. The going was treacherous, for some of the old shafts had collapsed. They had to clear a passage through the rubble or find a way around the more impassable rights. Vicious rats and huge spiders scurried here and there, sometimes even attacking them. They proved no match for Baron Zaya's firebolt spells or the Nightingale's quick dagger. We've been gone too long, Baron Zaya said at length. They'll be looking for us. What will I tell them? Whatever you please, the Nightingale laughed. You are the queen, aren't you? The Lord Symmachus. That peasant obeys whoever holds power. Always has, always will. We shall hold the power, my lady love. His lips were sweet as wine, his touch both fire and ice. Now, she said, take me now, I'm ready. Her body seemed to hum, every nerve and muscle taut. Not yet, not here, not like this. He waved around, indicating the aged dusty debris and grim walls of rock. Just a little while longer. Reluctantly, Baron Zaya nodded, her assent. They resumed walking. Here, he said at last, pausing before a blank barrier. Here it lies. He scratched a rune in the dust, his other hand weaving a spell as he did so. The wall dissolved. It revealed an entrance to some ancient shrine. In the midst stood the statue of a god, hammer in hand, poised above an adamantium anvil. By my blood, Ethan, the Nightingale cried, I bid thee waken. Morelian's heir of Ebenhart am I, last of a royal line, sharer of thy blood. At Morwen's last need, with all of the elvendom, in dread peril of their selves and souls, raise to me that guerdon which thou guardst. Now I do bid thee, strike. At his final word the statue glowed and quickened. The blank stone eyes shone a bright red. The massive head nodded. The hammer smote the anvil, and it split asunder with a thunderous crash. The stone god itself crumbling. Baron Zaya clapped her hands over her ears and crouched down, shrieking terribly and moaning out loud. The Nightingale strode forward boldly and clasped the thing that lay among the ruins of a roar of ecstasy. He lifted it high. Someone's coming! Baronzaya cried in alarm, and noticed for the first time what it was he was holding aloft. Wait, that's not the horn, it is a staff. Indeed, milady. You see truly, at last, the nightingale laughed aloud. I am sorry, milady sweet, but I must leave you now. Perhaps we shall meet again one day. Until then, Symmachus, he said to the mail-clad figure who had appeared behind them. She is all yours. You may claim her back. No, Baronzaya screamed. She sprang up and ran towards him, but he was gone, winked out of his existence, just as Symmachus, claymore drawn, reached him. His blade cleaved a single stroke for empty air. Then he stood still, as if taking the stone god's place. Baronzaya said nothing, heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing. Symmachus told the half-dozen or so elves who had accompanied him that the nightingale and Queen Baronzaya had lost their way, and had been set upon by giant spiders, that the nightingale had lost his footing, and fallen into a deep crevice which closed over him, but his body could not be recovered, but the Queen had been badly shaken by the encounter, and deeply mourned the loss of her friend, who had fallen in her defence. Such was Symmachus's presence and power of command that the slack-jawed knights, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse of what happened, were convinced that it was all exactly as he said. The Queen was escorted back to the palace and taken to her chamber, whereupon she dismissed her servants in waiting. She sat still before her mirror for a long time, stunned. Too distraught even to weep, Symmachus stood watching over her. Do you have any idea at all what you have just done? He said finally, flatly, coldly. You should have told me, Baronzaya whispered. The staff of chaos, I never dreamed it lay here. He said... A mewling escaped her lips, and she doubled over in despair. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What happens now? What's to become of me? Of us? Did you love him? Yes. Oh, my Symmachus, for gods have mercy on me, but I did love him. But now, I don't know. I'm not sure. Symmachus's hard-lined face softened slightly, and his eyes glittered with new light, and he sighed. Aye, that's something, then. You'll become a mother yet, if it's within my power. As for the rest, Baronzaya, my dearest Baronzaya, I expect you have loosed a storm upon the land. It will be a while yet in the brewing, but when it comes, we'll weather it together, as we always have. He came over to her then and stripped her of her clothing, and carried her to the bed. Out of grief and longing, her enfeebled body responded to his brawny one as it never had before, pouring forth all that the nightingale had wakened to life in her, and in doing so, calming the restless ghosts of all he had destroyed. She was empty and emptied, and then she was filled, for a child was planted and grew within her. As her son flourished in the womb, so did her feeling toward patient, faithful, devoted Symmachus, which had been rooted in long friendship and unbroken affection, and which now at last ripened into the fullness of true love. 8 years later they were again blessed, this time with a daughter. Directly after the nightingale's theft of the staff of chaos, Symmachus had sent urgent secret communiques to Uriel Septim. He had not gone himself as he would normally have, choosing instead to stay with Baronzaya during her fertile period, to father a son upon her. For this and for the theft, he suffered Uriel Septim's temporary disfavour and unjust suspicion. Spies were sent in search of a thief, but the nightingale seemed to have vanished whence he had come, wherever that was. Dark elf in part, perhaps, said Baronzaya, but part human too, I think, in disguise, else would I not have come so quickly to fertility. Part dark elf for sure, and of ancient Ra-themed lineage had felt that, else he would not have been able to free the staff. Symmachus reasoned. He turned to peer at her fixedly. I don't think he would have lain with you. As an elf he did not dare, but then he would not have been able to part from you. He smiled. Then he turned serious once more. Aye, he knew the staff lay there, not the horn, and then he must teleport to safety. The staff is not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Praise the gods at least that he does not have that. It seems all was as he expected. But how did he know? I placed the staff there myself with the aid of the ragtail end of a Ra-themed clan, who now sits king in the castle Ebonheart as a reward. Tiber Septim claimed the horn had left the staff for safekeeping. Aye, now the nightingale can use the staff, sow seeds of strife and dissension wherever he goes, if he wishes. Yet that alone will not gain him power, but lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so sure it's power the nightingale seeks, Baronzaya said. All seek power, Symmachus said, each in our own way. Not I, she answered. I, my lord, have found that for which I sought. And that's it. And for now, that's it for our library. Alright. So, yeah, a lot of books. A lot of those came from Oblivion, so I've already read them before. And for the sake of the new Skyrim viewers, I've done those again. Iron Dagger, Inkwell, Skull. Do not need. And here is the chest with Dragon Investigation current status. Interrogation Chamber Key. Thalmor Dossier at Delphine, and Thalmor Dossier at Ulfric Stormcloak. So we've got more reading, but these are quest related, I believe. Oh, I almost forgot up here. We'll leave all of those. Fair clothes, I guess. Sorry, fine clothes. Fine hat. Light helmet. I guess anything else that we have a duplicate of. Empty soul gems, I guess. Oh, we got a bunch of random wine. Okay. We can get rid of that too. Alto wine, I'm pretty sure we have. Oh, didn't mean to drink that. Okay, let's have a read of the books we've just got. So we've got got so many books in our inventory now, I'm not even sure which ones. Dragon Investigation current status. Who's first emissary Elenwen. We anticipate a breakthrough in our efforts to uncover the party or power behind the dragon resurrection phenomenon. An informant has identified a possible lead, whom we have brought back to the embassy for a full interrogation. The subject is obstinate, but by all indications is holding back the information we seek. I have authorized intermediate and manual uncoiling. I do not expect more will be necessary unless you feel time presses. I know you prefer to be present for the final questioning. I will inform you immediately when the subject is fully receptive. 2 days should tell the tale. In the meantime, if you wish to audit our technique, your expertise is welcome, as always. I have placed the prisoner in the cell closest to your office stairs for your inconvenience. Woodendale, third emissary. Awesome. So, they're still not sure about what's happening with the dragons. So it doesn't look like the Thalmor are responsible. Let's have a look at their dossier on Delphine, and the fact that they have a dossier on Delphine is not good news. Status: active, capture or kill, high priority, emissary level approval. Description: female, Breton, mid-50s? Damn, she looks younger than that. Background: Delphine was a high priority target during the First War, for both operational and political reasons. She was directly involved in several of the most damaging operations carried out by the Blades within the Dominion. She had been identified and was slated for the initial purge, but by bad luck was recalled to Cyrodiil just before the outbreak of hostilities. During the war, she evaded 3 attempts on her life, in one case killing an entire assassination team. Let me just reread this again. Since then, we have only indirect evidence of her movements, as she has proven extremely alert to our surveillance. She should be considered very dangerous, and no move against her should be made without overwhelming force and the most careful preparations. Operational notes: she is believed to still be working actively against us within Skyrim, although we have no location on her. Assumed to be working alone, as no other blades are known to be active in Skyrim. That's good. They don't know that we're helping. And she has in the past avoided contact with other fugitive blades for her own security. One of the reasons she has so far evaded elimination. Her continued existence is an affront to all of us. Any information on her whereabouts or activities should be immediately forwarded to the third emissary. And Ulfric Stormcloak. Status: Asset. Asset? Uncooperative. Dormant. Emissary level approval. Description: Jarl of Windhelm, leader of Stormcloak Rebellion, Imperial Legion veteran. Background: Ulfric first came to our attention during the First War against the Empire, when he was taken as a prisoner of war during the campaign for the White Gold Tower. Under interrogation, we learned of his potential value, son of the Jarl of Windhelm, and he was assigned as an asset to the interrogator, who is now First Emissary Elenwen. He was made to believe information obtained during his interrogation was crucial in the capture of the Imperial City. The city had in fact fallen before he had broken, and been allowed to escape. After the war, contact was established and he has proven his worth as an asset. The so-called Markarth incident was particularly valuable from the point of view of our strategic goals in Skyrim. Not sure what they're talking about there. Although it resulted in Ulfric becoming generally uncooperative to direct contact. Operational notes: direct contact remains a possibility under extreme circumstances, but in general the asset should be considered dormant. As long as the civil war proceeds in its current indecisive fashion, we should remain hands-off. So it sounds like the Thalmor are, like previously mentioned, they are thriving off of this civil war, where the Empire and the Stormcloak fight each other and both sides are weakened, letting the Thalmor pick up the scraps eventually. The incident at Helgen is an example where an exception had to be made. Obviously, Ulfric's death would have dramatically increased the chance of an Imperial victory, and thus harmed our overall position in Skyrim. Note: the coincidental intervention of a dragon at Helgen is still under scrutiny. The obvious conclusion is that whatever is behind the dragons also has an interest in the continuation of the war. We should not assume that their goals align with our own. A Stormcloak victory is also to be avoided, however, so even indirect aid to the Stormcloaks must be carefully managed. Interesting. So would the Thalmor have intervened if the dragon didn't, when we were about to be executed? Maybe they probably would have intervened after I was dead, but before Ulfric was dead. Very nice. Okay, so there's a downstairs room that goes further on. So let's go upstairs, see what else we can find. Some gold. I'll leave the rest be. Another room. And some more books. Extreme Stamina, Solution of Strength. Okay. The Argonian Account, Book 3. We've got 2 and 4 already, right? Yeah. So, Book 3. The Argonian Account, Book 3 by Warren Jarth. Thinking Muscotti was supposed to be in Gideon, a thoroughly imperialized city in southern Blackmarsh, arranging business dealings to improve commerce in the province on behalf of Lord Vanix, Building Commission and his clients. Instead, he was in a half-submerged, rotten little village called Hixinogue, where he knew no one, except for a drug smuggler named Chiro Gemellus. Gemellus was not at all perturbed that the merchant caravan had gone north instead of south. He even let Scotty share his bucket of trod, tiny little crunchy fish he had brought from the villagers. Scotty would have preferred them cooked, or at any rate dead, but Gemellus blithely explained that dead, cooked trod are deadly poison. If I were where I was supposed to be, Scotty pelted, putting one of the wriggling little creatures in his mouth, I could be having a roast and some cheese and a glass of wine. I sell moon sugar in the north and buying in the south, he shrugged. You have to be more flexible, my friend. My only business is in Gideon, Scotty frowned. Well, you have a couple choices, replied the smuggler. You could just stay here. Most villages in Argonia don't stay put for very long, and there's a good chance Hixinogue will drift right down to the gates of Gideon. Might take you a month or two, probably the easiest way. That'd put me far behind schedule. Next option, you could join up with the caravan again, said Gemellus. They might be going in the right direction this time, and they might not get stuck in the mud, and they might not be all murdered by Naga highwaymen. Not tempting, Scotty frowned. Any other ideas? Rider routes, the Underground Express? Gemellus grinned. Follow me. Scotty followed Gemulus out of a village and into a copse of trees shrouded by veils of wispy moss. The smuggler kept his eye on the ground, poking it with viscous mud intermittently. Finally he found a spot which triggered a mass of big oily bubbles to rise to the surface. "Perfect," he said. "Now the important thing is not to panic. The express will take you due south, and as for wintertime migration, and you'll know when you're near Gideon when you see a lot of red clay. Just don't panic, and when you see a mass of bubbles, that's a breathing hole you can use to get out." Scotty looked at Gemulus blankly. The man was talking perfect gibberish. "What?" Gemulus took Scotty by the shoulder and positioning him on top of a mass of bubbles. "You stand right here." Scotty sank quickly into the mud, staring at the smuggler, horror-struck. "Remember to wait till you see the red clay, and then the next time you see bubbles, push up." The more Scotty wriggled to get free, the faster he sunk. The mud enveloped Scotty to his neck, and he continued staring, unable to articulate anything with a noise like "ook." "And don't panic at the idea of you being digested. You could live in a rootworm's belly for months." Scotty took one last panic gasp of air and closed his eyes before he disappeared into the mud. The clerk felt a warmth he hadn't expected all around him. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was entirely surrounded by a translucent goo. It was travelling rapidly forward, southward, gliding through the mud as if it were air. Skipping along an intricate network of roots, Scotty felt confusion and euphoria in equal measures. Madly rushing forward for an alien environment of darkness, spinning around and over the thick fibrous tentacles of the trees. It was as if he were high in the sky at midnight, not deep beneath the swamp in the underground express. Looking up slightly at the massive root structure above, Scotty saw something wriggle past. An 8-foot-long, armless, legless, colourless, boneless, eyeless, nearly shapeless creature, riding the roots. Something dark was inside of it, and as it came closer, Scotty could see it was an Argonian man. He waved, and the disgusting creature the Argonian was in flattened slightly and rushed onward. Gemulus's words began to reappear in Scotty's mind at this sight. A wintertide migration. Airhole. You're being digested. These were the phrases that danced around as if trying to find some place to live in a brain which was highly resistant to them coming in. There was no other way to look at the situation. Scotty had gone from eating living fish to being eaten alive as a way of transport. He was in one of those worms. Scotty made an executive decision to faint. He woke in stages, having a beautiful dream of being held in a woman's warm embrace. Smiling and opening his eyes, the reality of where he really was rushed over him. The creature was still rushing madly, blindly forward, gliding over roots, but it was no longer like a light flight through the night sky. Now it was like the sky at sunrise, in pinks and reds. Scotty remembered Gemulus telling him to look for the red clay, and he would be near Gideon. The next thing he had to find was a bubbles. There were no bubbles anywhere, though the inside of a worm was still warm and comfortable. Scotty felt the weight of the earth all around him. "Just don't panic," Gemulus had said. But it was one thing to hear that advice, and quite another to take it. He began to squirm, and the creature began to move faster at the increased pressure from within. Suddenly, Scotty saw it ahead of him, a slim spire of bubbles rising up through the mud from some underground stream straight up, through the roots of the surface above him. The moment the rootworm went through it, Scotty pushed with all of his might upward, bursting through the creature's thin skin. The bubbles pushed Scotty up quickly, and before he could blink, he was popping out of the red slushy mud. 2 grey Argonians were standing under a tree nearby, holding a net. They looked in Scotty's direction with polite curiosity. In their net, Scotty noticed were several squirming, furry, rat-like creatures. While he addressed them, another fell out of a tree. Though Scotty had not been educated in this practice, he recognized fishing when he saw it. "Excuse me, lads," Scotty said jovially. "I was wondering if you'd point me in the direction of Gideon." The Argonians introduced themselves as Drawing Flame and Furler Fresh Leaves, and looked at one another, puzzling over the question. "Who do you seek?" asked Furler Fresh Leaves. "I believe his name is," said Scotty, trying to remember the contents of his long-gone file of Black Marsh contacts in Gideon. "Archean Rightford Rock?" Drawing Flame nodded. "For 5 gold, show your way. Just east is plantation east of Gideon. Very nice." Scotty thought that the best business he had heard of in 2 days, and handed Drawing Flames for 5 septims. The Argonians led Scotty into a muddy ribbon of road that passed through the reeds, and soon revealed a bright blue expanse of topal clay far to the west. Scotty looked around at the magnificent walled estates, where bright crimson blossoms sprang forth from the very dirt of the walls, and surprised himself by thinking, "This is very pretty." The road ran parallel to a fast-moving stream running eastward from Topal Bay. It was called the Uncobra River, he was told. It ran deep into Black Marsh, to the very dark heart of the province. Peeking past the gates of the plantations east of Gideon, Scotty saw that few of the fields were tended. Most had rotten crops from harvest past, still clinging to wilted vines, orchards of desolate, leafless trees. The Argonian serfs who worked the fields were thin, weak, near death, more like haunting spirits than creatures of life and reason. 2 hours later, as the three continued their trek east, the estate was still impressive, at least from a distance. The road was still solid, if weedy, but Scotty was irritated, horrified by the field workers and the agricultural state, and no longer charitable toward the area. How much further? Further, Fresh Leaves and Drawing Flame looked at one another, as if that question was something that hadn't occurred to them. Arcane, it's east? Further, Fresh Leaves pondered. Near or far? Drawing Flame shrugged, non-committally, and said to Scotty, "For 5 gold, show you where. Just east is plantation. Very nice." "You don't have any idea, do you?" Scotty cried. "Why couldn't you tell me that in the first place when I might have asked someone else?" Around the bend up ahead there was the sound of hoofbeats, a horse coming closer. Scotty began to walk towards the sound to hail the rider, and didn't see Drawing Flame's talons, claws, flash out and cast a spell at him. He felt it, though. A kiss of ice along his spine, the muscles along his arms and legs suddenly immobile as if wrapped in rigid steel. He was paralyzed. The great curse of paralysis, as a reader may be unfortunate enough to know, is that you continue to see and think even though your body does not respond. The thought that went through Scotty's mind was, "Damn." Wow, very profound thought there. For Drawing Flame and Further Fresh Leaves were, of course, like most simple day labourers in Black Marsh, accomplished illusionists, and no friend of the Imperial. The Argonians shoved Decimus Scotty to the side of a road, just as the horse and rider came around the corner. He was an impressive figure, a nobleman in a flashing dark green cloak, the exact same colour as his scaled skin, and a frilled hood that was part of his flesh and sat upon his head like a horn crown. "Greetings, brothers," Ryder said to the two. "Greetings, Arcane Right Footrock," he responded, and then Further Fresh Leaves added, "What is my lord's business on this fine day?" "No rest, no rest," the Arcane sighed regally. "One of my she-workers gave birth to twins." "Twins?" "Fortunately, there's a good trader in town for those, and she didn't put up too much of a fuss. And then there's a fool from an Imperial from Lord Van Eyck's building commission I'm supposed to meet with in Gideon. I'm sure he'll want the grand tour before he opens up treasury for me. Such a lot of fuss." Drawing Flame and Further Fresh Leaves sympathized, and when as Arcane and Footrock rode off, they went to look for their hostage. Unfortunately for them, gravity being the same in Black Marsh as elsewhere in Tamriel, their hostage, Decimus Scotty, had continued to roll down from where they left him, and was at that moment in the Onkoka River, drowning. Cool. Well, next book, one that fell before just now, Spirit of Nirn. Lorcan is a spirit of Nirn, the god of all mortals. This does not mean all mortals necessarily like him or even know him. Most elves hate him, thinking creation is that act which sundered them from the spirit realm. Most humans revere him, or aspects of him, as the herald of existence. The creation of a mortal plane, the Mundus. Nirn is a source of mental anguish to all living things. All souls know deep down they came from originally from somewhere else, and that Nirn is a cruel and crucial step to what comes next. What is this next? Some wish to return to the original state, the spirit realm, and that Lorcan is the demon that hinders their way. To them, Nirn is a prison, an illusion to escape. Others think that Lorcan created the world as the testing ground for transcendence. To them, the spirit realm was already a prison, but true escape is now finally possible. Alright, short but sweet. The Wolf Queen, Volume 3. We have read 5 and 7. The Wolf Queen, Book 3 by Warring Jarth. This is the same author as the Argonian account, so this guy, quite the accomplished author. From the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montakai. 3rd era 98. The Emperor Pelagius Septim II died a few weeks before the end of the year, on the 15th of Evening Star during the Festival of Northwind's Prayer, which was considered a bad omen for the Empire. He had ruled over a difficult 17 years. In order to fill the bankrupt treasury, Pelagius had dismissed the Elder Council, forcing them to buy back their positions. Several good but poor councillors had been lost. Many say the Emperor died as a result of being poisoned by a vengeful former council member. His children came to attend his funeral and the coronation of the next emperor. His youngest son, Prince Magnus, 19 years of age, arrived from Almalexia, where he had been a councillor to the royal court. 21-year-old Prince Zephyrus arrived from Ghislaine with his Redguard bride, Queen Bianchi. Prince Antiochus, at 43 years of age, the eldest child and heir presumptive, had been with his father in the imperial city. The last to appear was his only daughter, Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. 30 years old and radiantly beautiful, she arrived with a magnificent entourage, accompanied by her husband, the elderly King Mantiarco, and her year-old son Uriel. All expected Antiochus to assume the throne of the empire, but no one knew what to expect from the Wolf Queen. Lord Vulcan has been bringing several men to your sister's chambers late at night every night this week, offered the spy master. Perhaps if her husband were more aware. My sister is a devotee of the conqueror gods Rimmon and Talos, not the love goddess Debella. She is plotting with those men, not having orgies with them. I'd wager I've slept with more men than she has, laughed Antiochus, and then grew serious. She's behind the delay of the council offering me the crown. I know it. 6 weeks now. They say they need to update records and prepare for the coronation. I'm the emperor. Crown me into oblivion with the formalities. Your sister is surely no friend of yours, your majesty, but there are other factors at play. Do not forget how your father treated the council. It is they you need following, and if need be, strong convincing, the spy master added with a suggestive stab of his dagger. Do so, but keep your eye on the damnable Wolf Queen as well. You know where to find me. At which brothel, your highness? Nice, inquired the spy master. Today being Fredus, I'll be at the Cat and Goblin. What kind of a name for a brothel is that? It's not somewhere where I would go and want to have a great time. Alright. The spy master noted in his report that night that Queen Potema had no visitors, but she was dining across the imperial garden at the Blue Palace with her mother, the Dowager Empress Quintilla. It was a warm night for wintertide, and surprisingly cloudless through the day had been stormy. The saturated ground could not take any more, so the formal structured gardens looked as if they had been glazed with water. The two women took their wine to the wide balcony to look over the grounds. I believe you are trying to sabotage your half-brother's coronation, said Quintilla, not looking at her daughter. Potema saw how the years had not so much wrinkled her mother as faded her, like the sun on a stone. It's not true, said Potema, but would it bother you very much if it were true? Antiochus is not my son. He was 11 years old when I married your father, and we've never been close. I think that being heir presumptive has stunted his growth. He is old enough to have a family with grown children, and yet he spends all his time at debauchery and fornication. He will not make a very good emperor. Quintilla sighed and then turned to Potema. But it is bad for the family for seeds of discontent to be sown. It is easy to divide up into factions, but very difficult to unite again. I fear for the future of the empire. Those words sound like words. Are you by any chance dying, mother? I've read the omens, said Quintilla with a faint, ironic smile. Don't forget, I was a renowned sorceress in Camlorn. I'll be dead in a few months' time. And then, not a year later, your husband will die. The only regret that I will not live to see your child Uriel assume the throne of Solitude. Okay, so the mother convinced her. Have you seen whether... Potema stopped, not wanting to reveal too many of her plans, even to a dying woman. Whether he will be emperor? Aye, I know the answer to that too, daughter. Don't fear. You'll live to see the answer one way or the other. I have a gift for him when he is of age. The Dowager Empress removed a necklace with a single great yellow gem from around her neck. It's a soul gem infused with the spirit of a great werewolf your father and I defeated in battle 36 years ago. Wolf Queen, yep. I've enchanted with the spells from the School of Illusion, so its wearer may charm whoever he chooses. An important skill for a king. And an emperor, said Potema, taking the necklace. Thank you, mother. An hour later, passing the black branches of the sculpted duad shrubs, Potema noticed a dark figure which vanished into the shadows under the eaves at her approach. She had noticed people following her before. It was one of the hazards of life in the imperial court, but this man was too close to her chambers. She slipped the necklace around her neck. Come out where I can see you, she commanded. The man emerged from the shadows, a dark little fellow of middle age, dressed in black-dyed goatskin. His eyes were fixed, frozen under her spell. Who do you work for? Prince Antiochus is my master, said in a dead voice. I am his spy. A plan formed. Is the prince in his study? No, milady. Oh, no, milady. And you have access? Yes, milady. Potema smiled widely. She had him. Lead the way. The next morning the storm reappeared in all its fury. The pelting on the walls and ceiling was agony to Antiochus, who was discovering that he no longer had his youthful immunity to a late night of hard drinking. He shoved hard against the Argonian wench sharing his bed. "Make yourself useful and close the window," he moaned. No sooner had the window been bolted than there was a knock at the door. It was the spy master. He smiled at the prince and handed him a sheet of paper. "What is this?" said Antiochus, squinting his eyes. "I must still be drunk. It looks like Orcish." "I think you will find it useful, your majesty. Your sister is here to see you." Antiochus considered getting dressed or sending his bedmates out, but thought better of it. "Show her in. Let her be scandalized." If Potema was scandalized, she did not show it. Swathed in orange and silver silk, she entered the room with a triumphant smile, followed by the man-mountain Lord Vulcan. "Dear brother, I spoke to my mother last night, and she advised me very wisely. She said I should not battle with you in public for the good of our family and the Empire. Therefore," she said, producing from the folds of her robe a piece of paper, "I am offering you a choice." "A choice?" said Antiochus, returning her smile. "That does sound friendly." "Abdicate your rights to the imperial throne voluntarily, and there is no need for me to show the council this," Potema said, handing her brother the letter. "It is a letter with your seal on it, saying that you knew that your father was not Pelagius Septim II, but the royal steward von Dukth. Now, before you deny writing the letter, you cannot deny the rumours, nor that the imperial council will believe that your father, the old fool, was quite capable of being cuckolded." Whether it's true or not, or whether the letter is a forgery or not, the scandal of it would ruin your chances of being the emperor. Antiochus's face had gone white with fury. "Don't fear, brother," said Potema, taking back the letter from his shaking hands. "I will see to it that you have a very comfortable life, and all the whores your heart or any other organ desires." Suddenly, Antiochus laughed. He looked over at his spy master and winked. "I remember when you broke into my stash of Khajiit erotica and blackmailed me." "Khajiit? What the heck is this guy doing?" "That was close to 20 years ago. We've got better locks now. You must have noticed it must have killed you that you couldn't use your own skills to get what you wanted." Potena merely smiled. It didn't matter. She had him. "You must have charmed my servant here into getting you into my study to use my seal," Antiochus smirked. "A spell, perhaps? From your mother, the witch?" "Yeah, pretty accurate." Potema continued to smile. Her brother was cleverer than she thought. "Did you know that charm spells, even powerful ones, only last so long?" "Of course you didn't. You never were one for magic. Let me tell you, a generous salary is a stronger motivation for keeping a servant in the long run, sister." Antiochus took out his own sheet of paper. "Now I have a choice for you." "What is that?" said Potema, her smile faltering. "It looks like nonsense, but if you know what you're looking for, it's very clear. It's a practice sheet. Your handwriting attempting to look like my handwriting. It's a good gift you have. I wonder if you haven't done this before, imitating another person's handwriting. I understand the letter was found from your husband's dead wife, saying that his first son was a bastard. I wonder if you wrote that letter. I wonder if I showed this evidence of your gift to your husband, whether he would believe you wrote that letter. In the future, dear Wolf Queen, don't lay the same trap twice." Potema shook her head, furious, unable to speak. "Give me your forgery and go take a walk in the rain, and then, later today, unhatch whatever other plots you have to keep me from the throne." Antiochus fixed his eyes on Potema's. "I will be Emperor, Wolf Queen. Now go." Potema handed her brother the letter and left the room. For a few moments out in the hallway she said nothing. She merely glared at the slivers of rainwater dripping down the marble wall from a tiny unseen crack. "Yes, you will, brother," she said, "but not for very long." "Right, Wolf Queen. It's time to do a thing. Darkest darkness we've read. Let's get to a container and put some stuff away. Got goblet, frostbite venom. Fine clothes. No, I think we're good. Oh, didn't mean to take the pot. Let's put that back, along with everything else. Potions. Oh yeah, we still have all this wine. Let's get rid of all of that. Didn't mean to take the plate. Regeneration. Sweet roll, cheese, potatoes. And some gold. Wooden bowl. Don't need. Okay, flagon, goblet. Candlestick, we're not taking those anymore. Wooden bowl. 8 gold. Cool. Goblet. And this room, we've got a bunch of alchemy. Health, regeneration. 200 cotton. We don't want to take anything we have multiple of. Nope. Didn't need that. Okay, we grab the carrots. Gold. Silver garnet ring. Eat some cabbages. Oh yeah, we just did that. Then the safe. I'm eager to know. Steel cuffed boots. Flawless garnet. Gold. Iron ingot. Silver sapphire necklace. Copper and sapphire circlet. All very good things. Yeah, we're running out of... Yeah, we're running out of stuff. Need some more. Need some more cabbages. And some carrots. We'll eat a couple of gourds. Leeks. Potatoes. I know we can cook these later, but we'll just eat a bunch of flour. Oh, that weighs half. Okay, didn't need to eat that much, but that's fine. Draft of strength. Do we have that one already? Yeah. Increases carrying capacity, so that would definitely help in this situation. But we move on. So that's one room. Over here, let's see, we've got more books. Anything else worthwhile? Yeah, we'll take the Death Bell. We've read Dwemer Inquiries volumes 1 to 3, so we don't need those. We've got Songs of Return, volume 19. The Second Tale of the Ilgamet. When that final battle of the Barren Pass was completed and the melting snow carried elf blood back to the sea, the crew of the Kalhaz, the Salen Wraith, and the most exalted crew of our lordship, the Ilgamet at last parted ways, never to join shields again. They drew apart in that form, which is not a loss, but again in knowing one's heart can be carried in the chests of others. So great was the love that those first of the 500 had for each other, and most especially for the great Ysgramor, harbinger of us all. They pressed eastwards, seeking the sea, when they came upon the barrow of Ingol, the mighty Ysgramor's son, who had fallen to the whims of kin rather than the treachery of the elves. Our lord had not expected to lay eyes upon it again so soon, and his grief flowed anew at the sight of it, as a reopened wound will bleed as it did when first received. His eyes turned to the south, where a river met the sea, and decreed that there would be, and the crew of Ilgamet create a great city in monument to the glories of mankind, but from his palace he might always look upon the hill of his dear son's resting place, and feel that his line would know peace in his new home that was never known in Thalmor. The elven captives were set to work, bringing forth stone to build in their conqueror's fashion. As many elves died in the building of the city as had the crew of the Ilgamet slain while on way to its site, and Ysgramor drove the wretches evermore to build higher to lay a claim to the river, so that none might pass into the river of this land without first showing due respect to its rightful claimant. Thus was the great bridge constructed, forever striding the river, that no elf might sneak through to avenge his devious cousins. As the bridge was built long, so too was the palace built high, spires reaching the sky to show dominion even over the very winds that had brought forth such a grief. In the deep hollows beneath the city, a great tomb was prepared for the day when Lord Ysgramor, harbinger to us all, would be called home to glory in Sovngarde. But as we know, he chose instead to be buried on the shore, facing towards Thalmor, although his heart lived and died in this new land. It would forever yearn for the beauties of still green Thalmor before the freezing took it. Thus was founding of Windhelm, the city of kings, though her history as long and glorious did not end with her founder. Okay, so Ysgramor helped found Windhelm, that's good. Take 4 gold there. Okay, last room. Well, last room for now. Got 1 gold. Cheese, bread, generation. More charcoal, candlestick. Chest, 10 gold. Some apples. Some tundra cotton. Another cake in the diamond book, we've already read that. Can we not? It's not something we can open? Suppose not. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so there's down there. We look at this room? I don't think we looked at... No, we don't think we looked at this room. Or down there. Alright, we've got all of those things. Talos Mistake, V for Virtue. V for Virtue, Potion of Health. Ingol and the Sea Ghost, Aedra and Daedra, Real Baron's Eye Volume 3. Real Baron's Eye Volume 2. Cool. We've only read 3 to 5 so far. For Real Baron's Eye Volume 2 by Anonymous. Baron Zyre and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Baron Zyre wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in a bar room, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bold young Khajiit named Ferris. She offered to bed him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. What sort of initiation? Ah, Ferris said. Pay up first, sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Wow, none of the other bed talk parts were censored, but apparently this one was too much. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Ferris too. When Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing, she cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it'd be a while or never before Straw found out. Ferris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met. He not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her of him himself, or else introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, was perfectly ordinary and respectable, except that she was very fond of cats, and by logical inference their humanoid counterparts, the Khajiit, had a talent for certain kinds of magic and cultivated rather odd friends. She taught Baron Zyre an invisibility spell and schooled her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Ratisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Ferris in a motherly sort of way. Baron Zaya warmed to her as she never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks she told Ratisha all about herself. She brought Straw there too sometimes. Straw approved of Ratisha, but not of Ferris. Ferris found Straw interesting and suggested to Baron Zaya that they arrange what he called a threesome. Oh, that was the first one that ever happened. Absolutely not, Baron Zaya said firmly, grateful that Ferris had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it, I wouldn't like it. Ferris smiled his charming triangular feline smile and sprawled lazily on his chair, stroking his limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Pairing is so boring. Baron Zaya answered him with a glare. Well, maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She had passed her initiation. She found Ferris useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him, too. She talked to Ratisha about her problems with men, or what she thought of as her problems with men. Ratisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex. But she'd know the right man when she found him, but neither Straw nor Ferris was the right one for her. Baron Zaya cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are something prostitutes, she said, although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous, although some do become prostitutes, I suppose, Ratisha said as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they're young, but you'll outgrow it. Perhaps you're beginning to already, she added hopefully. She liked Baron Zaya, had grown to be quite fond of her. You ought to meet some nice elven boys, though. If you go on keeping company with Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Baron Zaya smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think, but it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble. I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you're a year or two yet before you're fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that. Even so, you'll be all right if you stick with them. Baron Zaya remembered something else. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday. Yes, someday, but not if I can't be queen. And not just any queen, the Queen of Mournhold. She said this determinedly, almost stubbornly, as if to drown out any doubt. Ratisha chose to ignore this last comment. She was amused at the girl's hyperactive imagination, took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Straw will be a very old man before some day comes, Barry. Elves live for a very long time. Ratisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves had been granted by the gods. True, few ever actually lived that long as disease and violence took their respective tolls. But they could, and one or two of them actually did. I like old men too, Barry said. Ratisha laughed. Baron Zaya fidgeted impatiently while Ferris sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a nobleman's household, leaving Straw to hover outside as lookout. Ferris had said it was a simple job, but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Barry and Straw, but no one else. Tell me what you're looking for, and I'll find it, Barry whispered urgently. Ferris's night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want her to magic up even a small orb of light. She had never been in such a luxurious place. Not even the Darkmoor castle of Count Sven and Lady Inga, where she had spent her childhood, compared to it. She gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs rooms. But Ferris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk in the small book-lined study on the upper floor. Sst! He hissed angrily. Someone's coming, Barry said. A moment before the door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. Ferris gave her a violent shove toward them and sprang to the window. Baron's eyes muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped after Ferris. There were two quick, silent stabs of blue light, then Ferris folded over into a still heap. Outside the study, the house had come alive with hastening footsteps, and voices calling out in alarm and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half lifted, half dragged Ferris to the door, and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them, when he sauntered over to inspect Baron Zaya, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. Open your shirt, Baron Zaya, the elf said. Baron Zaya gawked at him and clutched it close. You're a girl, aren't you, Barry? He said softly. You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know. You're only drawing attention to yourself, and calling yourself Barry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elven name, Baronzaya defended. The man shook his head. Sadly, not among dark elves it isn't, my dear, but you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter, I shall try to remedy it. Who are you? Baronzaya demanded. I. So much for fame, the man shrugged, smiling wryly. I am Symmachus, my lady, Baronzaya, General Symmachus of his awesome and terrible majesty, Type-Septim of the First Imperial Army, and I must say it's a merry chase you've led me throughout Tamriel. Or this part of it, anyway. Although I guessed, and guessed incorrectly, that you'd head for Morrowind eventually. You had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw's. So we stopped looking for the pair of you. That was careless of me, yet I'd not have thought you'd stayed together this long. Where is he? Is he all right? She asked in genuine trepidation. Oh, he's fine for now, in custody, of course. He turned away. You care for him, then? He said, and suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity, out of red eyes that seemed strange to her, except in her own seldom-seen reflection. He's my friend, Baronzaya said. The words came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial Army no less, said to have a friendship and ears of Type-Septim himself. Aye, you seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive my saying so, milady. Stop calling me that. She was irritated at the general's seeming sarcasm, but he only smiled. As they talked the bustle and flurry and the house died away, though she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off, the tall elf perched himself in a corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Then it occurred to her. Several unsuitable friends, had he said. This man knew all about her, or seemed to know enough anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me? As you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say that it belongs to me. Baronzaya gasped when Symmachus looked up sharply. What, you didn't know? Tusk, why you are rash, milady. Even for 17, you must always know what it is you do, or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have... Baronzaya was trembling. The Thieves' Guild would never have attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Type-Septim, at least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say it's unlikely that Ferris had guild approval for this. In fact, I wonder. Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed the false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Baronzaya edged closer. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed. He glanced it over, then folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So I did. Suddenly seemed to be in high good humour. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one was about. Baronzaya's eyes darted towards the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him, or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Aye. Don't you want to hear first what my plans are for you are? She thought that he sounded a bit hurt. Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Baronzaya, but it was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your place as a rightful queen of Mournhold. Symmachus explained that this had been his and Type-Septim's plan for her all along. That Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years since she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government, under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the Imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? Baronzaya asked, hardly believing anything she had just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Baronzaya shrugged. I saw no reason to say. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household. But of course you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should have been quite obvious to you. Type-Septim does not keep those he has no use for, and what else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor, for that matter, of you. Then know this, Type-Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Baronzaya chewed on that for a few moments. Straw has deserved well of me, and has never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands. And he... Simicus waved her impatiently to silence. I know all about Straw, he said. And about Ferris, he said at her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Straw wants a little farm. If I am to be rich, then I would like for one to be given to him. Very well. He seemed astonished at this and then pleased. Done, he shall have it. And Ferris? He betrayed me, Baronzaya said coldly. Ferris should have told her what risks the job entailed. Besides, he'd pushed her right into their enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded. Not, in fact, a man to be trusted. Yes, and? Well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should said suffering take? Baronzaya balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat and claw at the Khajiit herself, but considering the turn events had taken, that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping, would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury, you understand? Just teach him a lesson. Aye, of course. Simicus grinned at this, and his features suddenly set, and became serious. Shall be done, your highness, Lady Queen Baronzaya of Mournhold. Then he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful bow. Baronzaya's heart leapt. She spent 2 days at Simicus's apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Drellian who saw to her needs. Although she did not exactly seem a servant since she took her meals with them, nor did she seem to be Simicus's wife or lover. Drellian looked amused when Baronzaya asked her about it. She simply said she was in the general's employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Drellian's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Baronzaya was given a room to herself. Simicus was out a great deal. She saw him at most mealtimes, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Drellian was much the same. Baronzaya found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Ratisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first dark elves with whom she'd associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that she belonged somewhere, with somebody, as part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nordic friends, Ratisha and Straw. When Simicus told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Ratisha, he asked. Aye, but then I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Berry who needed elven friends, and who sometimes dressed as a boy. She has no association with the Thieves Guild, apparently. And no one associated with the Thieves Guild seems to know your true identity, save Ferris. But as well, I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past has not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Ferris, and they won't tell anyone. No, he smiled a curious little smile. No, they won't. He didn't know that Ratisha knew then, but still there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Baronzaya knew that other elves were within earshot. He looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking, and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Baronzaya tried a smile. So we both get what we want, eh? I'm to be Queen of Mournhold, and you'll be lord of your own farmstead. She took his hand, smiled at him warmly, genuinely. I'll write you, Straw, I promise. You must find a scribe so you can write me too. Straw shook his head sadly. When Baronzaya persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. Then she realized what it was. His tongue was gone, had been cut off. Baronzaya collapsed onto a chair and wept noisily. So, yeah, ouch. He definitely won't be telling anyone then. But why? She demanded of Simicus when Straw had been ushered away. Why? Simicus shrugged. He knows too much. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive, and he won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever. I hate you, Baronzaya screamed at him, and abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened solidly for some time while Drellian cleaned up after her. Finally he told her to cease, or he would gag her for a journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Ratisha's house on their way out of the city. Simicus and Drellian didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Baronzaya was frightened as she knocked on the door. Ratisha answered the knock. Baronzaya thanked the gods silently that at least she was all right, but she'd also obviously been weeping. In any case, she embraced Baronzaya warmly. Why are you crying? Baranzaya asked. For Ferris, of course. You haven't heard? Oh dear. Poor Ferris. He's dead. Baranzaya felt icy fingers creeping round her heart. He was caught stealing from the commandant's house. Poor fellow. That was so foolish of him. Oh, Barry, he was drawn and quartered. He was this very dawn by the commandant's order. She started to sob. I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you in straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to. She glanced behind Baranzaya. That's the commandant, isn't it? Simicus. Then Ratisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Baranzaya. Ratisha took a fold of her apron and wiped it across her eyes. I told him about you, you know. Yes, Baranzaya said, I know. She took Ratisha's hands in each of hers and looked at her earnestly. Ratisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you. But please don't ever tell anyone else anything about me. Ever. Swear you won't. Especially not to Simicus. And look after Straw for me. Promise me that. Ratisha promised, puzzled though willing. Berry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Ferris was caught, was it? I never said anything about Ferris to him. She glanced over at the general. Baranzaya assured her that it wasn't, but an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Ferris's plans, which was probably a lie, but she could see that Ratisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that. If I can be glad of anything just now, I'd hate to think, but how could I have known? She leaned over and whispered in Baranzaya's ear. Simicus is very handsome, don't you think, and so charming. I wouldn't know about that, Baranzaya said dryly. I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about. She explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. He was looking for me, that's all, and orders from the Emperor. I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though. She added in the face of Ratisha's incredulity. Ratisha knew that Baranzaya evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added, and Ratisha agreed that yes, that's true, that must have been something of a shock, although one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled. Baranzaya smiled with her. Then they hugged again. Tearfully for the last time, she never saw Ratisha again. All straw. The royal party left Riften by the Great Southern Gate. Once through, Simicus tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portals. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Ferris too, Your Highness, he said. Baranzaya stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on the spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. I don't think he'll hear me, although I'm quite sure he'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound light. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Simicus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. Aye, you heard of this from your friend Ratisha, I suppose. You suppose correctly. She attended the execution, Baranzaya said casually. If he didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough. She was sure of that. Did she know Ferris belonged to the guild? She shrugged. Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known. She turned to smile largely at him. But you must know all that, shouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this. So you told her who you were and whence you came, and not about the guild? The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There's a difference. Besides, Ratisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Ferris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She afforded him a glacial stare. Not that it's any concern of yours, but do you know what else she thought? She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One of my own race. One of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities who knows to say all the right things. You, in fact. She grabbed the reins preparatory to assuming a brisker pace, but not without sinking one final irresistible barb. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes? But not in the way you would want them to. Or maybe I should say, not in the way you would ever want them to. His answer so took her by surprise that she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, and his tone matched his words exactly when he excused himself and fell behind. He held her head high and urged her mount onward, trying to look unimpressed. Now what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said. No, that wasn't it. But something about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Baranzaya, was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as this seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He had found her at last after months of searching, it seemed, under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had come true. Yes, that must be it. but in a way apparently not altogether to his liking. Oh wait, is that it? Oh yeah, that is it. Okay, we've read volume 4. Don't need the flute. We've got The Hope of a Veteran by Turiel Nirith. One of the few magical arts the psychics of our tale have kept to themselves, away from the common spells and schools of the Mages Guild, is the gift of divination. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, omens and prophecies abound in Tamriel, some of substance, others of pure folly, and still others so ambiguous as to be unverifiable. There are still other prophecies kept secret, from the prophecies of Drogizard and elsewhere, and the Nerevarine in Morrowind, to the Elder Scrolls themselves. The Northern nobility have a tradition of having omens read for their children. In general, these readings are of the obscure variety. One of my acquaintances told me that her parents were told, for example, that her daughter would have her life rescued by a snake, and so gave her the name Serpentkin in a special ceremony. Unlucky. And this young lady, Aria Valka Serpentkin, was indeed saved by a snake many years later when an assassin creeping on her stepped on a damsworm viper. Occasionally, omens seemed to be almost purposefully misleading, as if Boethiah had crafted them as traps. I recall one particularly. Many years ago, a male child was born into House Redoran. It was a very difficult birth, and the mother was delirious and near death by the time it was over. She chanted just as her son came into the world, and she passed from it. Fortune has smiled this day, not frowned. My child will be mighty in mind and in arm. He shall bring hope to House Redoran. Neither spell nor blade shall hurt the man, nor illness nor poison could cause any harm. His blood shall never drop on the ground. The boy named Anders was indeed extraordinary. He never was ill, and never suffered so much as a scratch all through his childhood. He was also quite intelligent and strong, which, combined with his invulnerability, caused many to call him, after his mother's omen, the Hope of a Redoran. Of course, anyone who is called the Hope of a Redoran will eventually develop some taint of impertinence, and it wasn't long before he had enemies. His worst enemy was his cousin Affin, who had borne much abuse at the hands of Anders. Primary among the grudges was that Affin had been sent to Rahad to complete his education at Anders' insistence. When Affin returned from Hammerfell, it was because of the death of his father, who had also been a councillor of the house. Affin was old enough to take his seat in the council, but Anders claimed the seat as well, saying that his cousin had been gone too long from Morrowind and didn't understand politics as he did. The majority of the house agreed with Anders, wanting to see the Hope of Redoran rise quickly. Affin exercised his right to combat his cousin for the seat. No one thought he had any chance of winning, of course, but the battle was scheduled to commence the following morn. Anders hoard and dined and drank with the councillors that night, confident that his place in the house was secured and the hopeful new dawn of House Redoran was rising. Affin retired to his castle with his friends and his enemies and his servants he had brought from Hammerfell. Affin and his friends were discussing the duel morosely when one of his old teachers, a warrior called Shardi, came into the hall. She had grown quite proud of her student over the years in Hammerfell, proud enough to accompany him across the Empire to his family's lands. I wanted to know why they had so little confidence in the odds in his battle. They explained to her Anders' uncommon blessings and the nature of his mother's omen. If he can't be harmed by disease, poison, magicka, and his blood could never be spilled, what hope have I of ever besting him? Cried Affin. Have you remembered nothing I taught you? Replied Shardi. Is there no weapon you can think of that will slay without blood? Are swords and spears and arrows the only items in your arsenal? Affin quickly realized the weapon Shardi was speaking of, but it seemed absurd. Not only absurd, but pathetic and primitive. Still, it was the only hope he had. All that night, Shardi trained him in the arts and techniques, showing him the various swings and stances her people had developed in Albion Gora, counterattacks, feints, and blocks imported from Yokoda, the classic one- and two-handed grips for the most ancient weapon in history. The cousins faced one another the next morning, and never have two combatants looked so unevenly matched. Anders' entrance brought a great cheer, for not only was he much beloved as the Hope of a Redoran, but his victory was a foregone conclusion. Most wanted to be in good standing with him. His shining mail and blade drew admiration and awe. By contrast, Affin drew a grasp of surprise and only a smattering of polite applause. He appeared costumed and armed like a barbarian. As Shardi had suggested, Affin allowed Anders to attack first. The Hope of a Redoran was eager to finish the battle and take the power he deserved quickly. The blade pushed by Anders' mighty arm slashed across Affin's chest, but shallowly, and before it could be counterswung, Affin knocked it back with his own weapon. When Affin attacked and wounded Anders, the Hope of Redoran was so surprised by being hurt, for the first time in his life he dropped his sword. The less said about the end of the battle, the better. Suffice it to say that Affin, wielding a simple club, battered Anders to death without spilling a drop of blood. I was thinking, like, surely blunt weapons would work here. Affin took his father's seat as councillor, and it was then said that the hope and the omen referred to Affin, not Anders. After all, had Anders not tried to take the councillor seat away from his cousin, Affin, being not very ambitious, might have never tried to get it. It can certainly be argued that way, I suppose. And there we go. Burning Account Book 3, with Queen Volume 3. You've got Darkest Darkness, Spirit of Nern. Brief History, Volume 3. Can't remember if we have that. Yep, we have. Wolf Cream Volume 7, yep. Life of Uriel Septim 7th, Volume 3 by Baron Zaya, yep. Okay, so we're getting to the point where we've read a lot of books now. And these are duplicates. Extreme Stamina and Solution of Strength. Got them both, don't need to grab those. Can't open these. Oh, right, Volume 2, Brief History, Volume 2. Fell on the floor. But we've also read both of those as well. Okay, we'll grab a basket just so we can easily get the lavender. Death Bell, Potion of Haggling. You've got one of those. Glow Dust, Slaughterfish Scales. We can eat a Glow Dust now, right? And make Magica. Ooh, an Expert Lock. Can't remember if we've already done one of these. I think we have. I didn't give him my lockpicks. I didn't give Malbor my lockpicks, so I don't have any now. That is a big shame. Wait, let's go back to that wardrobe. A light does this. Okay, let's eat some more stuff. Anything that's 1 point of health, I guess. We definitely have a spare cheese wedge. I'm not sure about goat cheese. See. And we'll eat some more flour. There we go. Now to this little storage area. Thalmor Embassy Dungeon. Don't think that's where I need to go. Well, we don't want to be taking any more bad food now. So, chest. 15 gold. Boy's yellow tunic. Oh, we don't have one of those before, so we'll take it. And then we'll eat some more flour. Boots, fine clothes, gourds, garlic, we'll take. Oh, there's a gold piece there. And your cotton, clothes eye, troll skull, fine clothes, boots, gourd. What did I even just take? Want to take whatever I just took? Oh, gourd. Okay. Cool, we'll just eat it then. Okay. I know this has been 7.5 hours, but the law, man, the law. Okay, yeah, all the stuff I dropped in there before. And yeah, I think we've explored this whole floor. Baskets. Empty ones, it seems. More cheese. Child's doll. We already got child's doll, haven't we? Yep. Okay. Black robes. Already got wooden sword. Okay, I mean, we also want these, because those are good food items. Anything with 2 health now? Okay, delicious bread. Bucket. Empty wardrobe. Okay. We move on to the Thalmor embassy dungeon.
Stop, please. I don't know anything else. Don't you think I'd have told you already?
Silence. You know the rules. Do not speak unless spoken to.
Lindell sees me?
Will ask the questions.
Let's begin again.
Oh, he's right there.
No, for
You know
pity's
the
sake.
rules.
I've already told you everything.
Ow.
Start at the beginning.
So this is the
as usual.
prisoner that they were talking about?
If you persist
No,
in this
wait.
stubbornness,
I was
I'll
just
have.
catching my breath. Why wouldn't I tell you again? I don't even know anything. There's an old man. He lives in Riften. He could be this Esbern you're looking for.
Esbern?
No. He's old
Okay.
and seems kind of crazy. That's all I know.
And his name is.
I don't know his name. Like I've already told you 100. Oh!
You know the rules. Just answer the questions. And where can we find this nameless old man?
Oh, like I said, I don't know. I've seen him down in the Ratway. Maybe he lives down there, but I don't know for sure.
That will be all for now. I must say I continue to be disappointed in your lack of cooperation. I hope next time you will do better.
What else do you want from me? I've already told you everything. Listen, if you let me go, I can take you to Riften, show you where...
I mean, it seems like he cooperated pretty well there.
Silence.
They gave him like an actual exact location. Oh. You're going to leave that unlocked? Not when I'm complaining, mind you. Alright. Salt piles. Definitely always want those. Should we just eat all of their food, even if we're not going to carry it around? That would be pretty funny. But there's not much point. Lantern. Okay, well, Rillendale gave us a tough fight the other time. So. Oh.
Never should have come here.
Okay. Oh god. Oh my god. I don't have any magicka, so I'm just gonna have to chow down on some food. Alright, we got Rillendale down. I don't think the shout went quite as I planned. Apparently we're still in combat, or is this just going to die down? Okay. And let it die down then. Okay, Iron Mace. Lantern. The Black Arrow V1. Don't know if we've read that. Embalming Tool. Alright, dude. Alright, the Black Arrow Volume Part 1 by Gorgic Gween. I was young when the Duchess of Woda hired me as an assistant footman at her summer palace. My experience with the ways of a titled aristocracy was very limited before that day. There were wealthy merchants, traders, diplomats, and officials who had large operations in Eldenroot and ostentatious palaces for entertaining. But my relatives were all far from those social circles. There was no family business for me to enter when I reached adulthood. My cousin heard that an estate far from the city required servants. It was so remotely located that there were unlikely to be many applicants for the positions. I walked for 5 days into the jungles of Valenwood before I met a group of riders going my direction. There were 3 Bosmer men, 1 Bosmer woman, 2 Breton women, and a Dunmer man. Adventurers from the look of them. Are you going to Moliva? Asked Prelisa, one of the Breton women, after we had made our introductions. I don't know what that is, I replied. I'm seeking a domestic position with the Duchess of Woda. We'll take you to her gate, said the Dunmer, Misson Akin, pulling me up to his horse, but you would be wise not to tell her Grace that students from Moliva escorted you, not unless you don't really want the position in her service. Akin explained himself as we rode on. Moliva was the closest village to the Duchess's estate, where a great and renowned archer had retired after a long life of military service. His name was Shamaste, and though he was retired, he had begun to accept students who wished to learn the art of a bow. In time, when word spread of a great teacher, more and more students arrived to learn from the master. The Breton women had come down all the way from the western reach of High Rock. Akin himself had journeyed across the continent from his home near the great volcano in Morrowind. He showed me the ebony arrows he had, brought from his homeland. I had never seen anything so black. From what we've heard, said Kopale, one of the Quosma men, the Duchess is an Imperial whose family has been here even before the Empire was formed, so you might think that she was accustomed to the common people of Valenwood. Nothing could be further from the truth. She despises the village and the school most of all. I suppose she just wants to control all the traffic in her jungle, laughed Prelissa. I accepted the information with gratitude, and found myself dreading more and more my first meeting with the intolerant Duchess. My first sight of a palace through the trees did nothing to assuage my fears. It was nothing like any building I'd ever seen in Valenwood, a vast edifice of stone and iron with a jagged row of battlements like the jaws of a great beast. Most of the trees near the palace had been hewn away long ago. I could only imagine the scandal that must have caused, and what fear the Bosmer peasants must have had of the Duchy of Woda to have allowed it. In their stead was a wide grey-green moat circling in a ring around the palace, so it seemed to be on a perfect, if artificial, island. I had seen such sights in tapestries from High Rock and the Imperial Province, but never in my homeland. There'll be a guard at the gate, so we'll leave you here, said Akin, stopping his horse in the road. It'd be best for you if you weren't damned by association with us. I thanked my companions and wished them good luck with their schooling, They rode on and I followed on foot. In a few minutes' time I was at the front gate, which I noticed was linked to tall and ornate railings to keep the compound secure. When the gatekeeper understood that I was there to inquire about a domestic position, he allowed me past and signalled to another guard across the open lawn to extend the drawbridge and allow me to cross the moat. There was one last security measure, the front door, an iron monstrosity with a wood coat of arms across the top, reinforced by more strips of iron and a single golden keyhole. The man standing guard unlocked the door and gave me passage into the huge gloomy grey stone palace. Her Grace greeted me in her drawing room. She was thin and wrinkled like a reptile. Ouch. Cloaked in a simple red gown. It was obviously that she never smiled. Our interview consisted of a single question. Do you know anything about being a junior footman and the employment of an imperial noblewoman? Her voice was like ancient leather. No, Your Grace. Good. Most servant understands what needs to be done, and I particularly dislike those who think they do. You're engaged. Life at the palace was joyless, but the position of junior footman was very undemanding. I had nothing to do on most days except to stay out of the Duchess's sight. At such times I usually walked 2 miles down the road to Moliver. In some ways there was nothing special or unusual about the village. There were thousands of identical places in Valenwood, but on the hillside nearby was Master Shamaste's archery academy, and I would often take my luncheon and watch for practice. Prolissa and Akin would sometimes meet me afterwards, with Akin the subject of conversation very seldom strayed far from archery, for I was very fond of him. I found Prolissa a more enchanting companion, not only because she was pretty for a Breton, but also because she seemed to have interests outside the realm of marksmanship. There's a circus in High Rock I saw when I was a little girl called the Quill Circus, she said during one of our walks through the woods. They've been around for as long as anyone can remember. You have to see them if you ever can. They have plays and sideshows, and the most amazing acrobats and archers you've ever seen. That's my dream, to join them someday when I'm good enough. How will you know when you're a good enough archer? I asked. She didn't answer, and when I turned I realized that she had disappeared. I looked around, bewildered, until I heard laughter from the tree above me. She was perched on a branch, grinning. I may not join as an archer, but maybe I'll join as an acrobat, she said. Or maybe as both. I figured that Valenwood would be the place to go to see what I could learn. You've got all those great teachers to imitate in the trees here. Those ape men. She coiled up, bracing her left leg before springing forward on her right. In a second she had leapt across to a neighbouring branch. I found it difficult to keep talking to her. The Imgur, you mean? I stammered. Aren't you nervous up at that height? It's a cliché, I know, she said, jumping to an even higher branch, but the secret is not to ever look down. Would you mind coming down? I probably should anyhow, she said. She was a good 30 feet up now, balancing herself, arms outstretched on a very narrow branch. She gestured toward the gate, just barely visible on the other side of the road. This tree is actually as close as I want to get to your Duchess's palace. I held back a gasp as she dove off a branch, somersaulting until she landed on the ground, knees slightly bent. That was the trick, she explained. Anticipating the blow before it happened, I expressed to her my confidence that she would be a great attraction at the Quill Circus. Of course I know now that never was to be. On that day, as I recall, I had to return early. It was one of the rare occasions when I had work of a sort to do. Whenever the Duchess had guests, I was to be at the palace. That is not to say that I had any particular duties, except to be seen standing at attention in the dining room. The stewards and maids worked hard to bring in the food and clear the plates afterwards, but the footmen were purely decorative, a formality. There was at least an audience for the drama to come. Oh, I thought they would end that story, but I guess that was Volume 1. It's a weird shadow. Anyway. Elven armor. Elven mace. Yeah, that's an upgrade to my steel mace for sure. Favorite? Yep. Alright, I'm carrying too much. Did I not drop my steel mace? That's not what I wanted to do. I probably took some other stuff I really didn't want to take. Or is the elven mace like that much heavier than the steel one? Okay, there's a quest-related chest here, so we'll obviously avoid that for now. Garlic and an embalming tool. I'm not sure how that works together. Does garlic make it hurt more or something? Got our friend there as well. Got a bucket. Potatoes. We shouldn't really be taking stuff like apples for now. Gold lockpicks. Nice. Scroll of Dread Zombie. Can reanimate someone to fight with us. We should probably lock the door behind him now. Okay, what's Rillendale carrying? A carrot? Interrogation chamber key, lesser soldier, scroll of guardian circle. Spell toe muffle. Move more quietly for 180 seconds. Not bad. Sweet roll. Some poisons of a weak stamina poison. Wait. Yeah, we already have a weak stamina poison and Ring of Minor Destruction. Hooded Thalmor robes. Elven Dagger. It's pretty good. Probably have bread. Alright, well, we still got a lot more to eat. Oh, dog meat. Delicious. Clovian brandy, yeah, we'll keep that. Oh, we got freaking 8 Nord meads. Don't need that. Eat some sweet rolls. Guess we'll go for some cheese wheels because they weigh a lot. Nothing in this one. 43 gold. More flour. A trapdoor to Reeking Cave. Interesting. Is that like a way out? Okay, let's see if we can set this guy free.
I told you. I don't know anything else about it.
I'm not here to talk to you.
What? Who? What do you want then?
No time to explain. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Come on, this way. I've seen the guards use it to get rid of bodies. It must lead somewhere.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
They grabbed me in Riften. They seem to think I know something. They just kept asking me the same damn questions.
Okay. You go ahead, I'm not done here. Hold on, you may know something important.
I damn well hope so. If it helps you twist them up, I'm glad to help. They're after some old guy named Esbern. Something to do with dragons. I gathered it from listening to them talk when they thought I was out. I've seen a guy in Riften who they seem to think is him. Not much to go on. I don't even know where he lives or his name, but they seem pretty excited about it. That's it. Now, let's get out of here.
Sounds good, I'll follow you.
Whatever you want. But let's go, now.
Listen up, spy. You're trapped in here, and we have your accomplice. Surrender immediately, or you both die.
Uh-oh.
Never mind.
Silence,
I'm dead
traitor.
already.
Move. Slowly.
Are you up here?
We're routed! Fall back!
He's got to be here somewhere.
Oh, you're back where we started, are you?
Never should have come here.
I just need to be really helpful not to hit Malborn. Oh, I need to be careful not to freaking die. Oh, he's got a weapon then. Thalmor and Thalmor, it looks like. Alright. Well, Malborn. Howdy. How you doing, Bait? Trapdoor key. We don't need any of this. But now we've got dual elven mace, which is better than blade sword. Yeah, we're carrying too much. But we also don't want to drop the blade sword, so let's eat some more food. Alright, Malborn. What are you saying, buddy?
Now the Thalmor will be hunting me for the rest of my life. I hope it was worth it. I should have known this would end badly. I can't believe I let Delphine talk me into this. Let's get out of here for pity's sake. Let's get out of here for pity's sake.
Alright, well, we've still got stuff to do. We didn't open this chest earlier. Thalmor dossier, Esbern. That's also going to be very important. Because it seems like this guy might know something about dragons, and he's also a blade. Status, fugitive, capture only, highest priority, emissary level approval. Description, male, Nord, late 70s. Background, Esbern was one of the Blade's lordmasters prior to the First War against the Empire. He was not a field agent, but is now believed to have been behind some of the most damaging operations carried out by the Blades during the pre-war years, including the Falinesti incident and the breach of a Blue River prison. His file had remained dormant for many years, an inexcusable error on the part of my predecessor, who has been recalled to Alanor for punishment. That's the capital of Somerset Isle, I believe. Alanor, which is where the, I believe is the High Elf homeland. Re-education, and the erroneous belief that he was unlikely to pose a threat due to his advanced age and lack of field experience. A salutary reminder to all operational levels that no Blades agent should be considered low priority for any reason. All are to be found, justice exacted upon them. Operational notes, as we are still in the darkest of the cause and meaning of the return of the dragons, I have made capturing Esbern a top priority, as he is known to be one of the experts in the dragon lore of the Blades. Regrettably, we have yet to match their expertise on the subject of dragons, which is derived from their Akaviri origins, and is still far superior to our own, which remains largely theoretical. The archives of Cloud Ruler Temple, which is believed to have been the primary repository of the oldest Blaze lore, were largely destroyed during the siege, and although great effort has been made to reconstruct what was lost, It now appears that most of the records related to dragons were either removed or destroyed prior to our attack. Interesting, they destroyed all of Cloud Ruler Temple archives. Thus, Esbern remains our best opportunity to learn how and why the dragons have returned. It cannot be ruled out that the blades themselves are somehow connected to the dragon's return. We have recently obtained solid information that Esbern is still alive and hiding somewhere in Riften. Interrogation of a possible eyewitness is ongoing. We must proceed carefully to avoid Esbern becoming alerted to his danger. If he is indeed in Riften, he must not be given an opportunity to flee. Alright, well, if he is in Riften, we better hope we get there first. Resist fire, trapdoor key. Guessing he's following me now. So Etienne wants to go down here. Let's finish exploring though first. You won't carry my burdens by any chance, will you? Back to Element Solar. Banded Iron Shield. I think I have one, but not completely sure. I'm running out of food to eat. Iron armor. Was this here before? Okay, this was opposite to where we were. Banded iron armor. Not sure if I have it, not sure if I can afford to have it. Take a fishing hat though. Hat, miner's clothes. Probably we don't have it. Miss having someone to give all of my stuff to. Sooner we can run into Lydia, the better. I think we're going to have to ditch the banded iron armor, unfortunately. We're just at capacity. More mead, tankards, plates, baskets. Alright, Reeking Cave then. Okay, Etienne's just gonna sprint ahead. He can fight skeevers, probably. Oh, there is a bear.
Someone do something.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't just run on ahead like that, eh?
Somebody help.
Is that a bear? Oh, that just goes up there. Anything up there, maybe? Probably not. It sounds a bit like a bear, but...
Must be my imagination.
You're gonna go back there. Okay, whatever it is, we're gonna have to fight it. Oh, it's a frost troll. My old friend.
I'm getting out of here.
We have to drop down here. Where is it? Oh man, it's still just as strong as I remember. Oh, we got a level up, actually. Let's take that for our heal. Oh, Adept. Reach level 10. Achievement unlocked. Nice. As much as we're getting battered right now, I still want to improve our stamina so we get more carry weight. Oh no, don't lock me in here. Oh my goodness. And Malborn probably died a second after. Okay. So we're fighting as Frost Troll again. I do more damage to it this time. Okay. Slow down, calm down. Level up when you get the level up. Maybe we should save it there. No, don't go after Etienne. Oh. Well, Malborn's dead. Look, there wasn't much I could do there, okay? Give me that level up. Give me that stamina upgrade and all my health back. Yeah, I only needed Foos. Yeah, I can be a Frost Troll now. It takes a little bit of skill, but we can do it. Malborn, I'm sorry if I do, but Etienne got away. 6 gold, Nord Mead. Ooh, a Ring of Minor Sneaking. Maybe it wasn't so bad that he died. In fact, we've got a couple of enchanted rings now, don't we? Which we might as well put on. Oh, we can only have one. Okay, well the sneaking one's obviously going to be more useful. We dropped down from somewhere we can't go back, right? Yeah, we were up there. Oh, there's a Novice Conjurer. Oh yeah, we had a couple of spell tomes, didn't we? Courage. Target won't flee for 60 seconds and gets health and stamina. Now you give it to me. Muffle. Move more quietly for 180 seconds. Might be useful. Ooh. Unusual gem. Bring the unusual gem to an appraiser. I did not know there was one down here. Very interesting. 35 gold. Satchel. 2 gold and a lockpick. And another book, Before the Ages of Man, which is an illusion skill book. Gets us up to 16. Timeline Series Volume 1, Before the Ages of Man by Icontar of Shimmerine. Before man came to rule Tamriel, and before the chronicles of the historians recorded the affairs of the rulers of Tamriel, the events of our world are known only through myths and legends and through the divinely inspired teachings of the 9 divines. For convenience, historians divide the distant ages of prehistory into 2 broad periods of time, the Dawn Era and the Malefic Era. The Dawn Era. The Dawn Era is that period before the beginning of mortal time when the feats of the gods take place. The Dawn Era ends with the exodus of the gods and magic from the world at the founding of the Adamantine Tower. The term Malefic comes from the Nordic, literally, Era of the Elves. Malefic Era is the prehistoric time after the exodus of the gods and magic from the world at the founding of the Adamantine Tower, and before the arrival of Ysgramor the Nord in Tamriel. The following are the most notable events of the Dawn era, presented roughly in sequence, as it must be understood by creatures of time such as ourselves. I guess I meant understood, maybe? The cosmos formed from the Albis, chaos or totality. By Anu and Padme, Akatosh, Oriel formed and time began. The gods Etada formed. Lorcan convinced or tricked the gods into creating the mortal plane Nirn. The mortal plane was at this point highly magical and dangerous, as the gods walked the physical makeup of the mortal plane, and even the timeless continuity of existence itself became unstable. When Magic, Magnus, architected the plans for the mortal world, decided to terminate the project, the gods convened at the Adamantine Tower, Durrani Tower, the oldest known structure in Tamriel, and decided what to do. Most left when Magic did, others sacrificed themselves into other forms so that they might stay, the Elnathe. Lorcan was condemned by the gods to exile in the Morton realms, and his heart was torn out and cast from the tower. Where it landed, a volcano formed, with magic in the mythic sense gone, the cosmos stabilized, elven history finally linear began. ME 2500. The Malefic Era. The Malefic Era was figured by early Nord scholars as a series of years numbered in reverse order backward from the there beginning of time. Okay, another typo. The founding of the Cameron dynasty recorded as year 0 of the First Era. The prehistoric events of the Malefic Era are listed here with their traditional Nordic Malefic dates. The earliest Malefic date cited by King Harold scholars was ME 2500, the Malefic Era 2500, the Nordic reckoning of the first year of time. As such, the Malefic Era extends from ME 2500 in the distance past to ME 1, the year before the founding of the Cameron dynasty and the establishment of the White Gold Tower as an independent city-state. According to King Harold's bards, ME 2500 was the date of construction of the Adamantine Tower on Balfiera Island in High Rock, the oldest known structure of Tamriel. This corresponds roughly to the earliest historical dates given in various unpublished Elvish chronicles. During the early Malefic Era, the aboriginal beast peoples of Tamriel, the ancestors of the Khajiit, Argonian, Orcish, and other beast folk, lived in prolific communities throughout Tamriel. In the Middle Malefic Era, the Aldmeri, mortals of elven origin refugees, left their doomed and now lost continent of Aldmeris, also known as Old Elnathe, and settled in southwestern Tamriel. The first colonies were distributed at wide intervals on islands along the entire coast of Tamriel. Later inland settlements were founded primarily in fertile lowlands, in southwest and central Tamriel. Wherever the beast folk encountered the elves, the sophisticated, literate, technologically advanced Aldmeri cultures displaced the primitive beast folk into the jungles, marshes, mountains, and wastelands. The Adamantine Tower was rediscovered and captured by the Durrani, a prominent and powerful Aldmeri clan. The Crystal Tower was built on Somerset Isle and later White Gold Tower in Cyrodiil. During the Middle Malefic Era, Aldmeri explorers mapped the coasts of Vardenfell, building the First Era High Elven Wizard Towers at Aldredania, Balfell, Tel Arun, and Tel Mora in Morrowind. It was also during this period that Ayleid wild elven settlements flourished in the jungles surrounding White Gold Tower, present-day Cyrodiil. Wild elves, also known as the Heartland High Elves, preserve the Dawn-era magics and language of the Elnathe. Ostensibly a tribute land of the High King of Alinor, the Heartland's long lines of communication from the Somerset Isle sovereignty effectively isolated Cyrodiil from the High Kings at Crystal Tower. The late Middle Malefic Era is the period of the High Velothi culture. The Chima, ancestors of the modern Dunmer or Dark Elves, were dynamic, ambitious, long-lived elven clans devoted to fundamental ancestor worship. The Chima clans followed the prophet Veloth out of the ancestral elven homelands in the southwest to settle in the lands now known as Morrowind. Despising the secular culture and profane practices of the Dwemer, the Chima also coveted the lands and resources of the Dwemer, and for centuries provoked them with minor raids and territorial disputes. The Dwemer, dwarves, free-thinking, reclusive elven clans devoted to the secrets of science, engineering, and alchemy, established underground cities and communities in the mountain range, later the Velothi Mountains, separating modern Skyrim and Morrowind. And we'll find out more about the Dwemer and the Chima later. The late Malefic Era marks the precipitous decline of Velothi culture. Some Velothi settled in villages near declining and abandoned ancient Velothi towers. During this period, Velothi high culture disappeared on Vardenfell Island. The earliest Dwemer freehold colonies date from this period. Degenerate Velothi devolved into tribal cultures, which in time evolved into the modern great houses of Morrowind, or persisted as the barbarian Ashlander tribes. The only surviving traces of this tribal culture are scattered Velothi towers and Ashlander nomads on Vardenfell Island. The original First Era High Elven Wizard towers along the coast of Tamriel were also abandoned about this time. It was in the late Malefic era that the preliterate humans, the so-called Nedic peoples, from the continent of Atmora, also Altmora, or the Elder Wood, in Aldmaris migrated and settled in northern Tamriel. The Nord culture hero Ysgramor, leader of a great colonizing fleet to Tamriel, is credited with developing a runic transcription of Nord speech based on Elvish principles, and so Ysgramor is considered the first human historian. Ysgramor's fleet landed at Hussaric Head, at the extreme northern tip of Skyrim's Broken Cape. The Nords built there the legendary city of Sarfel. Okay, we'll find out about that later, I remember that name. The elves drove the men away during the Night of Tears, but Ysgramor soon returned with his 500 companions. Also during the late Malefic era, the legendary immortal hero, warrior, sorcerer, and king, variously known as Pelennor Whitestrake, we know him, Harold Hairy Breeks, don't know him, Ysmir, Hans the Fox, etc., wandered Tamriel, gathering armies, conquering lands, ruling, then abandoning his kingdoms to wander again. Cool. I hope the Conjurer enjoyed that read before he died. Just a skull. Suppose so. That looked like an outline of a person there. Stay down here. There might be something hidden down here. It looked like a place where something could be. Very bright. Okay, I think we're alright. I wonder if Etienne is just going to be waiting outside for us. Surprised it was he who got away rather than the armed Malborn. But I guess he wanted to fight and not run away, so I can respect that. Malakath is a Daedric prince of Curse and the Spurn. Many orcs worship him as a god king. Talk to Delphine.
You didn't have to help me, so thanks. You didn't have to help me, so thanks.
Okay, well, you're welcome. Thank you for being so unbelievably grateful. Alright, so is Lydia going to find me now? Is she alright? Etienne's just going to go. Is Delphine going to be back in Riverwood then? Yep. Hopefully Lydia will meet us there.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself.
Alright, well that starts the Dawn Guard questline. Thank you, random guard. Speak with the leader of the Dawn Guard. I don't know much about that DLC.
Friend, may you die with a sword in your hands.
No, I need some leather, which I need to change my pelts into first. I forgot which one of these things does that. If it's even here.
You there. The Dawn Guard is looking for anyone willing to fight against
Oh,
the growing
cool.
vampire
Hey,
race.
Dirac.
What do you say?
What's for Dawn Guard?
Vampire hunters. We search out and destroy those blood-sucking scum wherever we find them.
I haven't noticed any vampire menace.
You're not paying attention then, like almost everyone else around.
Well, I've got dragons on my plate at the moment, Dirac, if you haven't noticed.
Destroyed by vampires. They never took the threat seriously, and now they paid the price.
Yikes. Vigilance? Dawn Guard? What are you talking about?
The Vigilants mostly hunt down Daedra worshippers, which is why they got torn to pieces when they went up against vampires. That's why our leader, Isran, is re-establishing the Dawn Guard. Real, serious vampire hunters.
Alright, killing vampires. Where do I sign up?
Ha! Isran's going to like you. Go talk to him at Fort Dawn Guard, southeast of Riften. He'll decide if you're Dawn Guard material.
Alright, thanks, Durant. Durant?
Report to Isran at Fort Dawn Guard, and get moving if you're serious about it. The vampires aren't going to wait around to make their next move.
Okay, you got nothing else to say?
Next time.
Good chatting. So how do I turn my pelts into leather? It's none of these things. Huh, interesting. Maybe missing something. Grindstone? Oh, that's improving weapons, isn't it? Wait, how do I improve my elven mace? Refined moonstone. Right. Oh. Alright, well, Lydia's alive. That's always good. Do it. This is Delphine. Delphine has my stuff, right? I'm going to recover my equipment. That's still... Where the heck am I at the moment? Yeah, Whiterun. Okay, well apparently the recover your equipment quest doesn't have a... I hope Delphine has it. This is one of the things I'm very paranoid about.
You know, you ain't so bad. Here, take this.
Wow, Embry just randomly gave me a potion of healing. I did not know people in Skyrim just gave you items. Just because they like you.
My favorite drinking buddy. Let's get some meat.
Thank you.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too.
Yeah, I've got a free room, thank you.
Much else to tell.
You made it out alive, at least. Your gear's safe in my room, as promised.
Thank you.
Did you learn anything useful?
The Thalmor know nothing about the dragons.
Really? That seems hard to believe. You're sure about
Well, they wrote it down. Yes, I'm sure they're looking for someone named Esbern. Let's not be sassy at this point.
He's alive? I thought the Thalmor must have got him years ago. That crazy old man. Figures the Thalmor would be on his trail, though, if they were trying to find out what's going on with the dragons.
We drink to our youth.
What would the Thalmor want with Esbern?
You mean aside from wanting to kill every blade they can lay their hands on?
I figured that, but I have to ask.
Esbern was one of the Blade's archivists, back before the Thalmor smashed us during the Great War. He knew everything about the ancient dragon lore of the Blades. Obsessed with it, really. Nobody paid much attention back then. I guess he wasn't as crazy as we all
I guess not, huh?
The killer of kings on the day of your...
They seem to think he's hiding out in Riften.
Riften, eh? Probably down in the Ratway, then. It's where I'd go.
If it's that obvious, that's not good.
You'd better get to Riften. Talk to Brynjolf. He's well-connected. A good starting point, at least.
Okay.
Oh, and when you find Esbern, if you think I'm paranoid, you may have some trouble getting him to trust you.
I guess we'll see.
Just ask him where he was on the 30th of Frostfall.
Ooh, code words.
You'll know what it means.
Complete diplomatic immunity. And we got a Steam achievement for that too.
Ragnar the Red. Oh, there once was a hero named
Talk to
Ragnar
Brynjolf.
the Red who came
Cool.
riding to Whiterun from Old Rorikstead.
What is it?
Okay, just checking there was nothing else.
Swagger and brandish his blade as he told of bold battles and gold he had made.
Do you need something?
Okay, Yeah, well, we'll see what I need. Can we not? So you just dumped all of my gear in here without sort of separating it into different categories, so I'm just gonna have to... Okay. It's annoying. It's annoying. So if a chest doesn't... You can't separate into weapons, apparel, anything like that. That's so annoying. Okay, let's just put our stuff in it and not worry too much. We need to keep that. See, I don't know what food we have because this is so badly organized. Should we just dump it all in here and just... Yeah. And try and remember for next time. Try and remember which ones. Okay. That's a lot of books we read today. Jeez. Oh, is my gold in there as well? My gold might be in there too. Oh my god, there's so much stuff trapped in here. No, that's all my gold. I swear I had more. Okay. Is there anything else I gave to Delphine that I want back? Potions, scrolls, ingredients. Ingredients maybe, but I can't be bothered to go through all of this and get every ingredient back.
Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed. And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boasting no more.
Okay, alchemy upgrade.
Ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
Okay, fortify heavy armor, thistle branch, and slaughterfish scales. Cool.
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials. We drink to our youth, to days come and gone, for the age of aggression is just about done. We'll drive out the storm folks and restore what we own.
Okay, alchemy's going up.
Steel, we will take back our down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. And when
Okay, how's our carry weight looking now? 87.
every one of us died.
Maybe later. Alright, I think we are done. It's been a very, very, very long episode, but we found a lot of books, and we like to read books, so... yeah. So it was meant to be a nice quiet party turned into an intense book reading session. We found found out a lot of interesting stuff. But yeah, we completed the diplomatic immunity quest. We infiltrated the Thalmor party. We met some famous people, which we will probably run into again later on in the game as well. And we killed a bunch of Thalmor. We saved a prisoner. We found out that the Thalmor were hunting down a blade called Esbern that has some information on the dragons, and the Thalmor want that information. We want to find Esbern, save him, and we also want that information if it's dragon related. And we've got the quest A Cornered Rat, which we'll do next time. So yeah, it seems that things are worse than even Delphine thought. Dragons aren't just coming back to life, they're being resurrected by other dragons. Delphine suspects that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back for some sinister purpose. With the help of her contact Malborn, rest in peace, I infiltrated the manor posing as the guest at the Emperor's ambassador's party. I learned that the Thalmor are just as in the dark as we are. In fact, they're searching Riften for a blade named Esbern who they believe knows what the return of the dragon means. But yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed. Thank you very much for watching. Take care, and goodbye.